Part 86. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 851. MS Sir. In the lake, Xiao Qi stuck her face out of the water and waved to the cruise ship. Su Buling strode across the top of the cruise ship. On the way, he took the weapon thrown by the guard and jumped into the water again. Wherever the blade passed, all the dead soldiers who besieged the cruise ship fell into the water, leaving a pool of water spreading in the heart of the rapid river of blood. The main target of the dead soldiers' attack was the big ship. There were not many assassins around the cruise ship carrying the female family members. Su Buling circled the cruise ship and picked up Xiao Qi, who had fallen into the water, with one hand on the way, and then sped away towards the big ship. Xiao Qitai's calm demeanor did not change even after the collapse. She did not panic at this time. Her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. She hugged Su Buling's neck tightly and looked around. The soldiers who attack the ship are extremely fierce, but the ship is very high, and trying to climb it is like attacking the city from the bottom up. The guards on the ship jointly blocked the attack on the veranda deck, and with the morale boosted by Su Buling's arrival, the assassins who attacked the ship were suppressed in a short time. When Xiao Qi saw this scene, she realized something was wrong and said anxiously, "Mister, be careful. With these dead soldiers alone, you won't be able to cleanse the cruise ship unless you come. There must be masters in dealing with Xiao and Lu's disciples hidden among the dead soldiers. Now, she hasn't shown up yet." Su Buletinling single-handedly attacked Lu Chuan. After hearing this, he slowed down a little, thought for a while and said, "Hold your breath." After saying that, he dived directly into the water and glanced around. Sure enough, he saw a masked man with two swords on his back directly in front of him, at the bottom of the cruise ship, obviously waiting for him to pass above. The burly man with two swords hesitated for a moment when he noticed that he was rushing into the water, then turned around and fled downstream. On the water, the ambush assassins discovered that Su Buling was coming and had no intention of retreating. Seeing that there was no hope of attacking the ship, the leader said angrily, "Kill Su Buletinling." The remaining more than 100 dead soldiers ordered to stop the attack and immediately gave up the attack on the cruise ship. They rushed towards Su Buling under the water with knives and fired crossbows in a volley of swords and light like a wave. It's just that in the river, the speed and strength of the crossbow arrows are greatly reduced. Su Buling protected Xiao Qi under his body. He easily deflected the crossbow arrows with his sword. He swept the sword with a single sword and directly exploded a curtain of water in the water. The 5 or 6 people who got close first were cut in half. Because there were a lot of assassins besieging him, and Xiao Qi was protected under him, Su Buling did not pursue her, but defended her with ease, and dealt with the approaching assassins one by one. However, what surprised Su Buling was that these assassins were so brave that they showed no reaction after their hands and feet were severed. As long as they could still move, they would continue to pounce on him. Several knives entered their chests and they were ready to bite his hand with their teeth. Feeling like a madman, forcing him to kill him with a knife. Xiao Qi huddled under Su Buling. Although she was surrounded by swords and swords, she still kept her eyes open and looked carefully in the water. After a moment of stalemate, she suddenly saw behind Su Buling, the burly man holding two swords, fishing in troubled waters and circling around. After coming back, Chao Su Buletinling swam quickly, obviously wanting to make a sneak attack. Xiao Qi hurriedly patted Su Buling's chest and signaled to the rear. He couldn't speak in the water, but he could hear sounds. Su Buling felt something very fast swimming from behind without Xiao Qi's reminder. Su Buling pretended not to notice, and when the figure was 10 steps away, he turned around and used his knife as a sword, then stabbed back with a mountain-shaking strike. Bang! As more than 100 assassins turned around to kill Su Buling, the guards on the building lost their target and could not leave the masters without permission. They were all watching on the deck. Before they could see clearly what was going on under the water, a thunderous sound suddenly came from under the water. There was an explosion, and a short groove was created on the water surface. At the end of the groove, a black shadow was instantly shattered, leaving only two broken knives flying out of the water, and one fell directly on the deck of the cruise ship. At dusk, the troop transport ships returned the passengers on the two ships one by one to the coast of Kaehu Lake. The Ziliang army blocked the river and searched among the mountains and fields on both sides. On the shore of the lake, the head of the Qian family in Suzhou explained the situation with a slight panic. Su Buling was soaked. After a few words of comfort to the Qian family, he returned to the carriage. In the carriage, Xiao Qi's clothes were soaked through and stained with a lot of blood. At this time, she was sitting on the sofa and untied her skirt, revealing her back and two smooth and traceless long legs. She noticed that Su Buletinling came in and covered himself a little with the blanket. Su Buling closed the car door, lifted the door curtain and entered, sat down next to Ruinton, shook his head and said, "More than 200 dead soldiers, most of them were killed. A small number of those who were knocked unconscious also died suddenly and inexplicably. The soldiers in the army were examined and died of heart failure. Among them was the body of Xuechenzi, who had little to do with the Qian family." Xiao Qi pursed her lips, put down the blanket, helped Su Buling untie the wet robe, and said softly, "I guess I took the dragon tiger pill, a drug developed by the former Daqi dynasty. It is painless when eaten, and the spirit is high and the power is endless. It was originally intended to be used in the military, but later it was found that eating it would lead to death, so it was abandoned. Yes, they are only used when the dead soldiers perform certain tasks and are not strong enough. Death warriors are not disposable. Using this thing will really make you jump over the wall." Su Buring shook his head, took off his outer robe, wrapped Xiao Qi and himself in a blanket, and frowned slightly. Xiao Qi's mind was sharp and she knew what Su Buring was thinking. She pursed her lips and said slightly apologetically, "This gathering was at the wedding dinner yesterday. A scholar from Hangzhou proposed that the Qian family in Suzhou take the lead in inviting them. It was just a spring outing in Kaehua. I know about this, but yesterday we decided to start today, and Dongyu has no intention of fighting. I thought nothing would happen, but a moment of negligence gave them a loophole." Xiao Qi was in charge of logistics and intelligence work. Such a mistake was related to the Qian family's poor arrangements, but the host could not abdicate responsibility. Su Buling shook his head and smiled, then put his arm around Xiao Qi's shoulders. "Only a few Qian family guards died, and there was no big trouble. You have been busy with this for more than a year, but I am carefree, running around to get a wife, and I don't give you any help, leaving you to worry about it alone. There must be times when you feel tired." Xiao Qi leaned next to Su Buring, their skins touching each other, shook her head and said, "Only if you know your mistakes and can correct them, what's the use of shirk responsibility? You have made mistakes, I have made mistakes, the journey has been smooth, and we have all slacked off. There will be a gap in the 100 secrets, and a dog will jump over the wall when it is anxious, so let's not will stay in Luzhu and set off in 2 days. We should kill Song Shaoying as soon as possible to prevent him from coming up with any bad ideas in a desperate situation." Su Buring nodded, noticing that Xiao Qi's body was cold, and wrapped the blanket tighter. Xiao Qi was naked, and gradually felt something was wrong when she was held like this. But Su Buling didn't move a finger, and Xiao Qi couldn't take the lead in making the invitation. She just held the big hand under the blanket, thought for a while and said, "You were so powerful last night that you made Shi Ning's bed collapse. How dare you do such a heavy hand to a little girl?" Su Buling was slightly startled when he heard this. "How do you know this?" There was a slight smile in Xiao Qi's eyes. "I got up early and saw Yufu's maid Daodu coming out of Shi Ning's side, hiding from others in a sultry manner, so I asked casually, and she said she was looking for nails." Yes. I sent silly Dowdu to look for nails, so I don't want people to guess the purpose, so what other shameful things could I nail? Su Buling looked a little helpless and raised his hand to rub his waist. It's not that I don't know pity, it's that Si Ning doesn't know the importance. Just like your first time, you wish you could kill me. Snap. Xiao Qi raised her hand and patted Su Buling's arm, her almond-shaped eyes slightly annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? I was drunk that day and don't remember anything. You just took advantage of others' danger and ended up criticizing me. Su Buletinling's face was serious and he didn't mean to be joking at all. I'm not talking nonsense. That night, I sneaked into the palace to look for Xiang'er and found you drunk with a golden quail egg in your hand. I thought Mr. Bao Bao missed me. You know Xiang'er's temper. She was hot but never took the initiative to show it. At that time, I kissed you and you resisted, but I didn't feel anything was wrong. But then something happened. When you got angry, you hugged me and started chewing me. I felt something was wrong at that time. Problem, but you both looked the same, so I didn't think much about it. As a result, you became more and more proactive, and I showed it right away, and it took more time to play than Xiang'er. Xiao Qi frowned and slightly hit Su Buling with her elbow. You don't give orders, how can I be obedient? I'm an inexperienced woman, how can I have fun better than Xiang'er? You read a lot of books. Su Buling chuckled, I guess I've read through all the boxes of villain books. I know how to draw inferences from one example for the first time. I can't stop even if I want to. Xiao Qi's face turned a little red, with a rare hint of coquettishness. Can you please stop talking about that matter? Su Buling was a little innocent. You started the conversation first, why don't I just go along with the conversation? Xiao Qi thought about it for a moment, and it was true. She raised her hand to tuck the hair around her ears and changed the topic. I was on the cruise ship just now, and I thought I saw you and Yu Fu coming to the carriage. Did you go to the poetry club? Su Buling nodded, yes, the poetry meeting was full of flattering clichés, which is far different from when I was in Chang'an City. It's a pity that you were not in Chang'an at the time and didn't see that a few of my poems surpassed Tai Chi. The scene in the palace, by the way, I encountered something interesting today. Xiao Qi turned her head and looked at Su Buling's profile. What's the funny thing? A talented man made a fool of himself. Can I speak to your conscience? You, Sai. When Yu Fu and I went to the boat today, we found that Xiao Ting was also there, and he was with the Ghost Empress's daughter. Meng Hua's daughter? She is only 11 or 12 years old. Ting'er is indeed very old and needs to find a wife, but this is too. Hey, Xiao Ting is not that crazy. He seems to be interested in. And. Please spare me. What did I do wrong? At night, the lights outside the marshal's mansion were brightly lit, and the staff were still studying the whole story of the Keahu attack. Xiao Ting was locked up in a side hall, with a stack of rice paper in front of him. He was writing helplessly and wailing, but unfortunately no one responded. In the back house, in order not to worry Lu Hongluan, what happened in Keahu was not widely publicized. The girls were still entertaining themselves in their own yards. Although Xiao Qi was not injured when she fell into the water, she might have contracted the cold if she didn't pay attention. After returning home, she went to wash up and rest. When Su Buling returned to his room, Zhongli Jiju ran over under Xiao Qi's arrangement, holding a small medicine box in his hand to check Su Buling's body. The lights in the room were dim, and the moonlight over the lotus pond could be seen outside the window. Su Bulingquan took off his robe and lay on the couch by the window, watching Yang Zunyi's current march. Zhongli Jiju was sitting sideways on the edge of the couch. Her aqua blue spring skirt outlined her figure, and her flexible waist was looming under the light. She was obviously dressed like this because she thought she was here to sleep with her. Realizing that he really came to be a masseur, Zhongli Jiju's fox-like eyes were a little boring. He held medicinal wine in his hand, smeared it on his palms, rubbed Su Buling's back and arms, and said softly. What are you howling, Mr. Xiao? You can hear it from here. Are you causing trouble again? Su Buling fought in the river. Although he was not injured, the resistance in the water was too great, which was completely different from that on the ground. He almost strained his arm when he rocked the mountain with one move, and his waist did slip and needed to be recuperated. After hearing Jiju's words, he put down the case file and said with a smile. I didn't cause any trouble, I just did something unworthy of publicity, and I got it wrong. Zhongli Jiju leaned over and rubbed his shoulders, slightly confused. Master Xiao is your nephew, why do you want him? Whoever calls me a bastard will be punished by the people in the world. He asked for it. Su Buling hugged the soft pillow and listened to Xiao Ting's night howl, looking like he was enjoying it. Zhongli Jiju was a little funny. After thinking about it, he turned over and sat on his back, massaging seriously. By the way, what are you going to do with that big snake? Jiju was dressed coolly, and she wore leg rings instead of trousers, just very safe shorts. Sitting like this, she felt much more clearly than Aunt Lu. Su Buling could clearly feel the outline of the camel toe. It was warm, and his mind was a little confused. He turned around and said. You want it? Zhongli Jiju shook his head, I have dragon lock gu, why do I need such a big snake? The main reason is Chu Chu. She is not good at martial arts. She saw that Shi Ning had 2 snakes as thugs, and she was very greedy. Su Buletinling thought for a moment, that big snake has been with Nan Yu for decades. It is too smart and Chu Chu can't control it. I'll ask people to go to South Vietnam to look for other pets that are easy to keep. They are safer and need to be raised since childhood. Better. Zhongli Jiju also had the same idea. Seeing that Su wouldn't let him speak, he stopped talking and instead blinked his beautiful eyes. Damn boy, I heard that you last night. Su Buling rolled his eyes and raised his hand to interrupt Jiju. Why did you show off last night and everyone knew about it the next day? Zhongli Jiju laughed, how can such a wild thing be hidden? I went to check on the bodies of 3 girls today, and I saw Chen Xining looking weird, always looking at the bed, and you still put your waist if it flashes, you can guess it naturally. Su Buling had nothing to say, shook his head and said, don't talk about this in front of Xining. She was very shy when she first came in. Once she started teasing her, she won't let me touch her in the future. Zhongli Jiju leaned down slightly and pressed against Su Buling's back. She won't let you touch her. Doesn't she still have me as a sister? You can't be like the new and dislike the old. Who is tired of the old? Su Buling turned around and looked at Jiju with slightly sour eyes. You think of yourself as an older sister, but you're still jealous of your sister. These words could be said to be in Jiju's heart. Zhongli Jiju suddenly smiled with crooked eyebrows, continued to rub and massage, and said slightly charmingly. You have some conscience, how can you be rewarded by your sister? Su Buling patted his waist and said with a smile. My waist is still a little sore. Just give me another half-hour of rubbing and it will be a reward? Not interesting. Zhongli Jiju pursed his lips, snorted slightly, and continued to work hard and add clocks for free. The moon is on the branches, and the night is getting darker. The wailing sounds from outside the house changed from acknowledging their mistakes to innocent moans of things are different and people are different. Let's shed tears first, but unfortunately there was still no response. Zhongli Jiju pressed the button for most of the night, promising not to let her wander freely. She felt a little unhappy. Just as she was about to deliberately flirt with him, footsteps came from outside the window. Zhongli Jiju's heart sank, thinking that Ning Yu was coming to snatch food from the tiger's mouth again. He looked up and saw Zhu Manzi jumping over in the veranda with his hands behind his back. She smiled from a distance and said, MS Sir, have you slept? Su Buling was stunned. In the past, the branches were all hiding, but he didn't expect to be so brave today. He sent a sheep into the tiger's mouth by himself. It was different to get married. Su Buling raised his head and was about to answer when Jeju on his back spoke in advance. He just lay down. Manzi, what can you do? Zhu Manzi paused and wanted to turn around and leave, but he saw Zhongli Jeju sitting at the window, as if he was not very busy, so he continued to walk over and open the door. Big Zhong, what are you doing? Zhongli Jeju blushed, acted normal, and continued to rub Su Buling's back. Just relax your husband's muscles and bones. Zhu Manzi covered his face and took a few glances between his fingers. After finding nothing shameful, he breathed a sigh of relief and came to the side of the couch to take a look. Have you finished playing? How long will it take? He has finished letting go, but I haven't started yet. Zhongli Jeju's eyes were strange, and he hesitated to speak. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Just a little while longer. Zhu Manzi nodded, seeing some beads of sweat hanging on Jeju's forehead, and said with concern. Big clock, you're sweating, are you exhausted? Why don't you go back to your room and rest first? I'll ring it too, so I'll do it. Hearing this, Zhongli Jeju felt a bit like chasing her away and grabbing her sign tonight. But Manji's innocent appearance didn't look like much, so she could only say with a slight tangle. Well, I'm not tired either. I'll take care of this little thing. Zhu Manzi shook his head and said seriously, I'll do it. You can go back to your room and rest. As a younger sister, I'm not as busy as my older sister. I'm just watching the fun. You can't treat me like your older sister? How embarrassing. Zhongli Jeju blinked her eyes, and suddenly realized that she was about to die after Manzi said a few words. She could either go back to sleep now, or follow the words and recognize the sister. Hee. Zhongli Jeju chuckled twice, but didn't respond. She pinched her husband who was watching the show, and told him to smooth things over. Su Buling was actually quite happy to see his silly wife being bullied, but since they had come here, it would be wrong for Jeju, who had been busy for an hour, to run back feeling wronged. He raised his hand and pulled Manzi to lie down in front of him, smiling. What are you fighting for? I'm so big, and everyone presses the same place. Zhu Manzi came here late at night just to have some sweet time with her husband who finally got married. Seeing that Su Buling wanted to be together, she immediately got scared and stood up shyly. I came here just to show off the sword skills I just learned from my father and let my husband teach me. Since De Zhong is busy, I will come again tomorrow. Zhongli Jeju was embarrassed to chase Manzi away. Anyway, it was enough to have something to eat, and it just happened to consolidate her sister's position. She quickly held Manzi down and said with a smile. Why are you running around in the middle of the night? If you want to help, sister will teach you a few tricks. Come on, sit up. Forget it, ah. Good girl. The lights went out quietly, leaving only the spring breeze in the garden. Several heroines appeared again for a plot, and then the book was over. I have had sleep disorders these 2 days. I wake up after sleeping for 4 hours, so I can't write fast. I will try to finish it in one go in the next 2 days. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 852. Morning, Madam Chen. Morning. Morning, Madam Chen. It was early in the morning, and the morning light had just fallen. Chen Si Ning got up early, holding 2 little snakes in her hands, and prepared to go to the garden to dry them and get familiar with the unfamiliar married life. Passing the corridor, many maids came towards her. They all nodded and saluted, but there was a strange smile between their eyebrows. After walking a short distance, they whispered to each other. Chen Xining's heart was beating fast. Holding two little snakes in her hands, she forced herself to be calm and calm. When she walked to the garden, she saw Nightingale doing morning exercises. She hurriedly walked up to her. Nightingale. Nightingale was practicing Tai Chi sword seriously, and the little sparrow squatted on the edge of the flower bed, watching like a master. Hearing the shout, Nightingale put away her sword and stood up, nodding. Sister Xining, you got up so early. Yes. Chen Xining hung the two little snakes on the branches of the peach tree, picked up the little sparrow and touched it, her eyes a little vague. Nightingale, has your master got up yet? Nightingale was a personal maid, so she naturally knew what Su Buling was doing. She shook her head and said, the master was with Jeju and Manzi last night. I don't know how many hours it was. He should not have gotten up yet. Chen Xining was slightly stunned, and after a little thought, she said with a little surprise. Two people together? Manzi just came in, and they are playing so wild. Nightingale is used to it. So this kind of thing is not surprising at all. This is nothing, it's not as good as Sister Xining. Huh. Chen Xining's expression froze, and she stroked Yi Yi's head, pretending to be puzzled. He, what do you mean? Where am I wild? Nightingale's face was calm, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. The bed collapsed, and it's not wild. I thought it was exaggerated that Sister Yuhi overturned the boat alone, hey. Sister Xining. Before she finished speaking, Chen Xining's face flushed, and she ran out of the garden without looking back, leaving two silly little snakes hanging on the peach branches, swinging left and right, not knowing where to go. Nightingale spread her hands slightly and continued to practice her Tai Chi sword. It was bright, and the girls in the back house got up one after another. Because Xiao Qi decided to set off as soon as possible to catch up with the pace of General Yang Zunyi's advancement, the maids were already packing up their things. Chen Xining returned to the backyard and hid in her room, blushing and embarrassed. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. If she broke the bed on her wedding night, she would be laughed at for the rest of her life. Chen Xining paced back and forth in the room. She had learned to handle cases since she was a child and was very rational. She knew that it was useless to just hide in such a predicament, and she had to find a way to solve it. But how to solve it? She couldn't run away from home and hide in her parents' home. Chen Xining had no idea at all. She felt more and more embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole to bury herself. After thinking for a long time, Chen Xining hadn't figured out how to go out to see people, and footsteps were heard outside the room. Chen Xining's heart tightened, and she quickly pretended to be calm and walked out of the door to take a look. At the porch of the courtyard, Xiao Xiang, wearing a red spring skirt, walked in. Under the warm spring sun, Xiao Xiang's steps were swaying, but she still had the proper dignified manners. Her mature figure had the charm of a beautiful woman in her prime, and the agility of a young beauty, so that at first glance, one could not even tell her age. Xiao Xiang was born in a noble family, and she had been in the palace for many years. She controlled her external temperament to every hair. In the harem, no one could match her femininity. Wherever she went, all the flowers were eclipsed. Only Chu, who relied on the advantage of being from a foreign land, could jump in front of her. Even though Chen Xining was a woman, she was also amazed in her heart. She was born in the royal family and her appearance was also good, but when she stood in front of Xiang, her aura was invisibly suppressed, and she felt like a little girl who had not grown up. Seeing Xiao Xiang suddenly coming over, Chen Xining hurried out of the door and said with a smile, "Aunt, why are you here?" Xiao Xiang was holding a carved wooden box in her hand. When she heard this, her smiling expression froze. She looked back and saw that Xiao Wan was not there. Then she smiled and joked, What aunt? You call me like an old witch. I'm already in the door. You should call me Sister Xiang. Chen Xining understood the reason for Xiao Xiang's reaction. Since Kui Zioan and Su Buling got married, her previous lonely personality has slowly changed. At first, everyone was quite relieved, but soon found something wrong. Kui Zioan was born with a clear mind. Basically, no one could lie to her. She was also very brave and flamboyant. She was open-minded and never shy. She said whatever she wanted to say and did whatever she wanted to do. Now that she was outgoing, the consequences were quite terrible. For example, Xiao Xiang Kui Zioan saw it as soon as she had a crooked mind, and then she said, "Mother, are you greedy again?" What can Xiao Xiang do? If you say you don't want to be greedy, it's hypocritical. If you say you want to be greedy, which girl in the house doesn't want to be greedy several times a day? These are all little thoughts buried in the heart, and they will be suppressed after a while. Who can stand it when Zioan points it out every time? In the past, Zioan was withdrawn and didn't like to chat with others, but now she can talk to everyone she meets, and she has made the girls in the back house scared. When they meet Zioan, they will first say calm down, don't think about it, and several girls will avoid her when they meet her, for fear of being caught by Zioan, so that Zioan gradually has the tendency of being the back house bully. Seeing that Kui Zioan didn't follow, Chen Xining relaxed a little, walked close to Xiao Xiang and bowed slightly. "Sister Xiang why are you here?" Xiao Xiang took the carved wooden box, walked into the room, sat down on the soft couch, raised her hand and patted the seat next to her. "You just came in. As a sister, I have to come over to visit. I just made something for you a few days ago. See if you like it." Chen Xining sat down next to Xiang and looked at the exquisitely crafted small wooden box. "How embarrassing is this? I haven't even gone to visit my sister yet, but you came here first. Oh, we are all a family, let alone these outsiders." Xiao Xiang opened the wooden box and took out the blue and white foxtail and the silver bell with white flowers on a blue background. She put it in Chen Xining's hand and said with a smile, "I know you like blue and white. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Chen Xining picked up the tail and the bell and looked at them. Although she didn't know the purpose, she nodded seriously. "Sister Xiang is really ingenious. I heard my husband mentioned before that our family has this tradition, but what is this used for? It's just a decoration or it's a plug-in?" Xiao Xiang's eyebrows are curved, like a harmless elder sister. "As for the tradition of the Su family, you have to ask Su Buling. Next time you consummate your marriage, take this out and he will teach you how to use it. But you should take your time and use it the first time. If the bed collapses, will it happen again?" Chen Xining's expression suddenly froze, and she quickly smiled. "I know, thank you, Sister Xiang." She put the things away and put them in the small wooden box. After thinking about it, she had an idea and asked, "By the way, Sister Xiang we spend the evening with our husband, how do we arrange it?" Xiao Xiang blinked but didn't hesitate. Hongluan had arranged before that they would come in turns, about every 3 days, and then Su Buling would have a day off. However, during the war last year and this year, Su Buling went out often. After returning, the girls kept eating unruly. The arrangement has not been used much. After the war is over, we should follow the rules. Chen Xining nodded in understanding, thought for a while and then said, "Then who should be here tonight?" When Xiao Xiang heard this, she blinked her eyes, thinking that Chen Xining had learned the taste of the marrow, and her eyes were slightly teasing. Yesterday Jeju jumped into the queue. Today it is logically Zioan's turn. If you want, I can ask Su Buling to come over in the evening. Zioan is not in a hurry. No, no, no. Chen Xining shook her head quickly. I'm not in a hurry at all, I'm just asking casually. Seeing this, Xiao Xiang'er naturally didn't give in. After all, what was Xiaowen's was hers, and what was hers was still hers. After giving the small wooden box to Chen Xining, the work assigned by the smelly brother was completed. Xiao Xiang'er chatted for a while, then stood up to say goodbye and left the courtyard. Chen Xining sent Xiao Xiang'er out, then returned to the house, put away the beautifully crafted wooden box, and then waited in the courtyard. People were coming and going in the back house, and soon after, Kui Xiaowen, Xiao Xiang'er, and Ning Yuhi were heard chatting. They must have gone to Lu Hongluan's yard to play mahjong together. Chen Xining listened carefully, and after making sure that the few people were far away, she flew up, climbed over several courtyard walls as lightly as a swallow, and arrived outside the room where Kui Xiaowen lived. Kui Xiaowen's yard is different from other places. It is filled with potted plants, some of which have just sprouted and some of which are in bud. She is used to living alone all year round. There are no maids in it, only the little black dog lying in the yard, wagging its tail and looking towards Chen Xining. Chen Xining made a shushing gesture and quickly entered Xiaowen's bedroom. Because Xiaowen has obsessive-compulsive disorder, the room is neatly organized and spotless. There is an agar wood paperweight on the dresser beside the bed, and a rabbit tail is placed next to the pillow. Chen Xining glanced at the rabbit's tail and did not touch other people's personal belongings. She just raised her head slightly and slapped the quilt on the bed with a seemingly weak palm. The quilt made a slight muffled sound, and the bedboard under the quilt also made a click-dash sound, which was obviously cracked. "Auntie, I'm sorry." Chen Xining looked slightly guilty. After checking to make sure that the disconnection would not hurt anyone, she ran out with a guilty conscience. It was getting brighter, and there was gradually more laughter in the back house. Su Buling lay on the bed. After Jeju's careful massage, the soreness and weakness in his body had disappeared, and his bones felt a little lighter. Zhongli Jeju was leaning on Su Buling's left side. She had already woken up, but Manzi was still asleep like a milk cat. She was not easy to disturb. She just blinked her fox-like eyes and looked at Su Buling. His profile is full of admiration. Su Buling hugged his two soft daughters-in-law, with big dumplings on his left and right. He gradually became a little unsteady. He turned to look at Jeju and raised his eyebrows. Zhongli Jeju understood instantly, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't have the nerve to mess around in broad daylight, so he raised his hand and poked the branches. Zhu Manzi woke up in a daze, looked up and saw Su Buling and Jeju looking at her. Her face turned slightly red, but immediately became anxious again, turned up her head, looking for her little skirt. "What happened?" "We agreed to get up early to practice martial arts together. Xiaoning must have gone first. Doesn't this allow her to take advantage?" Zhongli Jeju was a little funny. "Even if she gives you a year, you won't be able to catch up. Why are you so anxious?" "Who said that? I'm my father's biological child. My talent in swordsmanship is as good as Xiaoning's. I might even catch up with him." Zhu Manzi lay on the bedside and fumbled for a long time before finding the clothes scattered everywhere. After dressing neatly 2 or 3 times, he hurried out to wash up. Seeing this, Su Buling also got up and put on his clothes, sent Jeju back to the back house, played a round of mahjong with Bao Bao Aunt, and then went to the meeting hall of the outer house to arrange the next trip. "We are ready to leave and continue our journey south. We have made arrangements today and can set off tomorrow." According to the speed of the Ziliang army's march, by the time he reaches Jinling and other places in Huainan, Yang Zunyi is estimated to have almost conquered Suzhou. When the two sides join forces, they will be on the way to Hangzhou, which is the end of this counterinsurgency. Su Buling sat in the meeting hall for a long time, going through all the arrangements in person, and after making sure there were no problems, he got up and walked out of the house. He wanted to visit his father-in-law Zulu, thinking that it was his new uncle's return. Zulu's house was not far away. Su Buring was getting up and down on the house, but he arrived nearby in a moment. He just looked up and saw Ning Qingyi standing on the roof of a building, peeking at the courtyard in the distance. Su Buring was slightly surprised, landing lightly behind Ning Qingyi, and raised his hand to pat her shoulder. Ning Qingyi was in a daze. She was startled by the slap on her shoulder. She immediately put her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, but unfortunately her wrist was caught. When she turned around and saw Su Buling, she breathed a sigh of relief, turned her head and remained silent. Su Buling followed Ning Qingyi's gaze and looked into the distance, only to see Li Hansheng in Zulu's courtyard wearing a robe and holding an iron sword, making serious gestures. Sword Master Zulu folded his arms and leaned against the pillar, talking. From the looks of it, he seemed to be giving instructions on Li Hansheng's sword skills. According to Su Buling's understanding, Li Hansheng is an expert in boxing and kicking, and has never used weapons. Last time he played with the long spear in Mazao Ridge, he made a mess and used it purely as a javelin. And with Li Hansheng's martial arts skills, there was no need to change his job to learn swordsmanship. This scene was really weird. The distance was too far and it was difficult to hear what the two father-in-laws were talking about. After looking at it for a while, Su Buring asked, "Qingyi, what are they doing?" Ning Qingyi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't know. I finished practicing swordsmanship with Man Zi at noon. I was leaving, but there were some things I hadn't figured out, so I was going to come over and ask Uncle Zhu for advice. Unexpectedly, I saw him learning swordsmanship here." Su Buling thought for a while and couldn't figure out the reason, so he said with a smile, "I guess I just waited until I had nothing to do, so I came over to discuss." Ning Qingyi felt a little emotional. Her husband was in front of her. Maybe she wanted to express her inner feelings, so she snorted softly. "A moonstick, a sword, a gun, a lifetime, keep the sword with you. Swordsmanship is a skill accumulated since childhood. If you don't touch a sword for 3 days, you will learn it. Even you can't learn it well. He is in his 40s or 50 years old, and now he has practiced it well. What's the use?" Su Buling's swordsmanship is not bad, just a little worse than that of a sword master, but he does not use the sword very often. Seeing Qingyi say this, he naturally nodded along with the words. "Yes, but it is common for warriors to communicate with each other, and it is not necessary to learn trance in every profession." Ning Qingyi listened quietly, and found that Su Buling suddenly stopped speaking, looking slightly confused. Just as he was about to ask, a sharp sword sound suddenly sounded in the distance. "Call out." The sound of the sword spreads to the sky, and the sword energy spreads thousands of miles. The spring birds resting among the willows all over the street were frightened and scattered in all directions under the sword. Outside the courtyard in the distance, a gap exploded in the wall. Bricks and stones flew away, and then penetrated the opposite wall. The remaining momentum continued unabated until the wall across the alley was riddled with holes, and the smoke and dust in the sky dispersed with the wind. Ning Qingyi's eyes widened, her eyes changing with a variety of emotions in an instant, including shock, surprise, disbelief, and a hint of unmatched shame in her eyes. Su Buling was also shocked. After looking for a moment with his mouth open, he whispered, "Qingyi, are you sure he is your biological father?" "How do I know?" Ning Qingyi's eyes turned cold, she turned around and left with her sword in hand. Su Buling glanced at him from afar, then quickly followed. In the courtyard, the smoke and dust cleared. Guo Shanrong was shocked and ran out of the room with an annoyed look on his face. "You don't know how valuable firewood and rice are when you're not a householder? This yard was bought by Mr. Manzer. You can demolish it if you want." Sword Master Zulu was leaning against the pillar, his mouth open, and he hadn't recovered yet. When he heard his wife calling, he turned his head, a little innocently. "I didn't tear it down. If you want to scold him, scold him." In the courtyard outside the eaves, Li Hansheng, dressed in black robe, stood in front of the collapsed wall, looking at the iron sword in his hand. The sleeve of his right arm had been shattered, revealing his elbow with even muscle texture. Li Hansheng looked at the sword for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said in a blink of an eye, "You've spent your whole life thinking about this thing." Zhu Liu's eyes were very complicated. He stood up straight, walked over and looked at the ruins of the wall, and nodded. "That's right. When did you learn it secretly?" Li Hansheng had no expression on his face. "Does this still require learning? You'll know it if you don't teach it once. Once this sword is shot, it will never come back and leave no force behind. It's a bit too much. The killing power is extraordinary, but it's too strong and easy to break, so it can't be considered a superior move." Zulu was obviously a little dissatisfied with this statement. A swordsman should move forward without hesitation, and be able to break through all means with one sword, so why should he pay attention to feints and real moves? Trying to save 3 points, and thinking of changes before taking action is the best way to do it. They have different martial arts methods and their concepts are completely different. Li Hansheng did not argue, threw the sword back into the scabbard under the eaves, turned around and prepared to leave. Zulu raised his hand to stop Li Hansheng. "Wait a minute, you came here out of nowhere to steal my master. What are you planning to do? Start a sect and become a sword master?" Li Hansheng shook his head. "If you have many skills, don't overwhelm yourself. Be prepared." Zulu obviously didn't believe this. "Do you want to learn it and have the opportunity to teach your daughter in the future?" Li Hanshen's eyes moved for a moment, but he didn't respond. Zulu sighed softly and patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder. "You and Su Buling are the same as each other. They all learn that knowing the method means knowing it. There is no need to lay a foundation at all. Tell others. Others are just like looking at gods. There is no way to teach King Yinan Nizi." Li Hansheng frowned slightly and turned his head. "What should we do?" Zulu shrugged. "What else can you do? Start by learning how to walk and carry a bucket. Only after walking the path of an ordinary warrior can you understand the hardships of ordinary people." Li Hansheng thought for a moment, nodded slightly, then turned and left. But Zulu raised his hand again, blocking the way. Li Hansheng was a little confused. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Zulu pointed at the collapsed courtyard wall. "It's not a good habit to kill or bury someone. Build the courtyard wall before leaving. My arm is injured and I don't have the strength to deal with the aftermath for you." Li Hansheng was silent for a moment, then turned towards the collapsed wall and muttered something rare. "A grown man is afraid of his wife, so he is a swordsman. Hey you, forget it, I won't talk to you, lest you hide again and shed tears." After the wall was built, the ordinary day passed. In the handsome manner, the maids had already packed up the gifts and sent them to Keahu in a carriage for shipment. The girls had a good night's rest at the manor, and they would be able to board the ship and sail to the south of the Yangtze River tomorrow morning. Before leaving for a long journey, the back house became quiet very early, and the lights in each room were turned off. Chen Shining stayed in the house all day, refusing to go out when no one called her. When she saw the moon on the branches, she sneaked out of the yard, pretending to take a walk on the path between the courtyards, waiting for any movement in the distance. Judging by the time, Su Buling came back in the afternoon, sat with Lu Hongluan for a while, then returned to his room, and did not go out after that. Chen Shining got the information from Xiao Xianger and knew that Su Buling must have sneaked into Kui Zioan's yard. As long as he exercised later, the bedboard would definitely collapse. Then she pretended to be worried about Kui Zioan and ran over to tell the matter. "If you find out, the housekeeper will probably laugh at Xiaoan and expose her collapse of the bed. Although she felt a little sorry for her aunt, Chen Xining only had this way. Kui Xiaoan had a light-hearted personality and never took things like this that she felt embarrassed seriously, nor would she take them to heart. Just show your respect to Xiaoan. While thinking secretly, Chen Xining walked around silently, covering his steps to avoid being noticed by Su Buletinling. After waiting for a long time, there was finally a click sound in the night, and a woman's exclamation. Chen Xining's eyes lit up, she hurriedly flew up, landed in Kui Xiaoan's yard, and said hurriedly, "Auntie, what's wrong with you?" The small talk in the room suddenly stopped. Su Buling seemed to have his waist twisted, and took a breath, and then the voice came. "It's okay, it's okay. You're fine. Humph, it's okay." Chen Xining didn't believe it at all, so she hurriedly opened the door, guessed the bolt, and looked in a blink of an eye. "Auntie, are you okay?" Seeing the scene in the room, Chen Xining's concerned expression suddenly froze. Between the collapsed beds, Su Buletinling fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, feeling hopeless. Xiao Xiang'er sat on it, covering her red cheeks with her hands. Kui Xiaoan, wearing white bunny ears, hugged Xiao Xiang'er face to face. She didn't know where she was sitting at first, her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were still disappointed, and she said dissatisfied, "Why did my bed collapse?" Chen Xining's eyes widened, her face turned red to her neck for a moment, and she was a little confused. Fox spirit, rabbit spirit. What the hell is this? Transformed at night? Su Buletinling looked slightly embarrassed and looked at Chen Xining. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt something was wrong. This came too quickly. Su Buletinling's embarrassed expression sank, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the door. "Xining, have you tampered with this bed?" Chen Xining came back to her senses and shook her head quickly, feeling a little guilty. "I didn't, so what?" Jingle. As Xiao Xiang'er and Kui Xiaoan separated, the sound of bells came to mind again in the room. Chen Xining was stunned, raised her eyes, and remembered the gift Xiao Xiang'er gave her in the morning. Oh my god! Chen Xining was at a loss and was stunned. After staying for a moment, she turned around and wanted to run away. But in this situation, how could he possibly run away? Su Buling pulled Chen Xining back, closed the door, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Xining, I secretly tricked your aunt. This is a big mistake. Do you want to leave without apologizing?" "I apologize, sir, you go about your business first." "Xining, just say it if you want to. Why secretly destroy my bed? My mother has been thinking about this for a long time." "I didn't talk about it." Su Buling was thinking about 3 generations living under one roof. "Xiaoan, please stop talking nonsense." "Ms. sir, I didn't want to come." "You guys are too, ugh, what did I marry? I. No, sir, I was wrong. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 853. The next morning, birds and dogs barked from the courtyard outside the room. The faint fragrance lingered in the room, with the floor in the middle. Chen Xining stayed up all night, her face still flushed, lying on her side with her back to Xiaoan and Xiang'er, pursing her lips, looking like she dared not speak out in anger. When Chen Xining came over last night, she wanted to take Kui Xiaoan as her back, but it turned out that she was under Xiaoan, and soon under Xiang'er, and then she was sandwiched between 2 people. This was only the second time for Chen Xining. She had never imagined such an immoral scene before, and she didn't know how she survived. If she hadn't been smart enough not to be knocked unconscious, her tail might have been on her body, but Ling Dang never escaped. That's it, she apologized and was punished. Afterwards, Su Buletin Ling asked her to repair the bed. If she repaired it, wouldn't this crime be in vain? Anyway, that's it, just do whatever you want. Chen Shining didn't move anyway, looking like she was going to die together, waiting for the maid to come over tomorrow and find out that the three of them had collapsed the bed again. In the end, Xiao Xianger was a bit thin-skinned and gave Su Buling a harsh scolding before sending Su Buling away to deal with the aftermath. At this time, next to the bed, Su Buling was squatting on the ground, leaning over to repair the broken bed board. There are only 2 broken bed boards, which can be reinforced and connected with wooden strips, which is not troublesome. After Su Buling took care of it, he stood up, rubbed his waist, and looked back. Shining, you can't do this again. If I hadn't reacted quickly yesterday, my waist would have flashed again. This waist flash was broken, and my sisters would have kicked you out. Chen Shining closed her eyes and didn't want to speak. Xiao Xianger was still asleep, holding Xiaoan in her arms. Kui Xiaoan was crossing her arms, looking at her with interest, and said crisply, "Why are you so quick to react? You are just eating steamed buns." "Auntie." Chen Shining blushed and couldn't bear it. She turned around and pulled up the quilt and covered Kui Xiaoan's cheek to stop her from talking. Su Buletin Ling was a little amused. He walked over, lifted up the spring quilt, and threw it on the bed, causing a burst of scolding. He arranged the skirt and placed it next to the floor. "Get up and wash up. We have to board the ship early and set off. I'm going out first." You." In the back house, the girls also got up early. Xiao Qi and Song Yafu always got up before dawn and had already gone to the building to prepare the boat. Zhu Manzi, on the other hand, was holding King Yi's waist sleepily, being held by King Yi with one hand while walking, obviously not yet awake. After Su Buling finished washing, he walked towards the back of the house. He saw Manzi and sleepy men who got up early to go to school. After thinking about it, he stopped King Yi, and then they had a very romantic morning kiss. Ning King Yi was worried about how to wake up Manzi, but she didn't refuse and obediently approached him. Zhu Manzi followed with squinted eyes and realized that Ning King Yi suddenly stopped leaving. After waiting for a moment, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked up to see Su Buling standing beside him, holding King Yi's chin and kissing her. His sleepiness suddenly disappeared. He stood up straight and said shyly, "Ms. Sir, why didn't you say anything when you came?" I'm still there." Seeing this, Ning Qingyi loosened her lips and pulled Manzi out with satisfaction. "It's time to board the ship. There will be room for you to sleep on the ship. Let's go." "Yeah, let's leave early. I'm going to pick up Aunt Lu." Su Buling nodded with a smile, waved his hands and said goodbye, then continued walking to the back house. Zhu Manzi's face was slightly red and he was about to stand on tiptoes. He was forcibly pulled out and was suddenly stunned. I haven't, Xiaoning, what are you in a hurry for?" "My husband, have you forgotten something?" Ning Qingyi wanted this effect, otherwise how could he make Manzi wake up? She didn't agree with Manzi, who was about to run back to ask for a kiss, so she quickly pulled Manzi out. Su Buletin Ling smiled secretly in his heart, and after watching Manzi reluctantly leave, he slowly came to the back house. A courtyard was specially cleared at the back of the house for Lu Hongluan to rest, which was much quieter than the front. Ning Yuhi was in the room helping Lu Hongluan pack his belongings. Jeju and Chu Chu were in the side room, counting the medicines and utensils they might need to avoid finding them when they need them on the ship. Yunu and Xiao Yi were coming out of the room. When they saw Su Buling coming from the corridor, they quickly bowed. "Little Prince." Yunu and Lu Hongluan grew up together, and her personality is similar to that of Lu Hongluan, a little more stable. With a gentle smile on her charming face, she nodded and waited for Su Buling to pass by. Qiao Yi is more like Xiang Er, with a more lively personality, and after hearing about Xiang Er for a year or two, she obviously has a bad idea for Su Buletinling. Her eyes brightened obviously, maybe she was afraid that Su Buletinling would notice, and she would he hid his meaningful little eyes and look down at the tips of his shoes. Su Buling responded with a smile. His eyes were originally on the room, but when he passed by, he suddenly felt someone touching him somewhere behind his back. Su Buletinling paused, turned around, and looked at Jiao Yi and Yunu. Yunu widened her eyes and looked at Jiao Yi in disbelief. Jiao Yi, you. Jiao Yi lowered her head and bit her lower lip. When she heard the sound, she raised her eyes and found Su Buling looking at her. Her face suddenly turned red and she quickly lowered her head again. Su Buling blinked. The dignified head of the family was being taken advantage of by his maid. It was a bit unworthy of his majesty. He pulled Qiao Yi and raised his hand. Snap! A crisp sound resounded in the corridor. It won't happen again. After Su Buling said something sternly, he turned around and walked into the house. After taking a few steps, he raised his right hand and rubbed it twice. He obviously felt that the elasticity was a bit too good. Qiao Yi's eyes widened and she felt a burning sensation behind her. She almost lost her balance and leaned directly against the wall. She was stunned and shy, and whispered in a panic. Yunu, what did I do wrong? Is the young prince angry? Yunu bumped Qiao Yi with her shoulder and said, think for yourself. Then he walked out quickly. Qiao Yi secretly rubbed the sore spot, her eyes were filled with confusion and fear, and then she turned around and ran behind Yunu. You slave, did I offend the young prince? I didn't feel it. Please tell me. In the boudoir, Lu Hongluan was standing at the window. She was more than 5 months pregnant, and her abdominal bulge was already obvious. Although she could walk without difficulty, Ningyu he was still watching over her dutifully. Seeing Su Buling coming over, Lu Hongluan's mature and beautiful eyes showed a little annoyance, and she said softly. Why are you beating Qiao Yi? Aren't you afraid that Xiang Er will deal with you? Su Buling smiled brightly, walked into the room, raised his hand to hold Lu Hongluan's arm, shook his head and said. This girl is so lawless and dares to sneak up on me. If all the maids in the house learn from her, why shouldn't Aunt Lu kick them all out? Really? Lu Hongluan leaned against Su Buling's side, touching her belly with one hand, and walked slowly outside with suspicious eyes. How can Qiao Yi have such courage and maintain her integrity until now? I'm afraid she'd be ruined by you in the palace. I don't believe it. You must have found an excuse to tease the maid. You can just hit her. How can you fight in a place like that? Ningyu he wore a white dress and helped carry Lu Hongluan's belongings. She has good martial arts skills and good eyesight. Her eyes were on Su Buling just now, but she saw everything in her eyes. At this time, she said softly. Just now it was clear that Yunu had done it, and the blame was placed on Qiao Yi. Your martial arts are so good, is it possible that you haven't noticed yet? Su Buling must have noticed it, but as the head of the family, he has to be touched by rain and dew. If Yunu touches him, he will return Yunu's touch, and Qiao Yi is hanging next to him. How can he be depressed? However, these words were definitely not easy to say openly. Su Buling smiled. Yeah, I didn't pay attention just now. Humph. Lu Hongluan didn't believe it at all, raised her hand and twisted Su Buling's waist, thought for a while and then said. Yu Inu and Qiao Yi are both very young, and they are not Daodu. They are only 14 or 15 years old, so there is no need to worry. Especially Qiao Yi, who has been serving me these days. When I have nothing to do, I will stand in front of your portrait with a bright look on my face. In the past, she turned her attention to Xiang Er's portrait. I even doubted that she could go up and kiss the portrait while I was away. They have been with me and Xiang for many years, and the maids in the palace have been out. If you want to return to your hometown and start a family at the age you want, I will pick an opportunity to make it happen. If you don't want to, I will find a good family for you, so I can't waste my whole life." When Ning Yuhi heard this, he glanced at Su Buring with a hint of joking. "Sister Hongluan still doesn't know what kind of temper you have? Don't even think about the women who got on the boat, even the female birds. We don't lack a pair of chopsticks." Lu Hongluan sighed quietly, hugged Su Buling's arm, shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Your child doesn't have a strong body. There are too many chopsticks. If you are not in good health, you won't be able to eat. Wouldn't it be a drag on this girl even more?" Su Buling frowned and spread his right hand slightly. "Aunt Lu, how could I not be able to do it? I am number one in the world, let alone now. I can easily add another boat," hissed Dash. "We're going to add another boat. You need to take care of a few maids first. Just like Xiao Yi and Yunu, they are no less ruthless than Yuhi." Ning Yuhi, who was snickering, was stunned. "Huh? Sister Hongluan, what you said is that I'm okay. Jeju is just like that. He's been trying his best to get into Su Buling's house all day long." In the side room, Jeju, who came out of the room with a medicine box in her arms, was immediately dissatisfied when she heard these words. "Smelly Taoist nun, don't pretend to be stoic in front of your family. Who in the house doesn't know what you do every time you disappear? At least I show up every time and never take advantage secretly." Zhongli Chuchu walked behind Jeju, her face turned red by these big words. She frowned and said, "Master, are you quite proud? What Sister Yuhi said is not a lie. Chuchu, why are you turning your elbows outward?" Seeing that there was going to be another quarrel, Su Buling quickly raised his hand. Okay, let's get on the boat first." It was just that Lu Hongluan was enjoying watching the excitement. Seeing that Su Buling wanted to start a fight, he casually said, "Ling you must know who is the most important and who is the most important. Drawing a conclusion will save Jeju and Yuhi from quarreling." Ning Yuhi and Zhongli Jeju stopped talking and looked over with inexplicable meaning. Su Buling didn't dare to say anything. If he said it, his sexual happiness would definitely be gone. He thought for a while with an embarrassed expression. "Well, they're all just so-so. I can't even use my full strength. I have to keep up my efforts. If you keep up your efforts, that smelly Taoist nun has sunk the boat. Do you still want her to make the world fall apart? Damn bitch, you're looking for a beating, right? Look, if you take action even if you can't argue, you feel guilty, right Hongluan?" Su Buletinling's scalp was numb. After thinking about it, he still didn't interrupt. He kept his eyes on his nose and his heart, acting like a shy young man who was not good at words. In the midst of the excitement, the family boarded the boat, set sail, and continued traveling to the south of the Yangtze River. Dongyu attacked the Xiao family, causing tens of thousands of people named Xiao in Huainan to become angry. On the day of Luzhu's defeat, the city defenses collapsed on their own. The Ziliang army had just arrived at Jinling, and Dongyu had no heavy troops to use, so it would be a matter of time before the city was broken. Huainan city had been recovered, and Su Buling allowed the baggage ships to set off first and follow the Ziliang army down the river. He took the Xiao family members into the Huaihe River by water and sent them back to Zaijiazhuang safely. The powerful man who came here this time brought only about 300 elite troops to the Eagle Tower. These people come from martial arts backgrounds and have good martial arts skills. Most of them have special skills. If they are incorporated into the army to fight, they are obviously overqualified and underused. Su Buling and Xiao Qi discussed it and simply classified these Jianghu people into the Wolf Guard to clean up small cottages in surrounding counties and counties that were inconvenient to use the military. After practicing with the army to find out their true character, they would then be used to assist the detectives. Department of Blood Transfusion. The Criminal Investigation Department was promoted by Song Ji. Although it was hated by people in the world, Su Buling never meant to abolish the Criminal Investigation Department. In fact, Su Buling will not change not only the Criminal Investigation Department, but also the decisions of the Song dynasty to reduce vassal status, taxing to lift the poor families, and increase the control of salt and iron. The predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade. In order to implement these decisions, Song Ji has already taken the blame. Even the throne and his wife and queen have been occupied by the traitors. If Su Buling does not follow the trend and further improve it and promote a high degree of centralization of power, it is not his head. There's water in it. Huainan is only 200 miles away from Luzhu in a straight line. Starting from Luzhu, we took a winding waterway, entered the Huaihe River and went down the river. It took 4 days to reach Huainan, and it was also the end of March. At noon, several ships docked one after another at Huainan Pier. On the pier, the Xiao family members have arrived in advance. Xiao Ting and others almost died in Luzhu city. They have survived the disaster. How can the relatives of the clan not be worried? Countless women, children, and children stood below the deck, welcoming them with tears in their eyes. Returned relatives. Xiao Qi and Xiao Xiang'er came up from the building boat and joined in to comfort everyone. Su Buletinling, an uncle with a foreign surname and a somewhat high status, could join in without any fuss, and would spoil the atmosphere of family reunions by being too patronizing, so he kept his distance with a few girls and walked behind. The escort of the Xiao family back home this time will not stop in Huainan. After returning the Xiao family to Zhuangzi, they will set off for Jinling. Aunt Lu is tired and has not disembarked from the boat. Yuhi and the others are with her, and there are only a few. The little girl followed. The market on the pier was quite lively. Manzi had been suffocating on the boat for a few days. When he got off the boat, he was like a wild horse running wild. He dragged Qingyi and the others to the market. Chu Chu was originally walking behind Yufu, but when she saw the scene around her, she seemed to have recalled something. She slowed down a bit and glanced back at Su Buling. Chu Chu and Xiang'er both like to wear red skirts. Xiang'er's style is more slim-fitting, with every stitch and stitch perfectly fitting, perfectly showing a graceful and charming figure. Chu Chu, on the other hand, had a hard time as a child and hated men's way of treating goods. With greedy eyes, the gauze red skirt is very loose, and it is impossible to tell how good her figure is unless she takes off her clothes. At this time, Chu Chu turned around, her red skirt moved with her body, vaguely showing the hidden curves of her figure. Under the support of her cat-eye-like green eyes, the charm of this look back and smile was truly heart-wrenching. Su Buling held the folding fan behind him and was doing nothing. When he saw this, his heart was shaken. He turned around and came to the market. He walked beside Chu Chu and raised his eyebrows. "We've only been separated for less than a quarter of an hour, and you already want to get married." Zhongli Chu Chu crossed his arms and acted indifferently. His eyes wandered around the dock market as if he didn't hear anything. Su Buling blinked his eyes, feeling a little confused. He moved closer and fanned Chu Chu with a fan. "What's wrong, wife?" Zhongli Chu Chu took a few steps, bumped Su Buling with his shoulder, and said slightly dissatisfied, "Does it feel comfortable to be ignored?" Su Buling was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it for a moment, he remembered that he left Suzhou and met Chu Chu again at this small market in Huainan. At that time, Chu Chu was holding the white camel and pretending to pick things at the market. When he passed by, she looked back and smiled like this, but he deliberately pretended not to see her and left without looking back. At that time, Xiao Qi had not yet entered the house, Aunt Lu was still an aunt, Xiang'er's mahogany sign had not yet been fully engraved, Jeju still wanted to accept him as his apprentice, Dabai had not yet transformed into a wild king, and Kuizioan and Xining were strangers in different parts of the world. It didn't take long, but when I returned to my hometown at this moment, I realized that I had experienced so many things, as if half a lifetime had passed. However, everyone who was there back then is still here, and people who were not here back then are also here, which makes it quite complete if you think about it carefully. Su Buling raised the corners of his mouth, covered up with his big sleeves, and secretly took a picture of Choo Choo's buttocks. Why are you bringing up old things again? Who made you so arrogant at that time, wanting to seduce me, and wanting me to take the initiative? Zhongli Chuchu twisted slightly and did not avoid Su Buling's big hand, so he ignored it and hummed softly. Didn't I take the initiative? For other women, you are gentle and considerate, and never resist. If someone dares to smile shyly at you, you can fight them back. But when you come to me, you have changed. We chased from Chang'an to Suzhou, then from the western regions to Jiangnan, and from Jiangnan to Yuzhou. We took off our clothes and danced twice. In the end, you and my master slept together, Su Buling shook his head. I didn't resist either, but if you test me to see if I'm a pervert, I have to pretend that I'm not, otherwise why would you pursue me so far? Zhongli took a deep breath. He could no longer sort out the messy things before. He walked with Su Buling on the street. After thinking about it, he said softly. Back then, I waited for many days here. When you came and saw me, you left without looking back. You don't know how uncomfortable I was at that time, and you stupidly followed the team to Zhaijiazhuang. Do it again, I will definitely turn around and leave. You will come after me anyway, so why should I suffer so much? Su Buling chuckled. They are not all the same. It's different. I'm from my daughter's family. I chased her backwards. Is it the same as you chasing me? Xining chased me from South Vietnam to northern Chi. It was done in one trip. I ran around Daewoo. Okay, sir, you know your mistake. If you meet a girl in the future, you'll chase her. I'll agree on the spot. You want to be beautiful, don't you want to lose your waist? Hee hee. While chatting, gradually reaching the end of the small market, Choo Choo stopped going to Zhaijiazhuang as a guest, stopped nagging her husband at the moment, and ran back to catch up with Manzi and the others. Su Buling watched Choo Choo leave, then turned and walked onto the road leading to Zhaijiazhuang. There are green fields on both sides of the road, and the Xiao family members who came to pick them up have already gone away. Su Buling walked quickly for a while, but before he could catch up with the team in front, when he was passing a fork in the road, he suddenly heard conversations coming from the stone pavilion beside the road. I am a cook who has long since retired from the world. Why do I want to be a hanger-on? Don't think that I don't know how you feel about peace of mind. You have a high status and I can't offend you, but you can't be so aggressive either. How can I feel at ease? I just want the girl to have a stable environment. Get out of your way. Oh, it's already here. This line is a bit familiar. Su Buring was stunned for a moment, and he turned around and saw Xiao Ting standing in the stone pavilion, blocking the way with open arms. In the pavilion was a young woman holding her daughter. At the intersection of the roads, Xiao Xiang hid behind a big tree and watched, rubbing his forehead with a look on his face that said, "This idiot is hopeless." Su Buling came to Xiao Xiang's side, raised his eyes and said doubtfully, "Baby, what is Xiao Ting doing?" Xiao Xiang didn't know what to say. She really couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and pulled Su Buling towards Zhaijiazhuang, saying angrily, "It's all your fault. What nonsense did you teach me?" Su Buling looked innocent, looked back twice, and then said blankly, "What did I teach?" Xiao Xiang was so angry at her stupid nephew that she raised her hand and pinched Su Buling's waist. "What else can you do? There are good girls everywhere in the world, but you prefer widows. Now it's better. Xiaoting is learned and talented, and he also likes that woman from the world, and he buys a big girl and gives a small girl as a gift. Su Buletinling spread his hands, baby, this is not what I taught you, the conscience of heaven and earth. Xiao Xiang'er didn't care about this and continued. I'm just trying to imitate you in bullying the widow, but I'm not imitating your skills. Just now he sneaked over and asked me, my aunt, to give him some advice. That woman is several years older than me. She came here to harm my nephew, and I didn't even think about it. I wish I could make Xiaoting stew while I give him an idea, Su Buling hadn't seen Xiang'er gnashing her teeth in anger at Xiaoting for a long time. He smiled softly and took Xiao Xiang'er's hand. Xiaoting has not always been like this. He is already the head of the family. You can't control him. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Xiang'er actually didn't want to care about Xiaoting. She just watched Xiaoting grow up and felt a little disappointed. She sighed and said, it's good that he knows that he is the head of the Xiao family. The dignified head of the Xiao family in Huainan likes a woman. He just goes over and asks her to come in. How dare a woman from the world refuse to agree? I ask Xiaoting to go over and say it directly. This idiot is holding back. After waiting for a long time, I asked him to come back as a guest. How could he agree? Su Buling was a little amused. You have to rely on yourself for this kind of thing, you can't help. Besides, that Jianghu woman is very skilled in martial arts. She will definitely be embarrassed to agree to it if she knows you are watching her. If she really wants to leave, just Xiaoting and the two can you stop it at once. Xiao Xiang'er thought about it and thought so. After looking back, he stopped talking nonsense about such a trivial matter and said instead, you are still very capable. When you saw me, a widowed queen mother, alone in the palace with no one to rely on, you dared to have evil thoughts on the spot. You came over to please me in every possible way. You got under my quilt before I got acquainted with it, and even secretly took away my belly band. I can't accept this color. Su Buling blushed, thinking of the time when he and Xiang'er just started, feeling quite nostalgic. Aren't I afraid that you might tell others? Taking your lotus and hidden carp is just for insurance, there is no other meaning. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Xiang'er bumped Su Buling lightly with her elbow, her eyes angry. We were hiding under the quilt for half an hour. You were stuck behind my back. What reaction did you think I couldn't feel? If there weren't secret guards outside looking for you, you would probably have done something to me on the spot. Su Buling must have had some evil thoughts at that time. He was not a saint. He lay there for so long holding a baby that looked like a fairy. It would be a problem if he didn't have evil thoughts. However, Su Buling disagreed with the following words and shook his head. I'm not that kind of person. I really had no choice at the time. If I really didn't care about anything, I wouldn't have gone through so many twists and turns in order to detoxify. Wouldn't I just go to the palace and deal with you and that would be the end of it? Xiao Xiang'er's eyes widened. If you really dare to do that, do you think you will succeed? Of course, baby is fierce. Su Buling laughed, took Xiao Xiang'er's hand, walked along the field, thought for a while and said. Speaking of which, we haven't played the unscrupulous prince bullying the loyal queen mother scene for a long time, do you want to? Xiao Xiang'er's expression moved slightly, and she glanced at Su Buling. She must have been aroused by her little thoughts. She coughed lightly and thought for a while. We have played it many times. You are excited, but I feel so. That coquettish queen mother bullies the loyal prince. You are loyal, every time I pick your chin, you pounce on it, and don't act according to the script at all. That domineering brother-in-law bullies his sister-in-law, or the domineering sister-in-law. You only know these, right? Can't you be flexible? Now Xiaoan has also entered the house, Ning has also entered the house, and there are queens and princesses. You can play the leader of the rebels, attack the imperial city, and then. Xiao Xiang'er blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Buling waved his folding fan, looked around a few times, and praised. You are still the best, let's go back to the ship and try it later. Humph, don't say I came up with a bad idea. Of course, what bad intentions can Bao Bao have? The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 854. They were still going south. After staying in Xiajiazhuang for a long time, Su Buling said goodbye to the Xiao family and left Xiajiazhuang with Xiao Qi and Xiang The ghost empress who was originally accompanying me didn't follow him anyway because she was coerced and coerced. Su Buling naturally didn't care about this. After returning to the building ship, he set sail with his team and rushed to Jinling 300 miles away. The trip to Jinling was smooth sailing, and it would take about 2 or 3 days to arrive. Su Buling was on the boat. In addition to accompanying Lu Hongluan to raise the fetus, he also did not forget Mr. Bao Bao's suggestion to have a role play at night. Su Buling plays his true character, incarnating the Master Su who led the Ziliang army into Chang'an and stayed overnight in the chaotic palace of the Dragon Bed. Xiao Xiang'er also appeared in her true colors, playing the role of Queen Mother Xiao, who has played the role many times before. She wore the Queen Mother's phoenix skirt, with her hands tied and leaning on the bedside, with a chaste look that said she was miserable, and there is no greater sorrow than heartbreak. Very accurate. Kui Zioan is a serious queen and cannot be absent. But Zioan is fair and tiger-like, and has basically no acting skills. She just wore a phoenix skirt and shouted twice, "You are so outrageous, please let me go," and then she turned her back on the guest. Chen Xining, who became the little Princess Daiyuo, was much more interesting. She was pulled over for no reason, and she was not happy about it. She struggled and struggled, but she played the poor princess who was forced to submit very captivatingly. There were originally 4 people performing in the boudoir, but the boat was so big, maybe the sound was too loud. Xiao Qi also ran over in the middle, and naturally participated in it, becoming the female prime minister who sacrificed her life to protect the harem. Then Jeju became a medical girl, Yu He became a Taoist nun from Kintian prison, King Yi Chu became a chivalrous girl who was caught killing thieves for her country, Man Zi turned into a female wolf guard who chased chivalrous girls, Nightingale became a female general who was coerced by her superiors, and even Yufu became the princess's concubine, coming to take the punishment for her students. The taste. It's hard to describe in one word. Su Buletinling was quite enthusiastic at first, but in the end he found that he, the rebel leader who caused trouble in the harem, suddenly turned into a poor scholar who was taken into the daughter's kingdom. Round after round, he really couldn't tell who was harming whom. After a play was performed, 2 or 3 days passed, and the building boat arrived outside Jinling city unknowingly. After Yang Zunyi arrived at Jinling, there was no fighting spirit in Jinling city. The defender had not yet resisted. After shelling the city wall, he quickly opened the city gate and let the Ziliang army enter the city. The battle was not intense, so that Jinling city did not seem to have changed much, except for a few dents made by artillery on the city wall. The main force of the Ziliang army has just recaptured Jinling and is currently stationed outside the city. After some repairs, it will continue to march along the march route. A war was about to start later, and Su Buling could no longer take Aunt Lu, who was pregnant, with the army. According to the plan, Aunt Lu was allowed to stay at her parents' home in Jinling city to raise the baby, accompanied by several older sisters. After he invaded Hangzhou and completely quelled the civil strife, he came back to wait for the baby. The building boat docked at the bank of the Qinhua River. The Jinling Lu clan came to greet them, and the maids also moved the objects on the building boat down. The girls, who had traveled a long distance, entered the high-walled courtyard of the Lu family a little awkwardly. Because they were in someone else's house, the girls, who had always been noisy, became much quieter. After settling in their respective rooms, they stayed in the house and did not go out. Su Buling, Lu Hongluan's mother and brother, sat in the living room for a while, and then together with Lu Hongluan, they returned to the courtyard where Lu Hongluan lived when he was a child. The sun was setting in the west, and in the courtyard of the deep house, the little girl of the Lu family who had not left the pavilion was walking in the alley. When she met Lu Hongluan, she would call her aunt, and Su Buling's title was changed to aunt. Lu Hongluan held her belly with her hands, her face a little confused, and she didn't dare to respond openly. She just lowered her head and walked behind Su Buling. Su Buling came to the courtyard and opened a small door. A delicately decorated embroidered building stood inside. The courtyard was clean. The osmanthus tree planted under the wall of the back alley felt a little bigger. The swing next to it was still the same as before. Appearance. To live here permanently, Yunu took her maids to move in various objects and put them into the embroidery building. Lu Hongluan came to the swing with burning eyes. Against the setting sun in early summer, her peach cheeks were slightly red, her eyes under her long eyelashes were slightly raised, and her charming profile was very moving. After looking at it for a while, she touched her belly with her hand, looked back at Su Buring, and said slightly childishly, "Ling I can't play on the swing now." Su Buling raised the corner of his mouth, walked to the swing frame, pulled Lu Hongluan over and sat on it, then held her ribs and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm here." There were still maids busy in the yard. After all, Lu Hongluan was about to become a mother. She was a little embarrassed. After a little push, she followed Su Buling and sat on the swing. She held the swing rope with both hands and tapped her embroidered shoes on the ground, shaking slightly. Down. Creak. The swing, which had not been moved for a long time, made a slight sound, and the hem of her skirt fell in the air, making the charming and mature waxen woman look even more girlish. Su Buling hugged Lu Hongluan from behind and said with a smile, "If you want to play, you have to hurry up. When you become a mother, you will be laughed at if you compete with the baby for the swing." When Lu Hongluan heard this, he lowered his head and looked at his belly, feeling a little dazed. "I remember the last time I was here, you asked me to be your concubine. I was not happy and said that I would be your wet nurse. Now it's good, I didn't get the concubine, so I have to nurse and be your mother." The words are a bit sour. Su Buling had long been accustomed to this tone. He hugged Lu Hongluan and shook his arms. He looked down his shoulders and looked at the skirt of his clothes, which was more spectacular than before. He raised his hand and dragged it. Didn't Aunt Lu want to be a wet nurse? She even said she had grown so big for nothing. Lu Hongluan recalled the nonsense she had said back then, and her face turned red as she nudged Su Buling with her elbow. "How dare you bring this up? You were talking nonsense to me, saying that I would get pregnant if I pressed more, and I believed you, but you, such a heartless person, took advantage of me for half a year." Su Buling looked around, and seeing that the maid wasn't paying attention, he said softly, "Why don't we try again now? She's already pregnant, maybe." Lu Hongluan wasn't the stupid aunt who didn't know anything back then. Since she got pregnant, she had actually asked Jeju in private about how to hold her baby and feed her, but the answer she got was not satisfactory. She turned back and glanced at Su Buling. "Don't bluff me. Jeju said that the baby will be born 2 or 3 days later. You just want to bully your aunt, let's talk about it later. I'll let you have enough." Su Buling's heart was moved, and he nodded and praised. "Aunt is still the best. Ling don't call me aunt all the time. It's 5 or 6 months old. Maybe he can hear us chatting. It's not good for the baby to hear it. Okay, listen to Aunt Lu." Lu Hongluan had no choice but to lean on Su Buling's arms, swaying slightly on the swing. After thinking for a while, she asked softly. Ling what's the baby's name? I've been thinking about this recently. Xiang said that a good name is enough. Let's call it Su Sanduo, which means a lot of family business, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of connections. Su Sanduo. Su Buling frowned, thinking that the name was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. He thought about it and shook his head. No, this is too rustic. If it's a girl, will she get married in the future? Lu Hongluan thought so too. She leaned on Su Buling's shoulder and raised her eyes. What should I call her? You are the father, you have to make the decision. I actually think Su Xian is pretty good. Su Xian is a grass python hero, which is not very good. How about Su Siluan? Lu Hongluan felt nauseous when she heard it. She frowned and glared at Su Buling. Don't try to get close to me. Why don't you call me Auntie Su Si? Well, see ye, it seems good, contented, and the meaning is good. Lu Hongluan blinked her eyes and really thought it was quite interesting, but after thinking about it, she said. Calling Si Yi, wouldn't it be Si Ning's generation? Su Buling shook his head and said earnestly. Auntie Lu calls Xiang aunt, and Si Ning calls Xiang aunt grandmother. They are of the same generation. Lu Hongluan slapped Su Buling in annoyance. Si Ning is the baby's aunt, what kind of messed up calculation is this? Are you really going to make a family tree in the backyard? Su Buling was just joking. He thought about it carefully and said. Then remove Si and call her Su Yi. It can be male or female. How about it? Su Yi, Aunt Su, Aunt Lu, what will you call her from now on? Calling Xiao Yi, a Yi, it seems wrong. In the quiet courtyard, the swing swayed slightly beside the Osmanthus tree. The beautiful woman in a dark green dress leaned on her husband's arms and softly muttered the name of the future baby. During pregnancy, Lu Hongluan leaned on Su Buling's arms, closed her eyes, and fell asleep peacefully halfway through the conversation. Su Buling leaned over and picked up Lu Hongluan horizontally and walked into the embroidery building that had been arranged. The room was the boudoir where Lu Hongluan lived in her childhood. The furnishings inside were arranged in the way she is used to now. The portraits of Su Buling and Xiao Xiang were still hung one above the other on the wall opposite the bed, and could be seen when one looked up. Su Buling laid Lu Hongluan flat on the pillow, gently took off the embroidered shoes, unfolded the spring quilt, and covered her. Looking down, Lu Hongluan lay quietly, breathing evenly, her eyelashes slightly moving, as if she was still thinking about the baby's name in her sleep. Su Buling half knelt beside her, stared at her seriously for a long time, then smiled with the corners of his mouth raised, leaned over and kissed Lu Hongluan on the forehead, then stood up and walked out. Just after taking a few steps, a soft voice came from the bed behind him. Ling come back soon, I really want to see you as a father. Su Buling paused and looked back, only to see that Lu Hongluan had woken up at some point, tilting her head to look at him, with 1,000 tenderness and attachment in her eyes. Don't worry, Aunt Lu, I'll be back soon. Su Buling smiled brightly, just like the first time he met Lu Hongluan in Chang'an City. After settling his family in Jinling, Su Buling returned to the Ziliang military camp and personally took charge to boost morale. After the Ziliang army and the government soldiers were repaired, they set out again and launched a general attack on the already dying Dongyu. Jinling is 600 miles away from Hangzhou, passing through Changzhou, Liangzi, Suzhou, and Jiaxing along the way. This is already the inner heart of Jiangnan, and it is also the last territory currently controlled by the Song family of Dayu. With the defeat of the Liaxi army, the disintegration of the rebel army led by Dainglu, and the defection of all the aristocratic families, Emperor Song Xiaoying of Dongyu was left with only more than 100,000 personal troops, including less than 30,000 elite soldiers. He had no money and no food, and was in a desperate situation. Normally, If the battle had reached this point, facing the Ziliang army with all the advantages of time, place, and people, he could have surrendered long ago. But this battle was not a rebellion or a small fight between two forces, but a change of ownership of the country under a new name. The Song family rose to prominence 60 years ago, sweeping across the 8 wastelands with 1 million-strong troops, bringing a peaceful and prosperous era to the world that had been through wars for a long time. This contribution to pacifying the world and the people cannot be erased. However, the Song family has only experienced 3 generations of emperors, and has not even come out of the recuperation of the chaos 60 years ago. The Song family has only enjoyed the treatment of royal relatives for 60 years, and the whole world has to be handed over to others. How can the Song family let it go? If Song Xiaoying surrendered, it would be impossible for the Song family to recover with the help of the puppet Emperor Songling in Chang'an City. This 1 acre and 3 points of land in Jiangnan is the last territory of the Song family, and it is also the last chance for the Song family to turn the tables. The Song family has ruled Dayo for 60 years, and there are no righteous men under their command who are loyal to the country. These people are all concentrated in this last bit of territory, vowing to live and die with the Song family. But under the torrent of the world's general trend, the isolated and helpless Dongyu, no matter how tragic and tenacious their resistance was, from the perspective of history books, it was just a little bit of courage that could be seen when a mantis arm tried to stop a chariot. On April 8, Su Buling led 70,000 Ziliang troops, 200,000 government soldiers, and 300 artillery pieces, and set out from Jinling to the city of Changzhou. Changzhou garrison, Biyang County Prince Song Weryui, led 1,000 personal soldiers and 20,000 government soldiers to defend the city to the death. After a night of bombardment, the walls of Changzhou turned into rubble, and all 20,000 government soldiers fled, and all personal soldiers died in battle. Only Biyang County Prince Song Weryui was left, with his brothers and sons blocking the north gate, and did not retreat a single step until his death. Afterwards, Su Buling buried him by the Zijing Lake. On April 23, the Ziliang army arrived in Liangzi. During the siege, Zhao Ziyi, the governor of Suzhou and the son-in-law of Songji, hid his weapons in a fishing boat and rushed 80 miles at night, detoured from Taihu Lake to the rear of the Ziliang army, and attacked the fleet transporting supplies and grain. At the cost of more than 2,000 deaths, he burned half of the grain transport ships and retreated before the main force of the Ziliang army returned, and also lifted the siege of Liangzi. This may be the biggest loss Su Buling has suffered since he led his troops to suppress the rebellion, and it is also the only victory that Dongyu has achieved its goal. The pace of the march was delayed for nearly half a month, until the grain transport ships came to help from Chu, and then they resumed the march. Zhao Ziyi delayed Dongyu for half a month, but that was all. After the Ziliang army broke through Liangzi in 1 day and arrived in Suzhou, Zhao Ziyi had no more strength left and held on for half a day. After Su Buling promised to save the lives of his wife and children, Zhao Ziyi bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Chang'an to show that he was worthy of Songji's promotion, but now that things have come to this, it is not a crime of war, but the situation is forced. Then he opened the city and surrendered. Zhao Ziyi was only 30 years old. He was a Jinchi in the 8th year of Zhaohong. He was the only son-in-law of Songji. When Su Buling attacked Chang'an, he fled with his family and went to Dongyu. However, due to the relationship between Zhao Ziyi and Songji as father-in-law and son-in-law, he was not valued by Song Xiaoying. When Song Xiaoying discovered the talent shown by Zhao Ziyi in the Taihu surprise attack, he could no longer give him a useful soldier. It is said that Song Xiaoying was still beating his chest and stamping his feet on Bama Mountain, saying, "If I had known that I had Zhao Ziyi in Dongyu, why did I let Qinjing, a broken-backed dog, guard the national gate to death?" Obviously, no one could answer Song Xiaoying's question, because there was no one in front of Song Xiaoying. Once Suzhou was broken, Jiaxing was within reach, and only 120 miles away from Hangzhou. At this time, the only ones who could still defend Jiaxing were the 30,000 personal troops under Song Xiaoying, who had been hiding for nearly a year. On May 20, Su Buling led an army of nearly 300,000 soldiers to the city of Jiaxing. The whole army went out and surrounded the city on all sides, preparing to fight a final battle and also to give Song a grand funeral. But what disappointed Su Buling was that every inch of land and every inch of blood was shed in front of him, and the diehards of the Song family relied on the only little soldiers and horses under their hands to exert their last remaining heat. When they arrived outside the city of Jiaxing, the 30,000 elite troops were about to fight to the death, but an imperial edict was sent from the city of Hangzhou 100 miles away. Song Xiaoying surrendered. This surrender directly turned the bloodiness shown in the previous battle into a joke. But what if he didn't surrender? If they don't surrender, the Song clan in Jiangnan will die. Even if Song Xiaoying has the courage to die for his country, the other two kings and thousands of Song clan members don't. If they don't surrender, they will die, and if they surrender, they will live a miserable life. What else can they choose? Thunderbolt. The sky is thundering, and the gods are crying. In early June, the drizzling rain curtain sprinkled on the Qiantang River in midsummer. The beautiful mountains and rivers lost their color under the black tide of soldiers. This heavy rain is like the last elegy sent by the heaven to the Daio Song clan. As long as the clouds are cleared and the sky clears, this world will change its name and completely cross into a new era. The warships loaded with Ziliang troops docked at the river one after another. The black armored soldiers with high morale walked towards the distant capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, which has been rooted in Jiangnan for thousands of years, in the pouring rain. Hangzhou City is located in the core of the Jiangnan water village. The corridors, terraces, and pavilions all have the gracefulness of a water village girl. The city wall is 36 feet high, but it has not seen war for many years. There are traces of time on the wall bricks, but there is no devastation left by the war. Above the city wall, the people of Hangzhou City stood full, holding umbrellas, looking at the black tide-like army. But this time, they were not tied up as human shields. Since the 2,000 heads of kings and generals were piled up outside Luzhu City, no one dared to do so again. The people of Hangzhou City stood here just to wait for the war that lasted for more than a year to end completely before their eyes. On the city gate tower, the imperial flag of Dongyu has been lowered, and it looks a little bleak. Outside the city gate, thousands of Song clan members, as well as the gentry elders and dignitaries born and raised in Hangzhou City, stood quietly in the pouring rain, silent and speechless, looking at the direction of the river. Song Xiaoying, the emperor of Dongyu, held a tray with the jade seal and dragon robe in his hand, and stood at the front with his head down. Song Dingan, the prince of Yu, and Song Zhengping, the prince of Chu, stood on the left and right, with mixed feelings in their eyes, but more of helplessness. Song Xiaoying also wanted to rather die with honor than live in disgrace, but at this moment, he found that he was not even qualified to die with honor. None of his many advisors advised him how to fight to the death, but tried every means to persuade him not to struggle in vain. If he did not surrender, it is very likely that before Su Buling came, many forces under his command would take his head and ask for credit in front of the Su family. The great Yu died in 4 generations, and it was only 60 years at most. The 3 kings are a little regretful now. If they had honestly let Songji reduce the fiefdom, they might have been an idle prince without military power and lived a few hundred years more richly. But there is no regret medicine in this world. With the imperial power in front of them, no one can have the awareness to cut off their own arm. Even if they do it again 100 times, the result will be the same. The heavy rain fell between the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River. The dark northwest iron cavalry slowly appeared outside the city of Hangzhou, shouting loudly, almost suppressing the thunder in the sky. Tiger! 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 In the center of thousands of troops, a luxurious carriage driven by 4 horses drove across the white stone road under the heavy rain and slowly came to the 3 kings and thousands of nobles. A large flag with the word Su was inserted on the carriage, and a pearl curtain was hung on the door, and only the outline of a white robe could be seen. The guilty minister, Song Xiaoying, pays homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Pay homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Outside the city of Hangzhou, a trembling voice sounded. Yang Zunyi carried a 10-foot-long spear, and his eyes were not on these vassal kings who were on the same level as the Su king. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Only those with strong troops and horses can be called kings. Those who bow down to the emperor are just small people who can be bullied by others and are not worthy of his attention. In the carriage, Su Buling did not speak, but just looked at the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan. Nightingale was dressed in black, with a sword hanging from her waist, standing outside the carriage, holding the imperial edict she had just written. The emperor decreed, Wei Wang Song Xiaoying, Yu Wang Song Dingen, and Chu Wang Song Zhangping ignored the disaster in Jiangnan, raised troops and established themselves in times of national crisis, causing chaos in the world, and their crimes are unforgivable. From now on, they will bring their families to Chang'an to face the emperor and apologize, and the private army in Jiangnan will be disbanded on the spot. The cold voice became the only sound under the heavy rain. The 3 kings and the Jiangnan clan stood with their heads bowed, and no one dared to raise any objections. Until Nightingale finished reading the imperial edict, Song Xiaoying bowed his head deeply. "Thank you, my emperor. Thank you, my emperor." There was still no response from the carriage. Su Buling raised his hand, and the carriage started again, passing by the 3 kings and entering the city of Hangzhou, which had already opened its gates. On the top of Hangzhou city, cheers rose everywhere, welcoming the arrival of the king's teacher and celebrating the end of the civil strife in Dayu. Of course, there were also scholars who were full of heaven, earth, king, parents, and teachers, with angry eyes, standing behind the crowd secretly heartbroken, but these 3 or 2 corrupt scholars, under the cheers of the crowd, could only show fragility and powerlessness. Rustle. The heavy rain fell on the carriage, and the small bridge and flowing water on the street came into view. Su Buling leaned against the soft couch, holding a white jade cup in his hand. His mind only stayed on the achievement of unifying Dayu for a while, then he jumped over and looked at some ragged refugees on the street. Nightingale, take people to confiscate the Wang family in Hangzhou. The private property of the 3 kings in the east does not need to be sent to Chang'an. Leave it to provide disaster relief to the people. Okay, sir, if the family is confiscated, what should we do with the people? The men will be sent to the army to fight in the north, and the women will be sent to Xiaoting's mansion to be maids. The superiors have the law of the land, and since Xiaoting has spoken, he can't let people think it's a joke. Do you want me to pick 2 good-looking ones and keep them for you? Su Buling's stern expression was stunned, and then he said helplessly, I am raped by Bao Bao and the others every day. I don't know if I can live past 40. Do you want me to ascend to heaven earlier? Nightingale turned around with a serious look. Sir, you are the best in the world. It's only been a short time. Why are you afraid? Su Buling frowned, a little dissatisfied. You are getting more and more unruly, why should I be afraid? I just don't want Bao Bao and the others to be jealous. Men should learn to control their desires and not be driven by sex, get tired of the old and fall in love with the new, and neglect the people around them. Really? Nightingale blinked her big eyes, ran in from outside the carriage, sat next to Su Buling, and raised her hand to untie Su Buling's belt. Su Buling was a little confused and grabbed Nightingale's messy hand. What are you doing? Nightingale knelt in front of Su Buling, her face full of spirit and seriousness. Young master, you don't have to restrain your desires. As a maid, my duty is to satisfy the master when he is unsatisfied. This is what I should do. Su Buling's expression was slightly stiff. That's not what I meant. I meant, hey, you guys can just kill me. Hee, if young master is afraid, forget it. What am I afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? A dozen girls took turns with me, and young master didn't frown. Would he be afraid of a little girl like you? Hee. The carriage slowly drove through the street, with small bridges and flowing water, white walls and green tiles on the side of the street. The people stood on the balcony to rest, watching the most powerful man in the world slowly drive to the foot of Bama Mountain. Although Su Buling was lying on the couch, looking out with despair, no one could see his appearance because of the beaded curtain. Every family has its own problems, and men always have to shoulder everything alone. Su Buling raised his hand and touched Nightingale's head, sighing secretly. The feeling was not something that could be told to outsiders. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 855. It rained heavily and mist spread over the river. Tens of thousands of Ziliang troops were stationed outside Hangzhou. After the civil war, rewards were given based on merit, and there was a lively atmosphere both inside and outside the city. Tu Qinchu and Yuzhulu had already led their army northward to conquer northern Qi, which had fallen into civil strife. After Su Buling accepted the surrender, he met with the squires of the Jiangnan clan in Bama village. After 2 days of busy work, the transfer of power was completed, the city became stable, and the building ship also arrived at the port. Lu Hongluan was raising her baby at her mother's house in Jinling City, while Xiao Xiang'er and a few older sisters stayed behind. On the boat, Xiao Qi and a group of little girls went down with the army to help with logistics and military affairs. At noon, Su Buling drove a carriage to the shore. After waiting for a while in the rain, the boat docked. The liveliest man Zi ran down from it and said with a smile, "Ms. Sir, have my mother and the others arrived? Why didn't they come? The Dainglu tribe has been marching with the Ziliang army these days, pulling out nails in surrounding counties, and Li Hanzhong and Zulu are naturally among them." Su Buring walked to the pedal, hugged Man Zi with one hand, picked it up and spun it around. "The war is over. My father-in-law and the others are celebrating in the city with the wise people in the world. They can only meet in the evening." Zhu Manzi was very excited when she heard this. She was the daughter of a contemporary swordsman. Now that the war was over, how could she not follow her father to the limelight on such a grand occasion where people in the world were celebrating their victory? She quickly turned around and said, "Old Chen, let's go. Benzi will take you to see the world." Chen Xining was walking behind Manji and saw Su Buling. He didn't look very close. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the last incident of playing the role of a princess in distress. She lowered her head and wanted to leave with Manji without even saying hello. Su Buling was naturally a little unhappy when he saw this. He raised his arms and put his arms around Chen Xining's waist, and also picked him up and spun around. "Your Highness, why don't you even call me husband?" When Chen Xining heard Her Royal Highness, she recalled Su Buling's domineering appearance as a rebel leader. She felt as if she was about to be raped. She twisted her body slightly. "Ms. Sir, are you satisfied? So perfunctory." Su Buling narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his cheek again, and gestured for a kiss before letting go. Chen Xining was a little hesitant before being so open in public, but before she could make a move, Xiao Manzi couldn't run away. She stood on tiptoes and said to Su Buletinling with a smile on her face, "Ms. Sir, please don't embarrass Xining. I'll take the punishment for her." Chen Xining blinked her eyes, but she hesitated to speak, and then she thought about it and let it go. Su Buletinling smiled secretly in his heart, let go of Chen Xining, and turned to look at the deck. Zhu Manzi pulled Chen Xining and asked, "Xiaoning, Chu, are you going?" Ning Qingyi, wearing a fairy-like white dress, stood on the deck and hesitated for a moment, shaking her head. I'm not going. Zhongli Chuchu stood in front of him, knowing that the Jianghu people were celebrating and Li Hanzhong might be present. King Yi didn't want to go there and meet him, so he said with a smile. I'll accompany King Yi, you go ahead. Just tell us again tonight. Zhu Manzi knew what King Yi was thinking, so he stopped insisting and turned to look at the room above the ship. Afu, do you want to go for a walk together? From the study window on the second floor of the building, Song Yufu poked her head out holding a large stack of account books and said crisply. The ship carrying the baggage has just arrived and needs to be handed over to the military camp. Sister Kikai and I will go back at night. You can go and have fun. During the marching and fighting days, Xiao Qi and Song Yufu were the hardest working people on the ship. They had been stuck in piles of documents for several months and had very little time to go out for a walk. Su Buling felt a little distressed, raised his hand and said. The battle is over, what else are you looking at? Come down and do it tomorrow. Xiao Qi was sitting at the window. She turned her head when she heard this, with a hint of joking in her almond-shaped eyes. After the war is over, don't the soldiers also have to eat and pay, and they are not allowed to rebel if they are not doing anything? Go play with your little wife, and don't disturb Yufu and I from doing business. Su Buling chuckled, then I'll come to pick you up later. Zhu Manzi has a very high emotional intelligence, and at this time he also added. Sister Kikai and Afu have worked hard. Let my husband take care of you tonight. Whoever dares to snatch the branches will be punished. As soon as these words came out, several little girls had strange expressions. After all, Xiao Qi is a eldest sister. How could she be teased by Xiao Manzi? She raised her slender eyebrows when she heard this and said with a smile. After finally finishing the battle, we must celebrate. You can all come over tonight. Come all over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Nightingale 7. Su Buletinling's smiling expression suddenly froze. From the window of the study room on the second floor, Daodu, who was holding a large pile of files, also poked his head out of the window and said shyly. Miss, should I go there too? I'm so embarrassed. 8. Su Buletinling's stiff expression turned pale again. After a while, go to the streets of Bama village. Su Buletinling sat in the carriage and took Chu Chu and Qingye back to Baima to settle down. He was still thinking about the tough battle in the evening. Ning Qingye and Zhongli Chuchu were sitting by the car window, chatting about the interesting things that happened on the ship these days. Not long after the carriage left and passed the gate of Hangzhou City, Ning Qingye suddenly raised his eyes to the street and said in surprise. Chu Chu, is that your camel? Zhongli Chuchu was startled when he heard this, and then became pleasantly surprised. He quickly went to the car window to check. Where is it? Is this my camel? Why is it so fat? When Su Buling surrendered in the morning, he had actually seen Zhang Boyan, the former governor of Yuzhou, but the occasion was too big to ask about the camel. He didn't expect this guy to come over on his own. Su Buling came close to the car window. Before he could take a closer look, a sound came from the street. His Royal Highness, the two ladies, Zhang Boyan, who holds a humble position, had the honor to meet His Royal Highness in Yuzhou before. On the street, Zhang Boyan, who had taken off his official robe and was only wearing cloth clothes, was holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand, covering the head of the white camel, with a look of sincerity and fear on his face. And Chu Chu's white camel is a bit bigger than before, and its originally slightly yellow hair has turned into snow-white color. I don't know what kind of maintenance was used. There are not even mud spots on the four hooves, and it is quiet. Standing on the street, his hump was covered with silk. The fabric looked more expensive than Zhang Boyan's robe, and he looked pampered. Su Buling was a little funny when he saw this scene. A high-ranking official in a feudal state, no matter how miserable he is, must be acting, but Zhang Boyan himself is not a mediocre person. He was only dismissed because the Liaxi army abandoned Yuzhu and went to the four eastern kings, coerced to the south of the Yangtze River. He lifted the curtain and took a look, then waved his hand gently and said, "Master Zhang is interested. Just send the camels to Bama village, then follow the army northward and resume his duties in Yuzhu." "Oh! Thank you for your humble position, Your Highness." Zhang Boyan was about to cry. He secretly thought that he had fed ginseng for so long in vain. He quickly bowed and pulled the white camel. "Little ancestor, let's go." White Camel still recognized Choo Choo, stood there and snorted twice, and then left leisurely after getting Choo Choo's permission. Choo Choo felt embarrassed when she saw this scene. "Yi Yi, Zui Fengma, and the two little snakes all followed my father-in-law and conquered the world, and that's how they got their current treatment. I, a camel, have done nothing. Raise a camel for 1,000 days, eat a camel for a while. No, no. Hee hee." Chatting along the way, the carriage passed through the streets of Hangzhou and gradually came to the foot of Bama Mountain. Bama Mountain is on the southwest side of West Lake, near the 18 bends of Juxi River. It was originally the summer resort of King Wu, and was temporarily transformed into Dongyu Imperial City. For a short period of time, most of the buildings are still the same, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. Zhongli Chuchu and Neng Qingyi got off the carriage and originally planned to go see the white camels together. But as soon as they walked to the gate of the villa, they saw Li Hansheng leading the Dainglu people out of the villa. They should be Gang and Ziliang. The general handed over the affairs. Neng Qingyi raised her eyes and saw Li Hansheng. Her expression froze slightly, but she lowered her head in an instant, pulled Choo Choo and walked quickly to the side door. Li Hansheng also paused for a moment, his expression changed slightly, but he didn't show anything strange, and he continued to walk out with his men. Seeing this, Su Buletinling couldn't help but shook his head secretly. A few days ago, King Yi often went to Zulu to learn swordsmanship. However, ever since that day when he and King Yi were on the roof and saw Li Hansheng casually use a shaking mountain, King Yi was shocked and never went to Zulu again. Where to learn swordsmanship, father and daughter have never met. Su Buling looked at King Yi, who was leaving in a detour, thought for a moment, and did not follow. Instead, he stood at the door, waiting for Li Hansheng to come over. Li Hanshen's face was as gloomy as ever. He slowly came closer with an umbrella, raised his hand slightly to let his subordinates leave, and then said softly, "His Royal Highness. Father-in-law, there is no need to be polite." Su Buling still called Li Hansheng father-in-law in private. After all, the relationship this time was real. But Li Hansheng didn't mean to appreciate it and shook his head. "If you don't mind, just call me uncle." He said this probably because he was afraid that King Yi might hear it and mind him. Su Buling sighed secretly, but he didn't care about the title. He turned around and walked towards the stone path in the mountain, and asked with a smile, "The domestic war is over, what plans does uncle have?" Li Hansheng talked less and didn't really want to talk to others about personal matters. But when Su Buling asked, he still thought about it, walked beside Su Buling, shook his head and said, "The four kings in the east have been destroyed. The young emperor Songling is as good as fish in the palm of his hand. The Daosong family is finished, and there is nothing much for me to do. Although the thousands of tribesmen in Daying Tower are all rough and treacherous, most of them were forced into Luko by blood feud. Cao, if you give them a chance to join the Wolf Guard and change their minds, they will work for you. Chen Chong is good at fighting. I have asked him to follow General Tu Kin Chu to march north to attack Qi. Zulu has injured his arm, so it is not convenient for him to use force again. Let the couple stay behind." Su Buling listened carefully, and after a moment, he said with a smile, "What are your uncle's plans?" Li Hansheng fell silent again. Obviously, this question was not easy to answer. After he embarked on this road, he had regarded himself as a dead person and never thought about where he would go after the incident. Li Hansheng looked at the rain curtain outside the edge of the umbrella, thought for a long time, and then said calmly, "Once you have entered the world of martial arts, there is no turning back. There will never be a day when revenge is avenged, nor a day when kindness is repaid, so there is a saying of retreating to the mountains and forests. Retiring to the mountains and forests does not mean that you have seen everything, but that you are tired and want to find some peace and quiet. I will go to Fenglingdu, visit the gate of hell, and then return to Shu to guard the grave of your mother-in-law. I was unable to accompany her before, and this is the only thing I will do for the rest of my life." Purpose. Su Buling turned around. "What about King Yi?" Li Hansheng's eyes moved and he slowly shook his head. "Each generation passes, and that's something you should think about." Su Buling sighed secretly and said nothing more. He just accompanied his father-in-law and walked on the path, gradually walked out of Bama Mountain and came to the nearby West Lake. Li Hansheng looked at the misty rain all over the lake, thought about it, and suddenly said, 10 years of life and death, I can't forget it without thinking about it. 1,000 miles away, there is no place to talk about the desolation. Even if we meet, we should not recognize each other, with dust on our faces and frost on our temples. Last night, I suddenly returned to my hometown in a dream, and I was dressing up in the small window. We looked at each other without words, but tears flowed down our cheeks. I guess the place where my heart breaks every year is the short pine hill on a moonlit night. I will never be able to write such a poem in my life." Su Buling was a little embarrassed. "I can't write it either, I copied it." Li Hansheng shook his head. "I mean, men are afraid of choosing the wrong profession and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. If I don't have this talent, I shouldn't have studied too hard back then, and I had to go into a dead end. In the end, I encountered both. It's my fault. King Yi hates me all his life, and it's what I deserve." Su Buling sighed, knowing that this was the truth. Li Hansheng did choose the wrong profession. If he had practiced martial arts from the beginning, why would it be like this? Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. Li Hansheng said a few words from his heart, and then he stopped talking, just walking along the lake embankment in a trance. The West Lake was hazy with mist and rain, and there were more tourists on the lakeside, most of whom were gentry clans who returned with the Ziliang army, and they were having a banquet on the West Lake boat to celebrate the court's recovery of Jiangnan. Su Buling accompanied Li Hansheng to stroll along the lakeside, secretly thinking about the words of persuasion. When he came to the observation deck, a faint voice of King Ji suddenly came from the rain curtain. "Calculate good and bad luck, calculate misfortune and blessing. This is..." Su Buling paused, his thoughts came back to his mind in an instant, and he looked at the source of the sound with a little doubt. The observation building is a 3-story building, and laughter and the sound of stringed instruments echoed in the building. The window was hazy with mist and rain. On the steps under the eaves, a little girl in a skirt set up a small table, holding her chin with both hands, looking around with some boredom. In the blink of an eye, after not seeing her for nearly half a year, the little girl has grown up a bit, both in height and chest circumference, but at this moment, appearing here, it is obviously a bit too abrupt. Li Hansheng obviously noticed this little girl, frowned and thought. "I saw this little girl once in Kaiyufeng town in northern Qi, her identity is not simple." Su Buling frowned, looked around a few times, and after making sure there was no ambush around, he whispered. "Zhou Qingkai's apprentice, old acquaintance, I'll go over and take a look." Li Hansheng nodded, without saying a word, holding up an oil paper umbrella, his figure disappeared into the willow forest, waiting for an opportunity to move. "Calculate good and bad luck, calculate misfortune and fortune." Under the eaves of the viewing tower, Xiao Dehua supported her chin with both hands, shouting a little bored. She was too young and not a Taoist priest, so there were no customers. But Xiao Dehua didn't care about this. She sat here not to earn some money for candied haws, but simply to wait for someone. The Ziliang army entered Hangzhou, and Su Buling entered the city 2 days ago. Xiao Dehua wanted to go directly to find him, but there were too many people coming in and out of Bema village, and it was so crowded inside and outside that it was difficult to sneak in. Moreover, it felt a bit too direct for a daughter to take the initiative to go to the door, which was a bit embarrassing. Xiao Dehua didn't know why she was embarrassed, but she thought that accidentally encountering was more appropriate. Xiao Dehua knew that Su Buling had settled in Bema Mountain, which was near the West Lake. When he came to the West Lake, why didn't he come to visit? So she set up the fortune-telling stall here. As long as she came out of Bema Mountain, she would definitely pass by the viewing platform, so she could meet him. Xiao Dehua looked at the rain curtain outside the eaves, a little absent-minded, maybe too bored, and took out the small purse from her waist. The purse contained silver ingots with vague tooth marks on them, which were bitten when she was a child. Next to the silver ingot, there was a jade pendant with the words good luck and good fortune engraved on it. She asked for it in the temple when she ran to find Lifeng Pagoda. It was said that it could bless people to be safe and sound. On the back of the jade pendant, a small peach blossom was carved with a knife. This was her own handwriting. It was carved very beautifully and took several days of effort. Xiao Dehua touched the engraving on the jade pendant, thinking of the scene when Su Buling received it, secretly raised the corners of her mouth and smiled, put away the purse, looked at the rain curtain again, and shouted. Calculate good and bad luck, calculate misfortune and fortune. Before she finished shouting, Xiao Dehua suddenly found that her eyes were dark and she was blindfolded. Silently, without any footsteps, Xiao Dehua, who was good at martial arts, was really scared. However, Xiao Dehua reacted immediately, sat up straight, and said in surprise. Big brother, is that you? Su Buling had been standing behind him for a long time. Hearing this, he let go of his hand, sat down opposite the small table, and said with a smile. Xiao Dehua, did you know I would come? After the initial surprise, Xiao Dehua's cheeks flushed again, and she said shyly. My master and I were strolling in Jiangnan. I learned that Big Brother was fighting in Jiangnan these days and would soon arrive in Hangzhou. I thought of setting up a stall here to see if we were destined to meet. I didn't expect to meet him. Is your master here too? Su Buling looked around again, but there was nothing unusual except the mist and rain all over the lake. Little Dehua giggled, brother, don't worry, the master has left the court and has nothing to do. He is here to enjoy the sights. If you ask me to bring it to the master, I will bring it to him. The master is considering it. If you want to see him, you can go to Shillong Mountain to find him. Su Buring was slightly surprised. After looking down at the mace at his waist, he stood up without asking any more questions. Let's go and see your master. Little Peach Blossom nodded, stood up, and put away the lottery tube on the table. I miss Sister Manzi and Sister Xining a little bit. Are they coming here too? Not long after we arrived, we can see them at night. Su Buling raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, opened the oil paper umbrella, and covered the head of Xiao Dehua. Xiao Dehua also carried an umbrella, but she didn't open it when she saw the situation, and hid under Su Buling's umbrella. The long embankment on the lake was shrouded in mist and rain, and there was no outsider in sight. Little Dehua walked beside her. She felt a little embarrassed after not seeing each other for several months. She kept recalling the scene where she was touched naked by Su Buling. After walking a little further, she noticed that Su Buling was frowning and thinking about something, so she took the initiative to ask for it. Topic. Brother, what are you thinking about? About the war. Su Buling shook his head and smiled, raised his hand to take Xiao Dehua's hand, and walked along the long embankment. I'm thinking about your master. Your master is a great man of his generation, and I admire him very much. Little Dehua's hand was held by a big hand, her face turned red, but she didn't struggle. She just focused her eyes on the scenery of the lake and said seriously. Yes, master is a man with great ambitions. He said that you fought in the past so that you don't have to fight in the future. As long as the world is peaceful, it will be the same no matter who becomes the emperor. As long as the people of the world don't have to suffer from war, it will be fine. Su Buling held his little hand and shook it. That's the truth, but the only one who can really see this is the bad old Manuelushan who stays out of the matter. Who among the people who really stay on the chessboard can be willing to admit defeat? I neither can be done. Little Dehua seemed to understand, and thought for a moment, Master has always taught me this. I don't want you to fight anymore anyway. Chang'an City is so beautiful. If there is no war in the future, Master will continue to be an official in the court, and my eldest brother will be here. I can be the emperor in the palace. As for me, I can discuss with my elder brother when I am bored. When I am bored, I can hang out in the city with Sister Manzi. During the holidays, the whole family can sit together and have dinner, just like when I was a child. It's the same as Mom, Dad, and Uncle Wu sitting together, but it's so lively, and there's still New Year's money. Little Peach Blossom's eyes were full of longing, obviously yearning for such a day. Su Buling held her little hand tightly. In fact, she longed for such a day, but she knew in her heart that it would be difficult. Xiao Dehua was born in Dayou and educated in northern Qi. She traveled between the two countries and saw the beautiful sides of both sides. In Xiao Dehua's eyes, Dayou and Baiki are one family, and they are originally members of the same clan. The war between the two countries, in Xiao Dehua's opinion, was just a quarrel between her father's and uncle's generation. Although they fought each other, they were all very kind to her. She hopes that one day she can stop fighting and sit down as a family to continue eating happily. But the conflicts between countries are not like the conflicts between brothers in the same family. Even if we can sit down and have dinner together again, the fact of winner and loser cannot be erased. If you want to be happy from the bottom of your heart, you can only it could be the next generation. Su Buletinling thought for a moment and finally curled up his lips. Okay, I'll go and persuade your master. Xiao Dehua's eyebrows were curved, and she glanced at Su Buling. She held the small jade pendant in her hand, but after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't have the nerve to take it out. Little Dehua put the jade pendant back into her sleeve, then raised her hand and pointed to a hill by the lake. By the way, Big Brother said there was a Lifeng pagoda somewhere, but I ran over and took a look, and there wasn't one there at all, and there was no white snake down there. Su Buling raised his eyes and looked up. It's okay, I'll just have someone build a Lifeng pagoda tomorrow. Okay, then press Sister Shi Ning's little white snake down. That's not okay, that is your Sister Shi Ning's lifeblood. I'm just telling you, Light paper umbrellas, misty rain continues. The shoulder-high girl held the young man's hand and walked along the lakeside. Although the girl is still young and doesn't understand what love is, if possible, she hopes that today's rain will never stop and the road under her feet will never stop. She can walk slowly like this until forever. Li Hans Hung. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 856. Thunderbolt. Thunderclouds flashed in the sky, and the earth trembled with the roar. Su Buring held an oil paper umbrella and walked slowly through the octagonal archway built by the previous dynasty, scanning the buildings at the foot of Shillong Mountain. Xiao Dehua took Su Buling's hand and hid under the oil paper umbrella, still whispering. When I get to Chang'an City, I will take my mother over, and then I will work as an apprentice in an old wine shop. Su Buling curled his lips. Why? Because the wine there is delicious. Dad and Uncle Wu like to drink it, my eldest brother likes to drink it, and Master also likes to drink it. After drinking it in Chang'an City last time, Master didn't even touch Mobei's kumis. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to drink every day? Little Dehua raised her cheeks and smiled, revealing two sweet dimples. She put her hands on her waist and touched the silver ingot. I've paid for the drinks a long time ago, I'm just afraid that my eldest brother won't come. Duaniasheo, you can't quit drinking it, how could you not come back? Su Buling spoke softly, pulling Little Peach Blossom into the sparsely populated mountainside market. Shillong Mountain is a place where people in Hangzhou go to escape the summer heat and have an outing. There have been heavy rains for days and there are no tourists on the mountain. The war had just subsided, and the shops in the market had not yet opened. The long street was flat, with only tens of thousands of raindrops falling from the sky. On both sides of the street, rain curtains hang from the eaves and green tiles, and the white stone steps stand quietly in the rain. The scenery is solemn and elegant. Su Buling took Xiao Dehua and walked a short distance down the street, then his eyes narrowed slightly. Under the big archway across the long street, Zhou Qingkaiu is dressed in a scholar's robe, with a jade crown on his head, a black paper umbrella in his left hand, and his right hand behind his back. Pine, standing between heaven and earth. Master. Little Dehua saw a figure in the distance and hurriedly waved under the umbrella. Su Buletinling walked towards the big archway unhurriedly. Zhou Qingkaiu looked calm, with a smile, like a kind elder, and said from afar. Prince Su, it's been a long time. Su Buletinling stepped through the heel rainwater on the street and came to the big archway, 10 steps away. Yes, it's been a long time. Mr. Zhou came all the way. Instead of visiting directly, he came to Shillong Mountain to stay. Could it be that I'm worried that I've neglected you because of past events? The rain scene in the mountains is very nice, just come and take a look. Zhou Qiaoqian whispered a polite word, then turned to look at the little peach blossom standing under Su Buling's umbrella. On the left, you go back to Bama village first and play with your sister Manzi. I will talk to Prince Su about some serious matters. Little Dehua finally came over, a little unhappy, but she also knew not to interfere with the adults' business, so she thought for a moment. Master, big brother, when will you come back? Su Buling smiled, when your master wants to go back, I will accompany him back. Zhou Qingkaiu chuckled, yes, if the conversation is not fruitful, I will leave first. You and Prince Su will continue to stay in Jiangnan. Ah. Xiao Dehua blinked her eyes, a little hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Then you must have a good chat. I will go back to find Sister Shi Ning to make snail noodles. Don't come back late. Zhou Qingkaiu nodded slightly. Su Buling raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Dehua's head without saying anything. I'm leaving first. Little Dehua felt a little uneasy for some reason. After glancing at her closest master and elder brother, she turned back towards the way she came from, until she disappeared at the end of the street. Thunderbolt. The lightning flashed across the sea of clouds, illuminating the slightly dim and pale land and buildings. Two men in long robes, holding oil paper umbrellas, stood inside and outside the big archway. They also held cold iron maces, one hung on the waist and the other was slung behind him. The faint smile on Su Buling's face gradually faded as Xiao Peach Blossom left, and his cold eyes looked at Zhou Qingkaiu opposite. Mr. Zhou, those who are stubborn will probably not end well. I followed Xiao Dehua here because of my friendship with her, so I came here to persuade you. The war has hurt thousands of people, and it will finally subside. I don't want to hurt you again. The people around me. Zhou Qingkaiu's fingers gently rubbed the iron mace wrapped in black cloth, his body remained motionless, and he said calmly. You shouldn't have come here. A gentleman shouldn't stand under a dangerous wall. If he achieves great things, he shouldn't put himself in danger because of the love between his children. Su Buling raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, slightly spreading his left hand. No matter what I want to do, the King of Heaven and I can't stop me. I also ask Mr. Zhou not to overestimate our capabilities and hurt our friendship. As long as Mr. Zhou follows me back to Bama village, those who will be ranked among the 3 nobles and 9 ministers in the future will definitely have Mr. Zhou name. Zhou Qingkai shook his head. The world has been settled. There is no big difference whether I am in the court or not. Su Buling frowned slightly. Sir, since you are a sensible person, what do you want to do by arranging this battle to invite you to enter the urn? Zhou Qingkai smiled softly and looked at Su Buling with burning eyes. There can only be one person who is destined to die. I have been planning in Mobei for decades, but I ended up here because of crimes other than war. I cannot afford to lose and I am not convinced. Su Buling sighed softly, and he understood that if his opponent suddenly took out an aircraft cannon to reduce the dimensionality of the attack, he would not be convinced. The situation has come to this, and the unification of the world has become a general trend. No matter whether you can afford to lose or not, sir, you can't change the general trend. What's the point of struggling in vain or dying for your country? No matter how perfect the situation is, there will always be flaws. Even if you are favored by heaven and popular, and there is no force that can compete with you, there is still a flaw, and it is a fatal flaw. Su Buling nodded. I would like to hear more details. Zhou Qingkai stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. In the current situation, no one can compete with the Su family, but the Su family has been a single-line family since the Su Wangsu Lai for 3 generations, and there are no collateral sons, not even distant brothers. I want to restore the Zhang family, and the only way to break the situation is to take your life. As long as you die, the Su Wang will have no descendants, and the forces under the Su family will collapse on their own. Even if the Su Wang remarries, 20 years is enough for the Zhang family to reorganize. Su Buling spread his hands and interrupted Zhou Qingkai's words. Sir, you are too whimsical. If I dare to come, no one can stop me. Besides, regardless of whether I can take my life, even if I kill you today, if I die here, things will not develop in the direction you want. First of all, my Su family has not rebelled, and we are still the ministers of Daewoo. If I die and Prince Su has no descendants, the noble families under my command, including my father, will assist the young Emperor Songling and continue to promote the unification of the world. Later, if my father has descendants, then the Yu Suzhen will naturally take back the imperial power. If my father really has no descendants, the imperial power will be returned to Songling to avoid the re-emergence of war and the disintegration of the world. My lineage of Prince Su can also leave the eternal reputation of a family of loyal heroes. If you kill me today, there is still my father. If you kill my father, there is still Songling. If you kill Songling, there are still the 3 kings of the east and countless Song clan members. This is the general trend of the world. Whether you and I are willing or not, the general trend will push a leader out, and this person will never be the Zhang family. After the words fell, both sides fell silent. Zhou Qingkai held an oil paper umbrella, the rain slid down the ribs, and his deep eyes looked at Su Buling seriously. After a long silence, Zhou Qingkai shook his head and smiled. His smile was helpless. At least, if someone else takes power in Daewoo, it will be easier for you to deal with. If you can't win the game, just change to a weaker opponent. It's a shameless way to play. Su Buling sighed softly, knowing that he couldn't make it through today. He put his hand on the iron mace at his waist. Mr. Zhou often told Xiao Dehua that he wanted to bring peace to the world, so I respect you. Now, Mr. Zhou is obstructing me from pacifying the world for his own desire to win. What consequences will it have? Do you understand? Zhou Qingkai nodded. This war will continue for another 10 years, until all lives are lost and corpses float for thousands of miles. Since you know, why do you want to die? I have practiced martial arts all my life, how can I surrender without fighting? I can't suppress this anger in my heart. Zhou Qingkai took out the iron mace and pointed it at the ground. Rainwater slid down the iron mace and dripped onto the bluestone tiles on the ground. And with this action, two figures wearing bamboo hats appeared above the houses on the left and right of the long street. Holding a green blade longsword in one hand, with a serious expression, it was Yan Huilin, the sword fairy of northern Qi. He carried an octagonal copper hammer on one shoulder, wearing a monk's robe, with a crazy and bloodthirsty smile on his face. Master Kuashi, why do you need to talk so much nonsense with him? I will avenge the broken arm in the near future. Su Buling held the iron mace on his waist, glanced at the half-faced Buddha and Yan Huilin on the house, his eyes slightly defiant. 3 against 1, Mr. Zhou's martial spirit in his heart, is it a stitch in the side? Zhou Qingkai shook his head, Master Su didn't come alone either. After the words fell, a black phantom suddenly appeared in the rain and landed under the eaves behind Su Buling. His scholar's robe was soaked, and his expression was still gloomy and indifferent. Su Buling turned around and said, Uncle, you don't have to show up. Li Hanzhong frowned slightly, I'm afraid I'll never see such a scene again in my life. After practicing martial arts for more than 10 years, it's a blessing to be able to retire in style. Seeing this, Su Buling nodded and turned to look at Zhou Qingkai. Mr. Zhou, do you still want to fight? No one spoke. The long and quiet street became quiet in the drizzling rain. Ban-faced Buddha and Yan Huilin looked more cautious, and slowly moved from the green tiles of the house to Li Hanzhong under the eaves. The raindrops slid down from Zhou Qingkai's umbrella ribs and fell on the bluestone street, splashing a little water. Until a thunderbolt sounded from the sky turned into day, and the world was vast. Thunderbolt. Zhou Qingkai's eyes suddenly condensed, and he turned the umbrella handle with his hand. The wooden umbrella pole was visibly twisted, followed by the ribs and the umbrella cover. Swoosh. 36 umbrella ribs sprinkled 36 raindrops. The raindrops were like a sword shot from a bow, casting a circular arc in the air. Several of them hit the stone pillars of the 8-legged archway, and the gravel flew across, leaving a neat line of holes. The remaining raindrops crossed the street where Su Buling was standing. The umbrella was still there, but the young man in white under the umbrella had disappeared. The raindrops shattered the oil paper umbrella. Before the umbrella cover painted with Jiangnan landscapes fell to the ground, a loud bang sounded from the octagonal archway. Huh! Su Buling jumped down from the 3-meter-high archway like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, holding an iron mace in both hands. The indestructible black iron long mace shattered the dense rain curtain. The power of this mace was like a mountain pressing down on one's head, as if it could crush everything in the world. Zhou Qingkai's momentum changed instantly, his robes swelled, shaking off the raindrops around him. He also held the iron mace with both hands, and swung it upwards with great skill, gathering all his strength and smashing it on Su Buling's iron mace. Dang! The two blades collided, and the sound overwhelmed the thunder in the sky. The roar forced Li Hanzhong and the other two who were about to fight to stop. They looked back in shock and saw a scene beyond common sense. The energy that had nowhere to vent was transmitted from Zhou Qingkai's body to the bluestone street. The rainwater that was half a finger deep on the street was splashed more than 3 feet under this shocking collision. The rainwater flew into the air, and the bluestone street flooded by the rainwater became dry land in an instant. The bluestone floor tiles exploded, and 2 more than a foot deep pits appeared where Zhou Qingkai stood. The cracks spread in all directions until they spread to the eaves of the houses on both sides of the street. The accumulated rain that splashed into the air had not yet landed, and the cracks were still spreading outward. Su Buling fell from the archway, and the iron mace with huge power in his hand hit Zhou Qingkai's iron mace. The brutal force was also transmitted from the iron mace to Su Buling's hands. The knuckles of his gloved hands were almost broken, and then it was transmitted to his whole body. Su Buling's eyes showed some surprise. He clearly felt that Zhou Qingkai's force was much greater than the last time in Ma Zhongling. It was so great that before he could react, he was hit and flew up again from the momentum of falling. His back smashed the eaves of the archway, just like Li Hanzhong was attacked last time, until he flew up to the middle of the street. Thunderbolt! The lightning flashed across the sky again. Under the sky and above the earth, the white-clothed figure holding the iron mace flying up was very eye-catching. And at the moment when the lightning flashed away, Zhou Qingkai, who was originally standing on the street, had already stepped on the ground and jumped high. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the archway and caught up with Su Buling, who was flying up. Break! The thunder roared from Zhou Qingkai's mouth. The cold iron mace swept across the pouring rain and whipped toward Su Buling's chest. The earth-shaking momentum perfectly explained what the Thunder God mace was. The astonishment in Su Buling's eyes had not yet dissipated, and the iron mace in his hand had been raised horizontally and placed flat in front of him. Clang! The two maces collided again. The iron mace that could destroy all the famous soldiers in the world was visibly bent in Su Buling's hands. The terrifying force came, even more than the giant python in Wu Ridge. The iron mace was instantly pressed and hit on Su Buling's collar, and the back of his white robe was suddenly torn, revealing the knotted muscles on his back. Su Buling was pulled out at a right angle in the air, like a white cannonball out of the barrel, and hit the top of the house on the street. Boom! The roof crashed in, the wall crashed out, bringing up a sky full of rubble. Su Buling fell on the small street next door, and slid several feet on the ground before he inserted his iron mace into the bluestone ground, forcibly stabilized his body and turned over. Zhou Qingkai fell from the air, tapped the collapsed roof of the house with his toes, and approached Su Buling again. Su Buling's clothes on his back were shattered, and the rain slid down his face. His eyes could not hide his surprise. "Did you take medicine?" This sentence was not an exclamation of disbelief, but a serious inquiry. Su Buling himself was a divine power, and he had never seen anyone stronger than him. Last time at Ma Zhongling, he had fought with Zhou Qingkai head-on, but his strength was definitely not so great at that time. The way of martial arts is a hard work of dripping water through stone. In just 5 months, even if Zhou Qingkai had a good talent and could improve his skills several times, it would be impossible for him to improve his physical strength so much. The only way to make a person's strength soar in a short period of time is to take drugs that squeeze the body's limits at all costs. Zhou Qingkai came running with big strides. The veins on his forehead and the abnormal redness on his face also proved that the speed of blood flow in his body was skyrocketing, which was definitely not the state that a warrior should have when he just started. Facing Su Buling's question, Zhou Qingkai said in a deep voice. "So what?" Su Buling frowned, and he really had nothing to say. In the life and death fight in the martial arts world, the rule is only one lying and one standing. The one standing is qualified to speak, and the one lying can only reason with the king of hell. After a short conversation, the two collided again. Zhou Qingkai ran wildly in the rain, and the bluestone floor tiles were all cracked wherever he passed. He was unstoppable, like a huge beast running wildly between the houses. Su Buling had already stood up, and even though he knew that the other party was playing rogue and taking medicine, he had no intention of avoiding it. So what if he took medicine? Potential can be squeezed, but the human body has its limits after all. How long can this kind of fighting style, which is like fishing in a dry pond and killing chickens to get eggs, last before him who is in his prime? Su Buling rushed to Zhou Qingkai with his iron mace in hand, flew up, and his body was like a whirlwind, dragging the iron mace and smashing it down. Clang! Clang! 3 loud noises in the blink of an eye. 28 chain knives, linked together, faster than a violent storm. Zhou Qingkai's forward figure was forcibly stopped, and he held the iron mace horizontally to block for only 3 times, and his momentum changed completely, turning from hard to soft. Su Buling's fourth heavy blow, when it hit the iron mace, did not exert any force at all. Zhou Qingkai's body was like catkins in the wind, and the iron mace stuck to Su Buling's iron mace, as if glued together, moving with the force, pulling to the left, dissolving the chain knives, and then rushing out with his right shoulder. The extremely powerful Tishan KO hit Su Buling's chest. At such a close distance, if Zhou Qingkai was hit head-on with a Tishan KO, breaking a few ribs would be considered light, and it is not impossible that he would die on the spot. What surprised Zhou Qingkai was that he took advantage of the opportunity to hit Su Buling's chest with a Tishan KO, but it also had no effect. Su Buling used the chain knife, and his extremely strong and masculine figure suddenly became lighter when he was deflected. He also turned from hard to soft, and the switch between hard and soft was smooth and there was no trace. Zhou Qingkai felt that the force was not right, and his eyes showed a little surprise, but he realized it was wrong when they fought, and it was obviously too late. Su Buling's figure moved with Zhou Qingkai's shoulder, and his left hand stuck to Zhou Qingkai's shoulder. He moved to the right and used a standard Tai Chi boxing white crane spreads wings. With the momentum of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, he threw Zhou Qingkai out. This fight did not make any sound. The mountain sticking back, which gathered all the strength of the body, did not touch anything. The powerful momentum, coupled with Su Buling's help, turned Zhou Qingkai into a flying cannonball, hitting the wall of the house on the street, and the wall collapsed instantly. Su Buling stood up straight with his hand back, and made a sword flower with his iron mace behind his back. He raised his left hand and hooked it. Taking medicine can increase strength, but it can't increase brains. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's not enough. There was no response. Zhou Qingkai, who was buried by rubble, stood up without any hindrance, and his figure moved ghostly in the rain, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Buling again. Dang! The 2 blades met again. Under the huge force, Su Buling retreated a few steps, raised his hand and prepared to fight back, but he never thought that when he looked up, he saw Zhou Qingkai, whose clothes were already torn, dragging the heavy iron mace with one hand, spinning like the wind, and smashing down with the mace on his head. Break it for me. 28 chain knives. Su Buling was stunned for a moment, but his hand did not slow down at all. He did not choose to block, but raised his hand and thrust his mace straight, tapping the iron mace that was smashed down. Call out. Under the rain curtain, the dragon roared suddenly. The roar that destroyed the city and shook the mountain resounded throughout the Shillong mountain. The strongest sword style in the world, and the strongest knife style in the world. They were both extremely strong and masculine, and both were indestructible. When they were used by the 2 strongest people in the world, what would happen when they collided? Maybe the founders of this knife and this sword had never imagined it? Bite. The iron mace hit the iron mace, and the rain curtain in the sky seemed to stop at this moment. The huge impact force shattered the raindrops near the weapon, forming a circle of water mist visible to the naked eye. Su Buling's sleeves began to tear a little bit from the cuffs, revealing his left arm with bulging veins underneath. Zhou Qingkai's right hand was the same, the tiger's mouth was cracked, and cracked bloodlines appeared on the back of his hand. The 2 iron maces, which were regarded as the heirlooms of the Northern Qi imperial master, had once been in the hands of Zhou Jixian and had flattened all the warriors in the world. At this moment, when they collided with each other, they could not withstand the terrifying energy contained in each other. The iron mace in Zhou Qingkai's hand continued to chop down without any pause, but the place where it was touched turned into pieces and split into 2. The tip of the iron mace in Su Buling's hand also broke, and the leather rope tied to the handle broke. The iron mace turned into a long iron stick with edges and slid back from the palm. If it were not for the protection of the black gloves, it would probably scrape off the skin, flesh, and bones in the palm in an instant. Everything happened too quickly, and even the two people fighting could hardly see all the details. The flying cold iron fragments nailed into Zhou Qingkai's chest. And the half of the iron mace that fell down also fell on Su Buling's left shoulder, scratching a half-inch wound, deep enough to see the bone. On the long street, it was like two dragons and pythons collided head-on. Under the backlash of the huge force, the two fell backwards at the same time, smashed on the bluestone street, and slid more than 10 feet away. The half-finger-deep rain on the street was wiped by the bodies of the two people, creating two ripples that separated to the left and right. In the middle of the ripples, where the two people fought, the iron mace that was hit out of the palm of the hand pierced through the stone bricks on the street and sank directly into the ground, leaving only half of the broken mace tip, like a dragon horn broken in the collision. Puff. Before Zhou Qingkai stopped, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and grabbed the stone bricks on the ground with his left hand to stabilize his body. Su Buling turned over while sliding and stood up again from the ground. The upper half of his clothes were all torn into pieces, his left arm and shoulder were bleeding, and his right arm was bloody and blue veins were bulging, and he couldn't help shaking slightly. Although he looked embarrassed, Su Buling's face was full of excitement and arrogance. He stared at Zhou Qingkai, who was lying on the ground with cold eyes, and his heart beat like a drum. Nothing special, come on. Who? Zhou Qingkai stopped on the street, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot, like an unyielding evil dragon challenging the Dragon King. He supported the ground with his hands and slowly stood up. His chest was bloodshot, and there were traces of blood on the corners of his mouth and nostrils. His face was flushed like a sickbed, but there was no fear in his eyes. He spat blood on the ground. Okay. Bang. The words fell. Zhou Qingkai crushed the bricks and stones on the ground with his feet, and rushed forward again. The strong wind tore his robes, and the fist wind knocked away the falling rain. A mountain climbing scout was sent to Su Buling. Su Buling endured the severe pain in his arms, and his body did not slow down at all. He turned to the left, and with a dragon's tail swing, he turned the raindrops into mist, and swept to the side of Zhou Qingkai. The huge force sent Zhou Qingkai flying, and crashed through the houses on the street. Several houses turned into broken walls in an instant. The collapsed roof had not yet completely fallen to the ground. Zhou Qingkai shouted angrily, and rushed out from between the houses again, raised his knees, and hit Su Buling's chest. After Su Buling kicked with a whip kick, when he turned around, Zhou Qingkai was in front of him again. Su Buling raised his blood-stained arms to block, but was knocked out by the force of Hu Dengshan, breaking two columns. Before he stopped, Su Buling turned in mid-air and stepped on the third column. He stepped hard with all his strength, and the column broke immediately. He was like an arrow that had been released from a string, and shot back to Zhou Qingkai. Bang! Bang! One punch after another, one punch after another. Every punch hit the flesh, no more real moves or fake moves. No effort was spared, every move was a sure kill move. Two of the world's top warriors poured everything they had learned in their lifetime of martial arts on each other. Thunderbolt. The thunder never stopped, and the heavy rain never stopped. At first, they were still rational, but at the end, they only had one breath left, the pride of who else but me that belongs to warriors. On the street full of broken arms and ruins, two residual shadows intertwined back and forth, like dragons fighting and rolling, leaving scars all over the ground. The streets became ruins, and then hit the mountains and forests. The mountains and forests were razed to the ground, and then hit the lake under the mountain. Thunder roared above the 9 heavens, and two dragons wandered above the earth, as if they wanted to destroy everything they could see around them under this vast power of heaven. But people are people after all, and human power will eventually be exhausted. After a muffled thunder, the churning on the ground finally subsided. On the lakeside under Shillong Mountain, Su Buling stood between the collapsed houses, his eyes bloodshot like a dragon that chooses people to eat, scanning the broken walls and ruins under the rain curtain. And the figure that seemed to never fall disappeared. The world became quiet, leaving only a heavy breathing sound. Hoo-hoo. Su Buling was panting like an ox, his body was covered with bloodstains and steam, and washed by the cold rain curtain, his almost boiling body was covered with dark blue marks. Boom boom boom. After an unknown amount of time, the violent heartbeat gradually slowed down, and the figure never appeared again. The bloodshot in Su Buling's eyes gradually faded, and the ferocity on his face returned to normal. He put away his fists, looked around, walked quickly to the outside of a collapsed house wall, and looked out. Zhou Qingkaiu, who was covered in blood, had already been washed away, leaving only the wounds oozing blood. His originally sickly flushed face turned pale, but there was no pain. His deep eyes also calmed down at this time, leaving only the relief of having no regrets in this life. Mr. Zhou. Su Buling wiped the rain off his face, walked quickly to the front and squatted, lowered his head and looked at him. Zhou Qingkai was lying on the ground, barely breathing, and sighed softly. Now, I am convinced. Su Buling frowned, touched his belt, took out the medicine, and prepared to feed it to Zhou Qingkai. Zhou Qingkai shook his head slowly, looked at the rain falling from the sky, and said hoarsely. It can't be saved. The dragon and tiger pill is something that the Zhang ancestors gave to the dead warriors. Eating it will make you extremely powerful, feel no pain, no fatigue, until you die of heart failure. I can't beat you with this, so I have nothing to say. Su Buling was a little puzzled. You come to kill me, why do you eat this thing? Zhou Qingkai may have untied the last knot in his heart, his eyes were very calm, and he looked at Su Buling. If you can kill me, I will be convinced. If I can kill you, then I lose this game of chess, and it can be considered that I let you win for the sake of world peace. Su Buling frowned and understood what Zhou Qingkai meant. He could kill Zhou Qingkai, and Zhou Qingkai would accept defeat with all his heart. He couldn't kill Zhou Qingkai, so Zhou Qingkai let him go, for the sake of world peace, and he would admit defeat, even though he lost, it was still an honor. In any case, he could understand the wish. Su Buling thought for a while, and spread his hands. Mr. Zhou, aren't you looking for trouble? You died without regrets, how can I explain to Xiao Dehua? Zhou Qingkai was like a candle in the wind, but he laughed at this time. This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Get out. Su Buling took a breath, resisted the urge to beat this bastard to death, and fed Zhou Qingkai a life-extending pill. But just as the pill was fed into Zhou Qingkai's mouth, a heartbroken cry came from the market of Shillong Mountain. Dad. Ning Qingyi's voice. Su Buling's face suddenly turned pale. Without saying a word, he stood up and ran towards the Shilongshan market. Zhou Qingkai looked at the sky where the rain was falling. There was no emotion in his eyes. He just said softly. After the rain, the sky will clear up and the world will be peaceful, dash. After the battle, the rain was a little lighter. The small market in Shilongshan has been completely reduced to ruins, and the streets are full of rubble. The cassock of the half-faced Buddha was shattered, and his body was covered with wounds as if scratched by the claws of tigers and wolves. His neck was twisted, and he died with his eyes open. His eyes still retained the shock before his death. Yan Huilin, the sword fairy of the northern Qi dynasty, was pierced through the chest by his own long sword and nailed to the stone pillar of the archway that had collapsed for the most part. He had long since lost his life. On the uneven bluestone street under the archway, blood merged with rainwater and seeped into the gaps between broken bricks. Li Hansheng, wearing a black robe, sat against a broken wall. His robe was covered with sword marks, one deep enough to see the bone on his chest, and his arms were covered with blood. He looked up at the rain curtain, his face still had a bit of gloom, but his eyes were a little relieved. "Dad." Ning Qingyi, wearing a white dress, got off the horse, followed by many guards from the palace. Before coming, Ning Qingyi still maintained a cold expression, but when she looked up and saw the middle-aged man collapsed at the foot of the wall, and saw the wounds all over his body, her heart collapsed in an instant, and she burst into tears before she ran to him. The love between father and daughter is thicker than blood. Even if she hated him before, she only blamed her father for abandoning her and her mother. If she did not cherish this blood relationship, how could she hate him because of love, hate him for so many years, and hate him deeply? At noon, she saw Li Hanzhong walking out of Beimuchuang. Ning Qingyi thought at that time, let it be, not close, nor hate him, just keep it like this, and leave the rest to time. Anyway, the war is over, she will not leave, and Li Hanzhong will not leave again. But she did not expect that when they met again in such a short time, it would be such a scene. Ning Qingyi used to think that her heart would not hurt. Even if she knew that Li Hanzhong was dead in the rivers and lakes, she would only curse it's your own fault and would not shed a single tear. But at this moment, she realized that her heart was still aching. The previous resentment and hatred in her mind, now only the family of three in the Shudi mountain village day and night. Daddy sat in front of her, taught her to read and write, told her stories from the outside, came back from outside at night, and secretly gave her a candied hug through the window without telling her mother. Ning Qingyi thought she had forgotten these memories, but at this moment, they all appeared in front of her, as if they happened yesterday. It has been more than 10 years since she called Daddy. Ning Qingyi thought she would never be able to call this word again, but she never thought that it would be so smooth at this time, just like when she was a child. Dad. You. Ning Qingyi's face was pale, tears fell like rain, and he ran to the side of the broken wall and squatted down, his hands trembling slightly, and he didn't even dare to touch it. Li Hanzhong withdrew his eyes from the sky and looked at his daughter next to him. He had grown up a long time ago and was completely different from before, but he still liked to cry. Li Hanzhong smiled. It was the first time in so many years that he smiled from the bottom of his heart. His smile was much more beautiful than the last time at the wedding. It was just like when his daughter spoke for the first time and called him daddy in a baby voice. Ning Qingyi fumbled around his waist in a panic, found the medicine, poured it into his palm, but his hand couldn't help shaking. Li Hanzhong waved his fingers, signaling his daughter to stop working. He looked directly into his daughter's eyes, and there was no more gloom in his eyes, only doting. Qingyi, Daddy is sorry for you. Dad, don't talk, you. If you want to say it, I haven't talked to you for many years. If you want to say it. Li Hanzheng's breath was weak, but he curled his lips and said seriously. Dad was wrong back then, and Daddy regrets it, but there is no regret medicine in this world. I have been wanting to find you for more than 10 years, but I didn't dare. I didn't know how to face you. When you asked about the past, I didn't know how to answer. Because the fault was mine, I am sorry for your mother and sorry for you. Ning Qingyi's body trembled slightly in the heavy rain, and he shook his head and said, I don't blame you anymore. I know the situation back then. I don't blame you. I just miss you, but you didn't come. I blame you. I have never hated you. Daddy, don't die, woo-woo. The words gradually sobbed, and King Shui's eyes were heartbroken. Li Hanzheng's eyes showed a sense of relief, and there were even a few tears. Just don't blame Daddy. From now on, just apologize to your mother. Dad, don't talk, woo-woo. Ning Qingyi held Li Hanzheng's blood-stained hand and burst into tears, crying just like the moment when he lost his mother in the mountain village in Shu. Li Hanzhong kept laughing, which might be the happiest laugh in all these years. With scars all over his body, he leaned against the wall and faced the sky. On the clouds in the sky, the female knight with the bamboo hat seemed to be watching them. The female knight was called Pei Yun, and she was as beautiful as the clouds in the sky. It's a pity that for so many years, he didn't even dare to recall the name of the female knight. Li Hanzhong looked at the sea of clouds in the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Rain is the tears of clouds, that is, the tears of Pei Yun. Since his daughter cried so sadly, she should also shed 2 tears on his face. Dad? Dad? Ning Qingyi saw Li Hanzhong closed his eyes, and his sobbing body suddenly froze. He looked at that familiar face, his lips trembled, but he didn't dare to raise his hand to touch it. Qingyi? Uncle. Su Buling ran from the market with scars all over his body, past the guards who were checking his injuries, came to the broken wall, and saw the scene in front of him, and his voice stopped abruptly. Dad. Ning Qingyi knelt beside Li Hanzhong, crying hysterically, almost hoarse. Chen Si Ning also stood behind the guards, and saw the situation, lowered his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. Su Buling's face turned pale. He walked slowly behind Qingyi and squatted. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know how to start. He could only blame himself. Qingyi, it's my fault. I shouldn't let uncle interfere. We of you. Ning Qingyi cried so hard that he couldn't listen to her words. He just buried his head and cried. Su Buling wiped the rain off his face, thought for a while, put one hand on Qingyi's shoulder, and held Li Hanzheng's hand with the other hand. But Li Hanzhong noticed that Su Buling was holding his hand, opened his eyes and frowned. What are you doing? The crying stopped abruptly. Ning Qingyi's tears continued, and he looked at Li Hanzhong blankly. Su Buling quickly let go of his hand and said in a slightly inexplicable way. Uncle, you are seriously injured. Li Hanzhong was interrupted in his recollection of the past. He shook his head helplessly, supported himself against the wall and stood up. He looked down at the wound on his body. It's okay, don't worry. On Bodhi Island, the wound was more serious than this. 2 useless masters wanted to kill me. They underestimated me, Li Hanzhong. Ning Qingyi's eyes widened. There was surprise in his eyes at first, but it disappeared immediately, and he became the cold and indifferent person he used to be. Why are you lying here if you're fine? Really? Ning Qingyi didn't know what to say. He stood up and turned around and left. I'm tired of fighting. I'm taking a rest. Li Hanzhong laughed a little silly. Seeing Qingyi leave in anger, he turned around and walked out of the market. Su Buling stood there, spread his hands, and had nothing to say. He turned to look at Si Ning who had been standing outside and asked. How did you get here? Chen Si Ning breathed a sigh of relief, walked up quickly, helped Su Buletinling press the wound on his shoulder, and whispered. Just now, Xiao Dehua suddenly ran back and said that you and Zhou Qingkai were here. We felt something was wrong, so we quickly brought the guards to take a look. Su Buletinling's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he turned to look at the crowd. Where is Xiao Dehua? She. Chen Si Ning turned around and was about to call Xiao Dehua over, but there was no trace of Xiao Dehua among the dark guards. Above the sky, the heavy rain gradually turned into light rain. The wet raindrops fell on his face, and Zhou Qingkai had no reaction. He just closed his eyes and felt the surroundings, waiting for the moment to merge with the world, and also enjoying the peace of letting go of everything and the last moment of his life. However, not long after Su Buling left, there were hurried footsteps among the broken walls and the panicked call of the girl. Master! Master! Zhou Qingkai opened his eyes and looked sideways. Xiao Dehua, who was wearing a skirt, threw away the oil paper umbrella in her hand and ran over quickly. Before she came to him, tears had already rolled down from the corners of her eyes. There was surprise, anger, and fear from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Dehua jumped into the yard and squatted beside Zhou Qingkai, wanting to raise her hand to help Zhou Qingkai up. Master, you Big brother. Zhou Qingkai's eyes regained the kindness of the elder in the past. He raised his hand slightly to stop Xiao Dehua's movements and said softly. Zhou, why are you here? I. Xiao Dehua's eyes were full of sorrow, her voice was choked, and she couldn't speak. Zhou Qingkai shook his head gently, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. After practicing martial arts for a lifetime, I can fight to my heart's content, and I have no regrets in this life. After planning for a lifetime, I can see the sign of peace before death, and my heart knot is also untied. There is nothing to be sad about, don't cry. Xiao Dehua pursed her lips. She had followed Zhou Qingkai for several years and had already regarded Zhou Qingkai as an elder and relative. She basically understood the meaning of these words, so how could she understand? Master, why did you fight with Big Brother? We agreed not to fight anymore. We will go to Chang'an City and continue to bring peace to the people. Zhou Qingkai took a deep breath. Master is a warrior. He has a pride of who else but me in his heart. He can accept defeat with conviction and die with dignity, but he can't hold his breath and live the rest of his life in mediocrity. Su Buling is a good man. There is no right or wrong between Master and him. They just have different positions. In the future, the world will be peaceful. You should stay with him well, remember what Master taught you, assist him patiently, and don't let him go astray. Power can blind eyes and confuse people's hearts. If there is no one to act as a mirror, just like Songji, no matter how good a person is, he will slowly become unlike a person. Zhou Qingkai's voice was gentle. Before he died, he was still teaching seriously the principles that he himself had failed to practice. He hoped that his apprentice could continue to pass on the philosophy of the Zhou family. Xiao Dehua burst into tears, listening with a half-understanding. She nodded at first, but when she saw her master was almost out of breath, she shook her head again. I am not good at martial arts, and I can't keep an eye on him. Master is so powerful, you should keep an eye on him. Master won the fight, so he can keep an eye on him. Didn't he lose the fight? Zhou Qingkai sighed softly and turned to look at Xiao Dehua. Just now, in the battle with Su Buling, Master also found out his details. Like Master, he is just an ordinary person. You are a natural talent, not inferior to Su Buling. As long as you concentrate on martial arts, you will soon catch up with him and surpass him. Since you regard me as your master, you must remember the inheritance of my Zhou family, be selfless, have the country before yourself, and take the people of the world as your own responsibility in everything. Don't stand on the opposite side of the world for a victory or defeat like your master. Xiao Dehua listened to the master's earnest teachings, pursed her lips, and said reluctantly. Master is gone, who will I learn martial arts from? If the master doesn't teach me, I will never catch up with my elder brother in my life. How can I keep an eye on him? Zhou Qingkai was silent for a while, raised his eyes to the north. Yuzhu Bodhi Island, where your ancestor lived in seclusion, and where he learned all his life. If you really want to concentrate on martial arts, you can go there and see. With your talent, you should remember it quickly. In fact, the master also wants to see how you beat Su Buling down, but it's a pity that there is no chance. Xiao Dehua sniffed and squatted beside him, not knowing where to go. Zhou Qingkai looked at the apprentice in front of him and raised his hand gently. Life and death are endless, and the master is just going to go to a farther place. Let's go, let the master be quiet. Xiao Dehua's eyes were red. After sobbing for a while, she stood up and bowed earnestly beside him. Xiao Dehua looked at Zhelang Mountain, took out the small purse from her arms, took out the jade pendant that she had not given away, and placed it on the stone next to her. I will not embarrass my master. After saying that, Xiao Dehua wiped her eyes with her sleeves, took a last look at her master, turned around and ran towards the mountains in the north. Zhou Qingkai looked relieved, turned his head, and watched the small figure gradually go away. In his last moments, he said something vaguely. Zojaixian, exiled immortal, Su Buling also looks like an exiled immortal. I hope you can really catch up with him. After the words fell, there was no sound. Xiao de Hua. Xiao de Hua. Su Buling ran in the mountains and forests, shouting along the way, but there was no response. The wind and rain gradually stopped, and the houses under the mountain had all collapsed. There was a dead silence without any sound. Su Buling ran into the ruins quickly and jumped over the wall. In the courtyard where most of the wall had collapsed, Zhou Qingkai had closed his eyes, the blood was no longer flowing, and he just lay quietly on the ground. Su Buling came up to him, squatted down and looked carefully. There were 2 footprints beside Zhou Qingkai, the footprints of embroidered shoes. Zhou Qingkai had closed his eyes, but tilted his head and faced north. Not far away from where his eyes were looking, on a brick, there was something emerald green. Su Buling walked up to him, picked it up and took a look. It was a jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with good luck and good fortune, and the back was a small peach blossom that was carefully carved by tender hands for who knows how long. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Su Buling quickly turned around to look, and it was Chen Sining who came. Chen Sining followed closely and ran to the front. Seeing the body on the ground, he looked around and said worriedly, "Where did Xiao Dehua go?" Su Buletinling stroked the peach blossom mark on the jade pendant with his fingers, frowning. "She left." Chen Sining was a little anxious, standing on a high place and looking around. "Where did she run to? Aren't we going to chase her?" Su Buletinling put the jade pendant in his arms, turned around and chased her to the mountains in the north with Chen Sining. However, there was no trace of Xiao Dehua in the wild mountains and ridges. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 857. The thin clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars were sparse in the sky. Su Buling was walking on the official road outside Hangzhou City. The scar on his shoulder had been bandaged by Chen Xining, and the bruises on his body gradually faded away. However, his eyes were still frowning and he was stroking the small jade pendant in his hand. Chen Xining and Su Buling chased more than 10 miles north together. At first, they could still see the blurred footprints of Xiao Dehua, but in the end they disappeared. Chen Xining knew that Su Buling was worried about Xiao Dehua, so she walked beside Su Buling, thought for a while, and comforted. "My lord, there must be a reason why Xiao Dehua kept the jade pendant, and it wasn't because you killed her master." Su Buling sighed, put the jade pendant into his arms, raised his hand to hook Chen Xining's shoulder for support, shook his head and said, "I didn't kill Zhou Qingkai. He was missing a bone in his head. He took drugs before the fight. He couldn't be saved. He was just causing trouble for me. But according to the direction Zhou Qingkai looked before he died, he should have seen little peach blossom before he died. I just hope that guy has some conscience and doesn't encourage little Dehua to avenge him, alas." When Chen Xining was in Baiki, she had a good relationship with Xiao Dehua. She thought about it and said, "That girl Xiao Dehua doesn't look like a Jianghu person at all. Her mother is probably still in Baiki and will go back. Don't you still want to go to Baiki? Just go find her then. With your sweet words, you can what misunderstanding cannot be resolved." Su Buling still had to accompany Aunt Lu to give birth. At this time, he could not go to northern Qi alone to find someone. He had no other choice but to nod and change the topic. Yes, if everyone were as easy to trick as Xining, life would be much more peaceful. Chen Xining's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and she raised her hand and patted Su Buling's shoulder. "Looking for a fight, right?" Hiss. Su Buling took a breath and hugged his arms a little tighter. "You dare to hit my husband, have you forgotten the family law? Chen Xining would definitely not dare to jump around normally, but Su Buling was beaten like this, what else was she afraid of? Chen Xining imitated Su Buling's example and raised her eyebrows. What can you do to me? Believe it or not, now I will settle all the old and new grudges together and tie you up and beat you up. Su Buling blinked his eyes. He wanted to train his wife's body, but he didn't have the strength. He could only nod. Okay, you are very good. I will tell you what Hyogong is after my husband has mastered it. Chen Xining softly hummed and continued to support Su Buling, walking towards Hangzhou where the Sea of Lights was like a tide. Because of the incident at Chilong Mountain, Su Buling was delayed and failed to pick up people at the ferry. Xiao Qi and Yufa returned to Bama village on their own. The lights in Bama village were brightly lit, and Li Hanzhong had been properly treated. Several corpses from outside the city were brought back. They were all celebrities in the world. Many people from Daingla came to watch. Death is like a lamp going out. Su Buling returned to Zhuangzi and gave instructions to Nightingale, asking the guards to find a place to bury the half-faced Buddha and Yan Huilin. As for Zhou Qingkaiu, he served as the imperial counselor of the Northern Qi dynasty for 20 years and devoted all his efforts to help the Northern Qi dynasty. He was the first hero of the Zhang family's resurgence in the Northern Qi dynasty. Later, he led troops into the Central Plains and defeated the Guanzhong army and the Liaxi army. Almost jumped into the Yellow River, no matter in martial arts or martial arts, he is the best in the world. Even if Zhou Qingkaiu is a minister of an enemy country, his life achievements cannot be ignored. Su Buling admits in his heart that if there is no artillery nearby, he may not be able to do anything to Zhou Qingkaiu. For this reason, Su Buling specially buried him at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain for future generations to pay homage to, which was also an affirmation of Zhou Qingkaiu's life. After arranging these things, Su Buling returned to the back house. Ning Qingyi was so frightened today that she hid in her room and sulked. But after today's heartfelt conversation, most of the estrangement between father and daughter has been eliminated. Ning Qingyi just hasn't thought about it clearly yet. There is no need to go over to comfort her at this time. Just let her calm down for 2 days. There were not many people in the back house. Daodu had a red face and hid behind the pillar to take a peek. Her little face was pink and tender. She didn't know what she was thinking about. When she saw Su Buling, she hid in the house. Zhu Manzi had been pacing back and forth in the veranda. When he saw Su Buling coming back, he hurriedly ran forward, his big eyes full of worry. "Ms. Sir, have you found Xiao 12? I specially cooked snail noodles and wanted to ask her to eat them together." Zhu Manzi attaches great importance to friendship. Although he only got along with Xiao Dehua for 2 or 3 days, with Manzi's social talent, the two have long been sisters. Zhu Manzi was quite happy when Xiao Dehua came back in the afternoon, but she didn't expect that she would disappear in a blink of an eye, and then see Zhou Qingkaiu's body. How could she not be worried? Su Buling didn't know what to say. He touched Manzi's head and chuckled. "I will come back. I just went out for a while and will come back after a while." Zhu Manzi pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but Chen Xining walked up to him, took Manzi's hand, and whispered. "My husband is kind to Xiao Dehua. Whether he repays the favor of saving his life or avenges his murderer, he will definitely come back. My husband is injured. Let him rest. We will talk about these things later." When Zhu Manzi saw this, he didn't ask any more questions and said softly, "I'll go get the powder and let your husband have something to eat." He went to the kitchen with Chen Xining. After Su Buling had something to eat in the dining room, he returned to the rest room. The originally arranged one dragon fighting 8 phoenixes must have been ruined by the current situation. After Xiao Qi and Yu Fu came over to visit, they went back to the room, leaving Chu Chu in the room to help Su Buling deal with his injuries. The lights in the bedroom were dim, and Zhongli Chu Chu, who was wearing a red nightgown, was sitting beside the bed, holding a potion for bruises in her hand. Zhongli Chuchu saw the bruises on Su Buling's chest and back that had not faded, as well as the shocking scars on his shoulders. His eyes were full of heartache. He gently applied the paint and said in a warm voice, "Why did the two of us run past each other even though we knew the opponent was powerful?" King Yi was almost scared to death, and Manzi happily cooked snail noodles in the afternoon, thinking of having a family reunion dinner, and the result was good. It looks like this. Su Buling lay on the bed, stroking the jade pendant engraved with peach blossoms with his fingers, and said helplessly, "I just wanted to sit down and have a meal together, so I ran over to persuade Zhou Qingkaiu, but unfortunately I couldn't persuade him. But it was a gain." Uncle Li pretended to be dead and made it clear to King Yi. After Zhongli Chuchu wiped off the medicinal wine, he put out the candle and lay down next to him. Under the silver moonlight, he looked at Su Buring's side face and whispered, "Stop fighting and killing people in the future. I am about to become a father. I have so many brothers under my control and I have to fight on my own. Who in the world can guarantee a smooth life? If you have someone with 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I..." Su Buling put the jade pendant under his pillow, turned his head, and looked at each other. "Once Zhou Qingkaiu died, I wanted to fight, but I couldn't find an opponent. If I went to fight in Northern Qi, I would just be a coach in the army, and I wouldn't have a chance to appear. Wait until this year and next year, I'll pacify Northern Qi, and we'll go stay in Chang'an City and live a peaceful life. I'm actually already tired." Zhongli Chuchu couldn't help at all when they were marching and fighting, and they definitely didn't want Su Buling to fight again. She leaned a little closer, traced Su Buling's chest with her fingertips, and said in a quiet voice, "The war is endless and has been going on for more than a year. When are you going to Northern Qi? Aunt Lu is almost 8 months old. When Aunt Lu gives birth to the baby successfully, I will go after the army. Calculated by time, it will be September." Su Buling saw that Chu Chu was a little depressed. After thinking about it, he raised the corners of his lips and smiled. "Things have to be done. The days will be long in the future. When we return to Chang'an City, we will have plenty of time to spend time with each other. By the way, what are you going to do when you get to Chang'an City in the future?" When Zhongli Chuchu heard this question, he was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said softly, I don't know. I originally wanted to break into the world with you, but now I don't want to. It's better to be more stable. We actually talked about this in private. Manzi said that she would build a tiger guard in the future to replace the wolf. Wei, King Yi must be following Manzi. I'm not good at martial arts. It would be embarrassing to go in, so let's forget it. Well, Shi Ning is good at martial arts, but she wants to open a restaurant and sell snail noodles. The smell of snail noodles is too bad. If you don't know how to do it, open a medical clinic. I guess you have to bring the master here to take charge, and I will be a handyman. As Zhongli Chuchu spoke, she felt a little aggrieved. I can't seem to do anything well. Su Buring smiled softly, raised his hand and pinched Chuchu's face. You are a good dancer, and you are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When you arrive in Chang'an City, you can open a dance shop to teach dance to Miss Qinjin from Kuishao Street. I will be thinking about them all, and I'm sure they will pester you. Teach. Zhongli Chuchu's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed when she thought of her dancing posture where her clothes became less and less as she danced. How dare you teach these rich ladies these things? Do you want to take a peek? Su Buling raised his eyebrows. How can this be called peeking? This is called appreciating art. What art? Zhongli Chuchu poked Su Buling's chest with his finger. You have so many wives, how dare you be so lewd? I'm just taking a look, and I'm not responsible. It's injured, don't pinch. Snored. Zhongli Chuchu loosened her fingers from her waist and was about to continue chatting when she found something pressing against the side of her leg. Zhongli Chuchu glanced down, then looked at Su Buling with a strange expression. "Ms. Sir, you're already like this, and you still dare to think of something wrong." Su Buling spread his hand slightly. "It's just a small injury on the shoulder. It doesn't affect other places. Don't underestimate your husband." Zhongli Chuchu was dubious. "Really?" Su Buling raised his hand and patted his chest. "I am truly the best in the world now. I can knock Zhou Qingkai down after taking drugs. What if I can't even do this little thing? Come on, come on. If you don't believe me, try it." Zhongli Chuchu bit her lower lip, sat sideways on the bed, and glanced at Su Buling. "This is what my husband said himself." Su Buling lay flat on the pillow, looking like he was being slaughtered. "I can bear it even if the King of Heaven comes, I said so." Zhongli Chuchu nodded slightly, without unbuttoning his nightgown, but turned to face the door. "Sister Kikai, Yufu, Manzi, Xining." Su Buling's face changed slightly, and he quickly took Chuchu's hand. "Hush, my husband is injured, so what?" Tap tap tap. Before he finished speaking, he heard footsteps outside the room. Xiao Qi, who had been worried about Su Buling, ran in from outside and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Yufu had already fallen asleep. At this time, she was only wearing a belly band and a nightgown, and she poked her head in from the door. "Chuchu, you called me." Needless to say, Nightingale, who was always on call, and Chen Xining, who was highly skilled in martial arts, directly carried Manji, who was looking at the moon on the roof and thinking about Xiao 12. Even Ning Qingyi, who was autistic in the house, heard the sound and ran into the house. Su Buling's face turned pale and he spread his hands slightly. "Haha, it came so fast. The battle is finally over. Chu wants to chat together." Chu blinked her eyes. "Ms. Sir, didn't you say that you can handle the coming of the King of Heaven? Are you giving in?" "You're kidding, why should I be soft? I'm hard." Outside the door, the 6 girls looked strange for a while. After looking at each other for a few times, they walked into the house quietly and closed the doors and windows. The courtyard is quiet, the summer night is silent, and the sound of conversations can be heard from the room. "My lord, who do you want to start chatting with first?" "I, Sai. If it doesn't work, forget it. As wives, we know the importance." "What's wrong? Come on, come on. Do you really think my husband is afraid of you? The battle is over. My husband is injured and he will probably have to lie in the house for half a month. Since my husband is not afraid, it's just right. Half a month, Daodu is still young, so don't pull it in." The voice gradually became quieter. Before the Chinese Valentine's Day, the sweet story of the 7 fairies and the cowherd quietly kicked off. After more than 3 months of continuous fighting, the time also changed from early summer in April to early autumn in July. The 4 kings in the east were completely destroyed, and with the court's vigorous relief and disaster relief, Jiangnan, which was already the richest in the world, began to recover at an astonishing speed. By the time of the autumn harvest, although there were still some refugees and bandits in the countryside, the original order in the towns had been restored under vigorous efforts. Entertainment activities within the Poetry and Wenhui Association have also begun to revive. Qinhua and Qinhua are playing and singing everywhere in the 18th mile of Jinling City, which has even been forgotten by the people in the city. The war has only been over for less than half a month. On a quiet autumn day, on the banks of the Qinhua River, the not-so-extensive river is filled with painted pavilions and boats. On the south bank of the Wenda Bridge, among the white walls and green tiles, is the ancestral residence of the Jinling Lu family. In the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River, There are mostly deep houses and small courtyards. In the courtyard deep in the Lu family's ancestral house, a soft blanket is spread under the big Osmanthus tree, and a small table is placed with sake and fruits on it. Xiao Xiang'er was wearing a long red dress. She was too drunk. She leaned on the small table lazily, holding her hand on the side of her face. Her cheeks were flushed like jade, and her almond-shaped eyes looked like she was drunk. The little tune uploaded hummed. The wind and dust and the fragrant flowers have all gone. I am tired of combing my hair at night. In front of the small case, Zhongli Jiju was holding a blue dance skirt and a silver bell hanging around her waist. In front of her sisters, she showed off the graceful dancing posture she learned from Chu Chu. The little sparrow flapped its wings and flew around Jiju, chirping in its mouth, as if it was also beating time for its master. Lu Hongluan was leaning on the couch in the courtyard, holding needle and thread in his hand, sewing the baby into tiger head shoes. Seeing Xiang'er's drunken appearance, he would occasionally raise his eyes and smile. Ning Yuhi only knew how to dance swords, and for fear of scaring Lu Hongluan, who was about to give birth, he did not run up to join in the fun. Instead, he stood under the big Osmanthus tree and gently pushed the swing. Kui Zioan, who was wearing a warm yellow skirt, held the rope of the swing with her slender hands and sat on the swing and swayed back and forth. The skirt embroidered with peach blossoms cast an arc in the air, and she also hummed softly. Things are right and people are not the same. Let's stop everything. If I want to speak, I will shed tears first. The scene is beautiful, but this song clearly evokes the lovesickness in several women's hearts. Xiao Xiang'er sang for a while, then took off the small mahogany sign from her waist, held it in her hand and rubbed it gently, her eyes flickering as she thought of something. When Kui Zioan saw this scene, she stopped humming and said crisply, "Mother, Lao Su will be back soon, don't worry, we'll let you go first, don't grab it." He he he. There was laughter in the yard. Xiao Xiang'er's slightly drunken eyes became clearer. She quickly put away the mahogany sign and looked sideways at Xiao Wan. "You don't want to say the same thing. Su Buling has been gone for 3 months. You kept mumbling, 'Mother, I miss you so much,' when you were sleeping. Do you think I didn't hear you?" Kui Zioan's eyebrows were curved as she swayed on the swing without any shame. "I just want to. Originally I wanted to go to Suzhou Peach Blossom Temple with Lao Su to see peach blossoms, but now it seems that we can only see Osmanthus. But Osmanthus is also okay. I also want to learn from Dabai, and see the Osmanthus in broad daylight and in the wilderness. Under the tree, the sky is the quilt and the earth is the bed." It starts again. The sisters suppressed their laughter. Ning Yuhi's face turned red. He stopped Kui Zioan and said slightly embarrassed, "I'm not in broad daylight, I'm all at night, Zioan, please stop talking nonsense." Zhongli Jiju liked to see Ning Yuhi deflated the most. She stopped her enchanting dance, held her backup dancer Yi in the palm of her hand, and said, "What night did you do less during the day? I heard my husband said that you were offering sacrifices in the snow outside Tangjiazhuang in Yuzhu. Damn bitch. I'm not done with you." Ning Yuhi's face turned purple. He felt that he could no longer stay in this place, so he lowered his head and climbed out of the courtyard wall. Ha ha ha. There was more laughter in the courtyard. Lu Hongluan was leaning on the recliner, covering her mouth and laughing softly. When she saw Yuhi running away, she shook her head and whispered, "Okay, just know how to bully Yuhi. You are not much worse than her." Xiao Xiang'er's dilemma was resolved by Yuhi, and he naturally relaxed a little. He raised his slender eyebrows and said, "It's far from that. We are all passive, but Yuhi is the most active. There is no comparison." Lu Hongluan squinted his eyes slightly. "You still have the nerve to talk about Yuhi? You are working for the tiger, doing things that are not worthy of publicity and bullying others, and we haven't talked about you yet." Kui Zioan was swinging by herself and interjected. It's okay, I think it's quite interesting, right Jeju? What Zhongli Jeju fears most is tails, but these sisters like to pick on the weak, and she can't refuse. When asked about her feelings, she couldn't answer. She just shook her head and said. I don't know, but Su Buletinling likes her anyway. After saying that, he ran to Lu Hongluan and pretended to check his body seriously. Xiao Xiang'er was quite relieved to be protected by her good wife. She turned to look at the swing and said with a smile. Xiao Wan, Suzhou is quite close to here. You can ride Zui Feng horse to get there in one day. Just wait for Su Buletinling to come back and ask him to take you there. Kui Zioan looked at the Osmanthus tree above and shook her head with some disappointment. The peach blossoms have faded long ago. Now there are only peaches. What are you going to see? Xiao Xiang'er picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and said softly. In Peach Blossom Temple in Dawao, there is a peach blossom fairy under Peach Blossom Temple. The peach blossom fairy grows peach trees and breaks off flower branches to pay for wine. At this time, you can plant peach trees. In a few years, you will take your baby back to the south of the Yangtze River and meet Su. Let's lean together under the peach blossom tree, drink peach blossom wine, and watch the little baby running around. It's so artistic. Kui Zioan thought about it carefully, and it was true. She smiled. That's right. When will Lao Su come back? When Lu Hongluan's due date arrived, she was already panicking with anticipation. She touched her belly where she could clearly feel the fetal movement and said softly. I've finished my work in Jiangnan. I should be back in the next 2 days. Xiao Xiang'er and Su Buling had been separated for more than 3 months, and she was almost going crazy with greed. She was a little tired from lying down, so she stood up with a small case and walked out of the small courtyard. I'm going to the river to take a look and sober up. Chiao Yi, who was waiting for instructions outside the yard, quickly came to her, held Xiao Xiang'er's arm and walked out of the mansion. The Lu family is located on the south bank of the Qinhua River. The buildings are all covered with high walls and white tiles, and the lanes extend in all directions. Xiao Xiang'er walked slowly on the bluestone road, with the guards following behind. After leaving the Lu family gate, Xiao Xiang'er took out the small wooden sign from his waist again, held it in his hand and rubbed it gently. Chiao Yi was walking in front, saw Xiao Xiang'er's movements, and said curiously. Miss, the original characters are all engraved, why don't you replace it with a new one? Xiao Xiang'er took the small wooden sign and tapped Chiao Yi's forehead. Just keep a piece as a souvenir. If I change the brand to a new one, wouldn't everyone know how many Zheng characters I was engraved by Su Buling? If Ruosi lets Zioan know, the whole family will know. Chiao Yi was still a young child. Her eyes were sour, but she didn't dare to show it. She just held Xiao Xiang'er's arm and whispered. If we carve them all, there should be hundreds of characters for, right? Xiao Xiang'er recalled it, and there seemed to be countless orthographic characters written all over her body. However, this kind of thing cannot be shown off, so Xiao Xiang'er looked dignified. How can there be hundreds of them? It's not like there are only 30 or 40. 300 or 400 is about the same. Chiao Yi muttered something silently, not daring to say it clearly. She just sighed quietly. Miss, your life is so good. Back then, I accompanied the lady to the palace. I didn't even meet the old emperor. I went directly to the cold palace and suffered from loneliness. I thought I would be a young lady with the lady for the rest of my life. No thinking that in a blink of an eye, the young lady found the right man and had dozens of positive words engraved on her. Although Chiao Yi was still a young girl and had no home for the rest of her life, she was satisfied to see the young lady live so happily. The words were very gratifying, but inside and outside the words, they all meant, the young lady has eaten her fill and forgot that the servant is still hungry. Xiao Xiang raised her hand and scratched Jiao Yi's face. I'm still treating you like a young lady. Have I treated you badly? I've told you that if you want to find a husband, you can choose from among the young generals of the Ziliang army. But you're not happy and you say you want to serve me for the rest of your life. Jiao Yi looked a little aggrieved and hugged Xiao Xiang's arm. I can't bear to leave you, miss. If you want to think about it, see if there is any way to compromise, so that I can stay with you and find a place for me to return to. Xiao Xiang actually knew these things well. Lu Hongluan had already talked to her, but Yunu had not come in yet. She couldn't abuse Master Bao Bao's privileges and arranged for her maid first. The two maids are both old people who have served for more than 20 years. They are both master and servant and sisters. We have to wait until we have the opportunity to arrange this matter together. Seeing Jiao Yi's constant hints, Xiao Xiang looked serious and thought for a moment. A compromise, how about we let you and you slave get together as a couple? Isn't there something like handkerchief sex in the palace? You and you slave have a good relationship, so it should be fine to make do with each other. Ah! Jiao Yi's eyes became more and more aggrieved. She could live with Yunu, but Yunu couldn't make her roll her eyes. Jiao Yi pursed her lips. How about making a compromise, miss? Why, you want to go one step further and become a concubine? Jiao Yi suddenly smiled shyly. Hey, what a concubine, I am the lady's maid, it doesn't matter whether I have a title or not. Really? Xiao Xiang thought about it carefully and nodded slightly. That's okay. Jiao Yi's eyes lit up. When I get back to Chang'an, I'll talk to Prince Su and see if Prince Su wants to fall in love with you. Prince Su's concubine? Jiao Yi's expression froze, and she felt a bolt from the blue. She quickly shook her head. Forget it, how can I be a young lady and aunt? That's it? It's good to be alone. Xiao Xiang couldn't bear it, so she raised her hand and poked Jiao Yi's forehead. You're so stupid, you're not even as good as Daodu. Miss, how can I forget about you? Why are you so anxious when you slave hasn't even come in? Laugh. Jiao Yi pursed her lips and saw that the young lady finally understood, so she didn't say anything more and just snickered. Xiao Xiang rubbed his forehead and stopped talking nonsense about this matter. He quickly came to the Qinhua River and stood on the stone bridge in the autumn dusk, looking at the entrance of the river. Boats go back and forth under the bridge. The breeze was blowing Xiao Xiang's long hair and red skirt. Looking at it, I saw the lanterns along the street coming on from dusk, and the drunkenness dissipated with the night wind. Xiao Xiang stood on the stone bridge, her eyes gradually became clearer, and she became a little more disappointed. She turned around and prepared to wait for Jiao Yi to go home. Just when she turned around, Jiao Yi's eyes lit up and she pointed at a large boat sailing into the city from the river. Miss, is that our building boat? Xiao Xiang's eyes lit up. He stood on tiptoes and looked out. Sure enough, he saw the long-awaited building boat approaching from the south. The lights on the boat were brightly lit, and a man in white standing on the bow could be vaguely seen. The disappointment on Xiao Xiang's face faded away in an instant, replaced by surprise, and she quickly raised her hand. Su Buletin Ling. Look here. The man in white on the bow of the boat obviously heard the sound, and then he jumped off the boat, stepped directly on the water of the Qinhua River, and flew towards the stone bridge. In the brothels and restaurants along the river, silent exclamations resounded. Wow, so handsome. Madam, come out and see the gods. Su Buling took a few long steps and ran from the building boat at the mouth of the river to the Wenda Bridge and landed in front of Xiao Xiang. His eyes were full of longing for the reunion after a long separation. He raised his hand and wanted to hug Xiang. Baby, why are you standing here? People were coming and going on the street, and walking on the water attracted the attention of thousands of people. Naturally, Xiao Xiang did not dare to get close to her husband in such an open and honest manner. She raised her hand to cover Su Buling's chest, and was about to ask a few questions when she suddenly saw that Su Buling's face looked a little strange, and she said slightly confused. Su Buletinling, why are you so pale? It's freezing cold. Xiao Xiang'er was confused and looked up at the autumn night at the end of July. It was a bit cool. She nodded slightly and said, why is your face red again? Antifreeze, ugh. Su Barang looked embarrassed. He was injured in Chalong Mountain a few days ago. He was recuperating in Bama village and said some big words smoothly. The result was great. For half a month, he lay on the bed recovering from his injuries and could not go out. 7 girls took turns waiting on him, insisting on seeing him begging for mercy. What kind of temper does Su Buletinling have? If a person dies, he will definitely not give in. He went into battle with injuries and forcefully cleaned up a few girls and made them honest, but his face also turned pale. Seeing that the baby saw something strange, Su Buling couldn't talk about these tragic experiences. He raised his hand to support Xiang'er's arm and walked under the bridge. I suffered a small injury a while ago, and my complexion is a bit off, but I have recovered. How is Aunt Lu now? It's okay. Xiao Xiang'er hadn't seen Su Buling for 3 months. Although she tried her best to maintain a dignified appearance, her legs still became weak unconsciously when Su Buling touched her arm. She subconsciously moved closer and said softly, but it's getting dark, Hong Luan should have gone to bed, and I'm afraid you have to rest after a long journey. Chiao Yi, go back and boil the water, and tell Zioan and the others that you can catch the wind and wash away the dust in the evening. Good. Chiao Yi ran back to the alley with a smile on her face. Take the wind and wash away the dust. Su Buling understood immediately, held Xiang'er's hand and said with a smile. The baby is still considerate. That's natural. If I don't pamper you, who will pamper you? Originally, I was alone tonight. For the sake of you finally coming back, I will grant you a favor. A dozen girls will let you celebrate the new year. More than a dozen, hee hee. Why are you smiling so fake? Are you worried? How is that possible? I'm so happy that I can't open my mouth from ear to ear. Your face is pale with joy. It's cold. After Xiao Xiang'er and Su Buring walked into the alley together, they generously hugged Su Buring's waist with their hands, stood on tiptoes and kissed Su Buring on the face. Su Buling retorted, and the two of them walked together into the white walls and green tiles between the deep alleys. The girls who got off the boat also ran into the alley happily. The family reunited after a long separation finally arrived. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 858. Su Buling returned to Jinling and finished the catching the wind and washing away the dust, and 3 days passed. Although the process of close combat in a will battle is more tiring than fighting Zhou King Kaiu, the taste is far from the sense of accomplishment brought by a duel with others. It is very appropriate to describe it as ecstasy. After all, it is a bit inconvenient to live in the mother-in-law's house with a bunch of daughters-in-law. In the days that followed, Su Buling bought a house next door to the Lu family and lived in it. He met guests every day and accompanied his wife to take care of Aunt Lu. He occasionally went to the poetry club with Yu Fu Xiaoqi, or went to a restaurant with Mans hiking to listen to music at night. Listening to books, the days passed very quickly, and it was early August in a blink of an eye. Aunt Lu calculated based on the time that the child would be born between the end of August and the beginning of September. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming soon, and the family had already begun to prepare for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet in advance. Su Buring originally planned to stay at home until the child was born, but the war in the north was not over yet. Once Aunt Lu's child was born, Su Buring would probably have to go north to conquer Qi. Xiao Xiang'er was afraid that Kui Zioan would get sick if she had hidden thoughts in her heart, so she told Su Buling that Kui Zioan wanted to go to Dawao and asked him to take him there. Suzhou is not far from Hangzhou, so Su Buling did not refuse. Early in the morning on the 5th day of August, he brought the wind-chasing horse and waited at the door of his house. There was a bundle of saplings and a shovel on the horse's side. Between the two small stone lions under the high white wall, Kui Zioan, wearing a skirt, looks like a young girl going out for an outing. "Mother, I'm leaving first." Xiao Xiang who is wearing a gorgeous red dress, is like a wealthy lady who cares about the younger generation, whispering, "Come back early." "Okay, Queen Mother." "Slow down on the road. Do you want to take your tail with you?" Okay." Su Buletinling held the reins with a slightly strange expression and blinked his eyes, but finally did not disturb the gossip between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After a while, Kui Zioan hugged Xiao Xiang turned around and ran to Zui Fengma. "Let's go, Lao Su." Su Buling curled his lips, and after saying goodbye to Xiang he got on the wind-chasing horse, pulled Kui Zioan up and sat sideways in front, and rode the horse towards the south. Mid-Autumn Festival in August, everything is golden. In the countryside of the south of the Yangtze River, you can see small bridges and flowing water everywhere. Farmers sit on the ridges of the fields and watch the horses galloping by on the official road. Kui Zioan leaned in Su Buling's arms, scanning the autumn mountains with her clear eyes. Unlike Su Buling in the past, Kui Zioan turned the mahogany sign on her fingertips and talked about the trivial things that happened in Jinling these days. "Jeju and Yuhi are very interesting. Last time Yuhi said that Jeju's dancing was not good looking, just like a monkey spinning in circles. Jeju was so angry that he asked Yi to secretly put some long hair on Yuhi's makeup. On the stage, he then said that Yuhi was born with sparse hair and might become bald. When Yuhi went back to his room and saw his hair, he was frightened and called Jeju for several days to ask her to help find a solution." Su Buling put his arm around Zioan's waist and asked with a smile, "What's the result?" In the end, Jeju Chunfeng proudly spilled the beans and was chased by Yuhi allies. If the Queen Mother hadn't started the fight, she would have been shaved into a medium white by Yuhi. "By the way, before you came back, the Queen Mother was really greedy. A few days ago, when I was dreaming, I thought I was you, and I wanted my mother to touch me, but when she did, she said, 'Huh? Where's the little one?'" When Kui Zioan said this, she couldn't help covering her mouth and burst into laughter. Her smile was like a silver bell, and her eyebrows were curved with beauty. Su Buling couldn't help but laugh as well, but he felt more relaxed and relieved. Kui Zioan from Peach Blossom Valley used to be so innocent, but she was too detached from the world, too fairy-like, and was not interested at all in these mean-spirited parents. But now there is obviously a bit more femininity, and this is how life should be. 2 people and 1 horse were running through the countryside in the south of the Yangtze River, chatting about everyday things from morning to afternoon. The horse chasing the wind traveled thousands of miles in a day, and without exerting all its strength, the 2 of them had already arrived outside Gusu City. Su Buling dismounted in the landscape gardens outside the city and took Zioan to walk in the gardens. But unfortunately, there was no Dawao in this era, only a small garden with beautiful scenery. Su Buling knew that Kui Zioan had been thinking about it for an unknown amount of time because of the phrase Peach Blossom Temple in Dawao. At this moment, seeing this ordinary place, he spread his hands in embarrassment. "I also read it in a book. It seems that there is no Dawao in this world." There was no disappointment in Kui Zioan's eyes, and she said seriously, "It didn't happen before. Now that we're here, it will happen in the future." "That's true." Su Buling led the wind-chasing horse and followed Kui Zioan on a slow walk among the mountains and rivers. The 2 of them found an open space that looked sunny next to a small lake with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Kui Zioan took off the small shovel from the side of the horse, rolled up her sleeves and started digging the hole seriously. Su Buling wanted to help, but Kui Zioan said a little disgustedly, "You don't know how to plant trees, so don't make trouble." Seeing this, Su Buling could only use his saber to clear away the bushes and weeds nearby. Cha-cha. As the sun set in the west, a slender woman, wielding a small shovel, dug a row of pits by the lake, neatly arranged and of the same size. Su Buletinling looked back from time to time to check. In a daze, he felt like he was chopping firewood and watching Kui Zioan dig a hole. Although the scene was warm and beautiful, Su Buling looked at the autumn light all over the lake and said with some uncertainty, "Wan Wan, if you plant trees in autumn, will they survive?" Kui Zioan has been planting trees in Peach Blossom Valley for several years and understands this naturally. "Don't worry. If I plant them in the place I picked, at least 8 out of 10 trees will live. I'm just afraid that someone will pull them out when they pass by." Su Buling thought for a while and said with a smile, "This place will be called Dawao from now on. I will say hello to the Suzhou magistrate later. I guarantee that he will be more careful than taking care of his own ancestral graves." Kui Zioan felt relieved, squatted next to the small pit, took out the peach saplings from the bamboo basket, carefully put them in, adjusted the position, buried them with soil, and planted them. 10 saplings are not too many, but Zioan has obsessive-compulsive disorder. After she adjusted the position and angle and planted the 10 saplings, the sky became dark. Su Buling lit a bonfire with dead wood and weeds nearby, then moved a big stone from the lakeside and carved characters on it with a knife. After Kui Zioan finished her work, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Seeing Su Buling's movements, she ran over and squatted beside her, saying in a crisp voice. In the autumn of the first year of Jianping, Su Buling and Kui Zioan planted their hands here. "What are you doing carving this for?" Su Buling sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and said with a slightly contented look, "My name will remain in history." Kui Zioan looked puzzled. She sat beside Su Buling, leaned on his shoulder, looked at the big broken stone in front of her, and asked. "Those whose names will go down in history are left in books. What's the use of engraving them here?" Su Buling finished carving the words, nodded with satisfaction, put away his sword, raised his arms around Kui Zioan's shoulders, and pointed to a few peach saplings next to him. "From now on, this place will be called Dawao. If we take good care of it, it may become a big tourist attraction in 100 years. There must be some allusions to the places of interest. Think about it, when the time comes, young men and women like us will come here. If you see 10 identical peach trees in this place, the girl will definitely ask, why is this place called Dawao? Who planted these trees?" Kui Zioan's eyes lit up, and she understood the meaning, and continued with a smile. "The scholar led the girl to this big stone and said that it was the founding emperor of our dynasty who passed by Suzhou and planted this tree with his beloved concubine." Then he started to tell the story of Su Buling and Kui Zioan. The girl listened. "Listen, just like me, I lean my head on your shoulder," and then the scholar chuckles, puts the girl down, and unbuttons her clothes. Su Buling originally thought it was very romantic, but when Zioan made a sharp turn, his expression froze and he frowned. "How is it possible? Not everyone is as lawless as me. You're quite honest." Kui Zioan smiled with crooked eyebrows, and forcefully moved Su Buling down to lie on the lawn. Then she leaned next to him and looked at the stars that were gradually lighting up in the sky. "Isn't it normal for people to fall asleep when they are deeply in love? However, it seems that the story between us cannot move the girl." Su Buling held the back of his head, dropped a straw in his mouth, and turned his head when he heard the words. "Why can't you be moved?" Kui Zioan followed Su Buling's example, lying down holding the back of her head and thinking carefully. "Our story, well, once upon a time, there was a young lady who looked like a fairy." Puff. "Don't laugh, I'm a badass, and I'm not bragging. Well, there was a beautiful lady who lived in the peach blossom forest since she was a child. One day, bad news came, and she was forcibly sent to the palace in a sedan chair. She became a queen. But the lady didn't like the life in the palace, so she secretly ran out of the palace and planted peach blossoms in the deep mountains and forests. Then a wanderer accidentally entered the peach blossom forest, and the two fell in love at first sight and walked together. Just like that. It feels pretty bland, right? Su Buling thought about it carefully, shook his head and said, "The stories are all made up by people. Can you change them?" Once upon a time, there was a beautiful lady who lived in a peach blossom forest since she was a child. Later, a knight-errant wandered in by mistake. The two fell in love at first sight, but they made a private commitment for life. At that time, the bad news came that the lady was forcibly sent to the palace. In order to recover the beauty, the knight snatched the lady back and were hunted down by the emperor. In order to maintain stability, the knight rebelled and brought peace to the world. From then on, he and the lady lived happily. Being together, isn't it much better? Kui Zioan opened and closed her embroidered shoes lightly, thought about it carefully, shook her head and said, "No, when I entered the palace, you were only about 10 years old. You were pulling a small horse and a big cart. Later generations thought there was something wrong with me. A small horse and a big cart?" Su Buling felt strange when he heard this familiar yet unfamiliar word, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. He shook his head and smiled. Thousands of years from now, whoever remembers our age will just need a touching story. Anyway, these trees were indeed planted by us together. That's true. Kui Zioan looked at the big stone with satisfaction, thought for a while, and then said, "However, it sounds very interesting, but when future generations see the stone, we will all be dead. We can no longer lie like this and talk about these interesting things. I used to think that life and death were destiny and could not be changed. Don't think about it, now I suddenly feel reluctant to let go." Su Buletinling was silent for a moment and comforted softly. "Didn't I tell you that my poems and stories were written from a dream, in a special place? The dream may be false, but the poems are true. One flower and one world, one leaf and one Tathagata. I don't know how big the world is, maybe there are gods in this world. If there are gods, there will be reincarnation, and if there are reincarnations, there will be the next life. I only like this life. I don't want to drink mangpo soup and forget everything in my next life. Then I'll find a way to become a god. I'll be invincible by the time I'm 20, and maybe I can go one step further." Kui Zioan turned her head and looked at Su Buling's side face. "You still want to take us to be gods? I heard that gods are all enlightened people with a pure heart and few desires. They either live in the mountains or hide underground. How can we be comfortable as mortals, where we can indulge in sex and do whatever we want? Come." Su Buling frowned and thought for a moment. "It seems so." Kui Zioan raised her hand and poked Su Buling in the face, imitating Xiao Xiang'er's tone. "Virtue. If you want to be a god, what kind of god will you be?" Su Buling blinked his eyes, and after thinking about it for a long time, he said seriously, "Songzi Zhenjun. Zhenzi Zhenjun." Kui Zioan seemed to understand, and asked curiously, "I have only heard of Guanyin, how can I be the true king of sending children?" Su Buling looked serious, made a fairy-like appearance, turned over and pressed on Zioan. "This needs to be explained in detail. I'll give you one to demonstrate first." Kui Zioan was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately and raised her hand to pat Su Buling on the shoulder. "Old Su, this idea of yours is not acceptable. Those who want children are all married women. If you go to give them away, wouldn't you become a bad god? I'll just give it to you, don't move it. Where's the tail?" "I didn't bring it. I clearly saw Xiang'er stuffed into your arms. If you don't hand it over, I'll find it myself. Look for it. Collect free good books, follow v.x Book Friends Basecamp, recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes. Hee hee. The silver moon is like a hook, and the autumn night is slightly cool. 10 newly planted peach trees cast long shadows under the bonfire, falling into the small lake and blending with the reflections of men and women embracing. The sun rises and sets, the clouds roll and relax. Su Buling took Xiaoan around Suzhou City for several days, planned the Wao, wrote the signboard of Han's Han Temple, and planned the beautiful scenery of Suzhou in various poems, and time passed unknowingly. Came to the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Buling rode the wind-chasing horse and took Xiaowan's back to the south bank of the Qinhua River. In the Lu family mansion, hundreds of Lu family members are already decorating the courtyard to welcome the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Xianger stood at the door of the Su mansion next door, waiting for her husband, who had been thinking about it day and night, to return. She saw the horse stop among the white walls and green tiles, stepped forward to greet him, and asked like an elder. "Xiaoan, have you had enough fun?" On top of the black horse, Kui Xiaoan was sitting sideways in Su Buling's arms. At this time, she jumped down from the top and ran to Xiao Xianger. She raised her hand and gave him a bear hug. "Well, Queen Mother, I miss you so much." Xiao Xianger faced Xiaoan, who was always clingy, with a look of helplessness in her eyes. She raised her hand and patted Xiaoan on the back. "As long as you've had enough fun, you have to say what you want to do in the future, don't keep it in your heart." "I know." Kui Xiaoan looked back and saw Su Buling dismounting and walking towards her. Knowing that Xiao Xianger was also missing her dearly, she turned around and ran into the mansion without interrupting. Su Buling led the horse to the front and glanced at the door of the mansion. "Baby, where are Kikai and the others?" Xiao Xianger raised her hand and straightened Su Buling's clothes. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the girls are busy preparing. It's not like you who hang out all day and don't care about anything." Su Buling took Xiao Xianger's hand, walked toward the entrance of the alley, and said softly, "Are you jealous of your daughter-in-law?" Xiao Xianger and Su Buling clasped their fingers together and snorted lightly. "I'm not jealous like Hongluan. How can I be jealous of my sisters? I can't even complain to you." Su Buling raised the corners of his lips and smiled, "Of course you can, the baby is the biggest under the bed, so you should train me." Xiao Xianger was then satisfied, and holding hands, they came to the brightly lit Qinhua River. At the beginning of the lights on the streets, strings of lanterns were hung on the eaves of the waterside buildings by the river, swaying gently in the autumn wind, emitting a dim yellow light under the full moon. The stream of painted boats is constantly flowing, and music and singing are endless. Young ladies wearing scholars' robes and ladies' clothes are strolling under the willow trees by the river. The scene is similar to the ferry bridge in Chang'an, but it is much more beautiful than the ferry bridge. Xiao Xianger looked at the familiar street scene, as if recalling the time when she and Su Buling were the only two. Her eyes were slightly dazed and she never spoke. The light of the lanterns all over the street shines on the bright and moving cheeks, with 3,000 blue hairs hanging down, and the red dress clinging tightly to the waist. She looks as dignified and beautiful as she did in the palace, but obviously a little more the peace that comes from the bottom of my heart, the peace that comes from belonging. Qinhua is a long stretch of 18 miles, and the streets are full of shops and crowded with people. The scholars and ladies who come and go smile charmingly and have dark eyes, and the warmth that young men and women should have can be seen everywhere. Su Buling held Xianger's hand under his red sleeve and walked along the bustling street for a while. His eyes swept across the street and suddenly turned around and ran to the side of the street. Xiao Xianger's hands were empty. She came to her senses, looked up, and saw Su Buling standing in front of the pile of candied haws, picking and choosing. Against the backdrop of the lanterns all over the street, the slightly childish back of the young man in white made Xiao Xianger lose his mind for a moment. Her eyes were starry, a little funny, but just like before, she couldn't laugh no matter what, and the tip of her nose was sore. At the moment when she was absent-minded, Su Buling walked back quickly and handed the red and delicious candied haws in front of her. "Baby," Here it is. Xiao Xiang'er did not look at the candied haws, but looked into Su Buling's eyes. After a long time, she smiled slightly carelessly, but her words were choked with sobs. How can the prince of the feudal lord buy candied haws in person? As soon as the words came out, Xiao Xiang'er realized that there was something wrong in the voice, and quickly took the candied haws, lowered his head, and took a deep breath. The smile on Su Buletinling's face froze. He came closer, held Xiao Xiang'er's arm, and said softly. Why are you crying? Can you control you? You are heartless. Xiao Xiang'er bit a candied haws, turned her head to prevent Su Buling from seeing her tear-filled eyes, and said vaguely. If I had known you were so heartless, I wouldn't have saved you back then. I used to say that the baby was the oldest, but it took so many years before I even thought of buying me a bunch of candied haws. Su Buling seemed a bit innocent. He stood under the willow tree on the shore, put his hand on Xiang'er's shoulder, and said softly. I bought it for you before, but you said you're not a child, who would eat this stuff? Xiao Xiang'er's misty eyes turned fierce. If I don't eat it, you won't buy it? Su Buling blinked. It's my fault, baby, don't be angry. Humph. Xiao Xiang'er was then satisfied. She covered her lips with her red sleeves, bit another candied haws, and looked as majestic as an adult should, and asked. We went to Suzhou with Xiaowen, what did we do? I see Xiaowen is very happy. Su Buling took out his handkerchief, wiped the corners of Xiang'er's eyes, and said with a smile. I just wandered around casually, built the Wao, and changed the temple on the mountain into Han's Han Temple. After Xiao Xiang'er listened, he snorted softly. It's quite generous. Sure enough, men always focus on their wives and leave their mother-in-law aside. Why haven't I seen you take me out alone? Su Buling felt that this was a gift, and thought for a while, when I left Chang'an, didn't I kidnap you alone? I walked thousands of miles. How can it be the same? Lock me and Xiao Yi in the carriage, just like Mrs. Yazai. Besides, isn't Hongluan here? Hongluan caught her in bed. I knew Aunt Lu was here at that time, but you held me tight and wouldn't let me go. You still blame me? Hey hey. Su Buling was speechless and grinned, a bit silly. Xiao Xiang'er glared and turned her gaze back to the rows of lanterns hanging on the river. I am your first woman, and you are my first man, how can you be so partial? I'm not biased. In my heart, babies are number one in the world. What's the use of just talking? Xiao Xiang'er bit the candied haws and hummed. You and Xiao Wangking have left their names in history, but I am still buried in the imperial mausoleum. Why haven't I seen you? Why don't you build a garden for me? When Su Buling heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, put his arm around Xiang'er's shoulders, and waved his hand. I've had this idea for a long time, just because I'm afraid you won't be happy with it due to worldly considerations. Xiao Xiang'er frowned, not believing it at all, and raised her finger to Qin Huai, Shibalai. In this case, from now on, the Qinhua River will be renamed Bao Bao River, and the Wenda Bridge will be renamed Bao Bao Bridge. What? Su Buling's expression froze. The smoke is in the cold water, the moon is in the sand, and the baby is near the restaurant at night. I'm afraid. Xiao Xiang'er turned her head and said, forget it if you are unhappy, I don't expect Qingxi to leave her name. Anyway, everyone knows that your eldest concubine is my sister, and I have been dead long ago. Oh, who says he won't be happy? Su Buling put his arm around Xiang'er's shoulders and said seriously. The Qinhua River has been changed. I'm afraid it will arouse public outrage. The Wenda Bridge was built by the Lu family and should be able to be changed. I will go say hello later and change the words on it to Baby Bridge. Xiao Xiang'er just had a quarrel with her husband and just talked about it casually. She didn't have the nerve to actually change the Lu family's Wenda Bridge to her nickname. This would be a coward. She hummed softly. Forget it, I won't embarrass you. What's so difficult about this? Money can't buy a happy baby. Let's go and find my brother-in-law now. Su Buling didn't mean to joke. He pulled Xiao Xiang'er back, as if he would start work tonight. Xiao Xiang'er was holding half a candied haws, and was a little panicked when she saw Su Buling's appearance. If the people on both sides of the Qinhua River got up with Xiao Qi and Lu Hongluan tomorrow morning and found that the word Wenda on the big stone bridge had been replaced by baby, they would not be able to kill her. Xiao Xiang'er was pulled to walk and said hurriedly. Su Buletinling, please don't mess around. I'll just say whatever I want. The calligraphy is handwritten by the ancestors of the Lu family. If you go and change it to Bao Bao, you'll have to turn me into a demon concubine like Daji Bayasi. Su Buling waved his hand, then we will rebuild a stone bridge next to Wenda Bridge. I will pay for it. No one will talk about us for repairing the bridge and repairing the road, right? Xiao Xiang'er blinked and thought it was a good idea, but Jinling was the territory of the Lu family. She thought for a while and said, forget it, let's go to Chang'an to repair it. It will be repaired in front of Hongluan's mother's house. The Lu family thought I was bullying Hongluan. That's okay, just listen to Master Bao Bao. The baby's name is so weird that he will be laughed at by future generations. How about calling him Xiao Xiangqiun? I just brought my sister in, lest she say you are partial. That's a good idea. Then it's settled, I'll draw the blueprints for the bridge across the Yellow River. Across the Yellow River? It's a bit long, huh? What about the Weha River? Weha River? Su Buling's footsteps froze. The bridge, which is more than 400 meters long, is built on the main channel of the Weha River, and ships have to pass underneath. Xiao Xiang'er narrowed her eyes slightly. Why, do you think I can't build it? My ancestors of the Xiao family made their fortune by building water conservancy projects. Su Buling gritted his teeth and nodded. Well, building it is not a big deal. I just raided the hometown of the Four Kings in the east. I have a lot of money. I will treat it as a training for you, my dear. That's more like it. Xiao Xiang'er smiled, hugged Su Buling's arm, and left the Qinhua River with bright lanterns contentedly. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 859. August 15th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The city is decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and every household in Jinling City has an atmosphere of reunion. In the mansion on the south bank of Wenda Bridge, the Lu family was celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, while in the mansion separated by a wall to the east, the Su family who settled here were also happily preparing for a reunion banquet. It was still morning. Su Buling came back from the Lu family's banquet, and when he walked past the courtyard wall, he heard conversations coming from the kitchen. Xining, where did Manzi and Qingyi go? Going to the great sword master Zhu. Su Buletinling paused, raised his head, crossed the wall, and headed inside. In the large kitchen of the house, Chen Xining stood beside the counter, wearing an apron, spinning a single knife like the wind, chopping the ingredients for the evening. Chen Xining is very skilled in martial arts. She can chop people like chopping vegetables while getting on the horse, and chop vegetables like chopping people when dismounting. She can do it with ease, but the formations inevitably look a bit scary. Song Yafu and Zhongli Chuchu both held plates to their chests and stood at the corner of the kitchen, watching with envy and nervousness. Nightingale's martial arts skills are also not weak. Perhaps because of her competitive spirit, she stood opposite Chen Xining, holding a kitchen knife in her hand and swiping, competing to see who could cut faster. The three maids, Qiaoyi, Yuinu, and Daodu, did not dare to approach at all. They were hiding outside the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables carefully. The two little snakes were a little bit greedy for the meat on the chopping board, but they were afraid that their master would cut them into snake soup with a knife, so they could only hide behind the threshold and wait for food with their mouths open. Su Buling watched for a while, without disturbing the girls who were preparing for the dinner. He walked up to the tea pavilion in front and took a look from the window. In the large tea pavilion, several small tables are put together. On the table are white noodles, fillings, tools, etc., as well as the mold Xiao Xiang are prepared in advance. Xiao Qi, who was busy with business and did not cook all year round, now put on home clothes and an apron, sat next to the counter, carefully wrapped the dough, put it into the grinder and pressed it into a round shape. Although Xiao Qi has extraordinary intelligence, she is obviously not as good as her sister in craftsmanship. Although she looks very serious, she inadvertently smeared some flour on her cheeks. The pattern on the mooncake was originally intended to look like Su Buling's face. As a result, after carving for a long time, even she herself couldn't recognize what she was carving. Xiao Xiang sat next to him. He used a knife to carefully carve the pattern of mid-autumn moonlight night on the mooncakes without any grinding tools. It was lifelike, and he did not forget to sarcastically say, "Sister, forget it if you can't do it. With your skills, who would dare to eat it?" Xiao Qi took a look at Xiao Xiang's mooncakes, then looked at her own, and said sourly, "I'm not allowed to eat it, but I'm not asking you to eat it. Besides, I'm not the only one who doesn't look good. Do you think everyone is just like you, studying these useless tricks all day long?" Around the desk, Ning Yuhi and Jeju were also carefully preparing mooncakes. As Xiao Qi said, not everyone is good at knife skills. At this time, Zhongli Jeju placed the little sparrow in front of him, let it spread its small wings, and assume the posture of Feng crying in the nine heavens. He followed the carving carefully, and the shape was quite reasonable. Ning Yuhi was more embarrassed. Ning Yuhi was a martial artist himself, and he and King Yi had been dependent on each other for many years. The two of them lived a rough and tumble lifestyle, focusing on speed and convenience, so how could they do all these fancy things? Ning Yuhi felt a little anxious when she saw that Zhongli Jeju was almost ready to make one, but she didn't know how to start yet. Lu Hongluan leaned on the recliner and watched. Kui Zioan put her cheek against Lu Hongluan's belly and listened to the movements of the unborn baby. Seeing that Ning Yuhi didn't move for a long time, Kui Zioan was considerate and said, "Dabai, if you don't know what to carve, just ask your mother to make one for you first, and you can just follow the drawing." Xiao Xiang's craftsmanship was very good and he had finished the work in just a few seconds. Hearing this, he took over Yuhi's half-finished mooncake and said with a smile, "This is not easy, just watch it." Ning Yuhi really didn't have any good ideas, so when he saw this, he naturally didn't refuse, and put his head in to watch carefully. Only. Xiao Xiang took a small carving knife and swished it on the white mooncake. In just a few clicks, the lifelike flying phoenix spreading wings pattern appeared on the mooncake. Ning Yuhi's eyes froze as he watched carefully, and his face instantly turned red to his neck. When several other girls saw Xiang's masterpiece, they couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha. That's it? Su Buring will definitely like it? Oh, you guys." Ning Yuhi was already embarrassed by Xiang. When he saw the sisters laughing at her again, he quickly stood up and ran outside the house. "I'm going to help with the cooking." Su Buling watched outside the window and couldn't help laughing. He saw Ningyu and Luo Huang running away and stood at the corner of the corridor waiting. Ningyu left the door with a blush on his face and walked towards the backyard. His hand was still touching the place where the palace guarding sand had been. His mind had not yet calmed down. As soon as he turned the corner of the corridor, Su Buling raised his hand and hooked it on the shoulders. "Ah!" Ningyu was startled, and when he saw it was Su Buling, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The blush on his warm cheeks did not dissipate, and he forced himself to calm down and said, Ling why are you here? With a smile in his eyes, Su Buletin Ling hugged Ning Yuhi and walked towards the back door. Master, what were you talking about just now? You were smiling so happily inside. Ning Yuhi didn't have the nerve to talk about being teased by Xiang. He lifted the hair hanging down by his ears and said softly. It's nothing, Jeju is making a joke. Jeju is joking, why are you running away? Aren't I going to help with the cooking in the back, where are you taking me? Ning Yuhi was about to walk out of the back door before he realized what he was doing and looked at Su Buling with some confusion. Su Buling put his arms around Yuhi's shoulders and looked at him playfully. Speaking of which, I haven't painted for Master for a long time. It's still early for dinner. Why don't we find a place? Ning Yuhi stopped in his tracks, glanced back, then shook his head and said. Forget it, stop painting. If I serve you again at night and see something painted on my body, they will laugh at me for half a month. You don't know that Zioan and Jeju are holding on to my little tail. Su Buring raised his eyebrows, looked back, and lifted up his long white skirt. You still have your tail with you? Let me see. Ah! Ning Yuhi slapped Su Buling's hand down angrily, with a slight hint of embarrassment on his warm cheeks. Your Majesty, please be more serious. Don't do this during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Buling was slightly disappointed, looked at the picturesque Qinhua scenery, and sighed. I've come out of the capital. If I go back, my trip will be in vain. If Master doesn't like it, forget it. Just go back. You, alas. Self-explanatory. The sun rises and sets, and in a blink of an eye it is dusk. In the residential area on the south bank of Wenda Bridge, Su Buling took Ning Yuhi's hand with satisfaction and walked towards the courtyard where Zulu temporarily lived. Ning Yuhi's walking posture was a little awkward, and her legs were still weak. She arranged her hair and skirt as she walked to ensure that she would not be seen strangely. In the quiet alley, people's laughter is everywhere. Zulu lives in the middle of the alley, and Li Hansheng, Pei Huai and several other people in charge of Dainglu also live here. Su Buling took Ning Yuhi and walked to the door of the yard. He looked up and saw Man Zi and Guo Shanrong standing in the kitchen, helping to wash the dishes. Under the eaves of the courtyard, Zulu held a teacup in his hand and gave serious instructions on swordsmanship. Ning Qingyi was holding a long sword in the middle of the yard, wielding the Zhu family sword, which he had just learned a little bit about. Li Hansheng was also sitting under the eaves. Although he was not in danger of his life last time, the wounds on his body were real. He was still wearing a bandage and was leaning on the recliner to watch his daughter practice swordsmanship. Since the incident at Chelong Mountain, the relationship between father and daughter has softened a bit. Although Qingyi has not changed her name to Dad publicly, she is no longer hiding from Li Hansheng. Just like now, she is learning swordsmanship on her own. The gloom in Li Hanzhen's eyes has dissipated a lot now, but he does not reveal the complacency he had when he was enjoying his old age. I wonder if it is because he watched Ning Qingyi learn swordsmanship, but now he always puts on a very serious look and tries not to show his emotions. But from those eyes, Su Buling could still see what Li Hansheng meant in his heart, which was probably, "Is this my daughter? Why are you so stupid?" The power rises from the ground, and one thrust of the sword can shake the mountain. It took me half a month to learn such a simple thing. Ning Yuhi's martial arts skills were not much better than Qing Yes, so she couldn't understand the doubts that such a top martial artist would have. Seeing this warm scene, she said with a smile. Qingyi is really hard-working. People are practicing swordplay during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up in 2 years. As soon as the words came out, the two grandmasters in the courtyard noticed it and looked up. Ning Qingyi put away her sword, turned to look at the door, and said doubtfully, "Ms. Sir, Master, why are you here?" Ning Yuhi bowed to Zulu and Li Hansheng, and then said, Reading benefits send you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to get it. The family is ready for dinner. Come and call you and Manzi. Oh. Ning Qingyi had just eaten here, but she had to go there for family reunions. She looked towards the kitchen. Manzi, go home. Okay, Dad, Mom, Uncle Lee, I'm leaving first. Run slower, you're such a girl, and you're still so arrogant. I know. As the sun sets over the mountains, bright lights light up from the courtyards of thousands of households. Jinling City is prosperous with singing and dancing, and the banks of the Qinhua River and Suanwu Lake are full of smiling young men and women. On the south bank of Wenda Bridge, maids walked back and forth in the house, delivering exquisite dishes to the main hall. The lights were brightly lit in the large main hall. In the past, when we had dinner on the boat, all the girls could not sit at the table at the same time due to the number of people. This time, in order to host a family banquet, Xiao Qi specially ordered a huge round table. Designed by Xiang the pulleys installed at the bottom allow it to rotate, occupying almost half of the hall. The exquisite dishes prepared by the girls themselves were neatly placed on the large round table. The center was decorated with landscapes and incense, making the whole table look like a peach banquet in the fairyland of Yaokai. Bang bang. In the garden outside the main hall, Manzi and Kuizioan lit fireworks, covered their ears and ran back to the hall, hiding behind Xiao Xiang'er and Ning Qingyi. Brilliant fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Jinling city. Xiao He and Huang, perhaps attracted by the fireworks, ran over to grab the fireworks, but Chen Xining was so frightened that she jumped up and pinned down the two big dogs. The big white goose was tied under the pillars. It flapped its wings and screamed quack as if taunting them mercilessly. As the fireworks rose, Su Buling helped Lu Hongluan and walked out of the back house. As a pregnant woman, Aunt Lu was placed in the main seat. Su Buling sat beside her and asked the daughters-in-law to take their seats. Xiao Qi and Xiao Xiang'er naturally sat on both sides of Lu Hongluan, and Xiao Xiang'er even pushed Su Buling out of the way. Kui Zioan must have sat with Xiao Xiang'er, and pushed Su Buling away. The remaining two eldest sisters, Ning Yuhi and Zhongli Jiju, can definitely sit next to Su Buling according to their seniority, but they are sworn enemies, and neither one wants the other to sit next to Su Buling, and they secretly compete with each other in their eyes. After a while, we finally sat down across the table together with a tacit understanding, so as not to affect the atmosphere due to the quarrel during the big holiday. Ning Qingyi and Chu Chu naturally sat in front of their master, while Manzi and Shi Ning took the opportunity to sit in front of Qingyi. Song Yafu originally thought about the etiquette at the dinner table and finally sat down, but at the end, she found that Su Buling was still empty, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Su Buling didn't care about this at all. When he saw this, he patted the seat next to him. Fuebao, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Come and sit down. Song Yafu's face turned slightly red, and then she sat down next to Su Buling in a gentle manner, a little embarrassed to look up. 11 girls sat down around a big round table, and there was a chorus of singing and singing, which seemed even more delicious than the delicacies on the table. Su Buling glanced at it and found that the table was not full, so he looked around. Where are Nightingale and the others? In the side room of the main hall, several maids were waiting for orders, but they came out after hearing this. Su Buling waved his hand, come over and sit down. Why are you hiding around? There are no outsiders at home. Nightingale was always outspoken. She nodded slightly when she heard this and sat down next to Chen Xining. Yunu and Xiao Yi were a little hesitant. They had served young ladies for more than 20 years and knew the rules of wealthy families. In such an occasion, it stands to reason that they could not go to the table. Xiao Xiang'er and Lu Hongluan had long regarded the two personal maids as sisters. Xiao Xiang'er hooked up. Come here as soon as I ask you to. Are you stupid? Are you still waiting for Su Buletinling to come over and pull you? Thank you, young prince. Yu Nu and Xiao Yi understood the meaning of this. Being able to sit at the table basically meant that they had the status of a side house. Their faces turned a little red and they sat down at the round table in a polite manner. Daodu stood on the doorframe, stuck his head out, and took a sneak peek, looking like he wanted to speak but didn't dare. Su Buling was a little funny. Come here quickly, what are you waiting for? Oh. Daodu's face turned red, and he ran to Yu Nu and sat down in front of him. 15 girls were seated, the flowers were full, the moon was full, the scenery was delicious, and the scene was beautiful. Su Buling felt a little wandering, and he had not forgotten the tool bird that helped him travel around. He raised his hand and called the little sparrow standing under the eaves admiring the moon. He took a small plate of dried fruits and put it on the table, and asked Yi to sit down. Lu Hongluan sat in the main seat, touched her belly and glanced at the daughters-in-law of the Su family. After looking around, she looked at Su Buling. Your Majesty, are everyone here? Is there anything you forgot? Zhu Manzi sat upright on the side and thought for a moment. It's a pity that Xiao 12 didn't come. Chen Shining said with a smile, Manzi is so loyal, he didn't forget Xiao 12 at this time. Ning Qingyi has a straightforward personality. Hearing this, he said softly. It's natural. If Xiao 12 doesn't come, she will be at the bottom of the family and she must be thinking about it day and night. Ha ha ha. As soon as this was said, all the girls in the room laughed. Zhu Manzi frowned, raised his hand and pinched Ning Qingyi's waist. Can you speak? Who is at the bottom? Su Buling touched the jade pendant hanging on his waist, shook his head, and said with a smile. Don't worry, the next time we have a family banquet, we might come. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, if nothing else, come and cheers. Cheers. 15 girls, big and small, picked up the white jade wine glasses, touched them in the air, and drank them all in one gulp. Fireworks are going on outside the main hall, there are endless cheers in the mansion, and the lively family dinner has just begun. Pushing the cup to change the cup, the moon rises on the branches without realizing it. Lu Hongluan was about to give birth and could not drink. After sitting on the table for a while, he got up first and returned to the back house to rest. Zhongli Jiju and Yu Nu were waiting beside him. The moon in the sky is like a disc, and the laughter in the hall can be heard in the distance. Zhongli Jiju helped Lu Hongluan's arm, saw him leaving the main hall, and whispered. Sister Hongluan, he ran out this morning and disappeared for most of the day. He must have gone to have trouble with the husband again. I was sitting with her just now, and I could clearly smell the smell of the husband on her body. Lu Hongluan held her hands on her waist and walked slowly in the corridor, saying with a smile. You don't need to guess. He doesn't have any personal matters. If he disappears for no reason, he must have gone with Ling Er. Yu Nu walked behind with a smile on her lips. Sister Jeju, you can also sneak the young prince out. Zhongli Jeju's fox-like eyes were slightly shy. I'm not like that stinky Taoist nun who dares to mess around everywhere and has no taboos. When I get drunk later, I might even dare to perform a live erotic show for the girls on the table in the main hall. Lu Hongluan's charming eyebrows were full of smiles. There is no man at home. Maybe Zioan will coax her along later, and your daughter will really dare to press Yuhi on the table, While speaking, Lu Hongluan frowned and paused. Zhongli Jeju's smile condensed, he helped Lu Hongluan, and asked with concern. What's wrong? The doll seems to have moved. Nothing wrong, Lu Hongluani frowned, obviously in pain. She grabbed Jeju's sleeve and bit her lower lip, and her expression changed immediately. Yu Nu turned pale with fright and quickly helped Lu Hongluan. Zhongli Jeju was calmer, caressed Lu Hongluan's back, and walked into the room. Go quickly and ask the medical ladies to come over. Good. After 3 rounds of drinking, the girls in the main hall gradually relaxed and started chatting happily. Manzi and Xining even played guessing games while drinking. Xiao Xiang'er looked slightly drunk, and at some point, she sat on Kui Ziowen's lap, leaned into Su Buring's arms, and hugged and gnawed with Su Buring. Xiao Qi rubbed her forehead and patted Xiang'er's embroidered shoes from time to signal her to pay attention to the occasion. Kui Ziowen was very excited and raised her hands to untie Xiao Xiang'er's bright red skirt. She looked really ready to let her mother perform a baby knows she's wrong in the hall. Su Buling was drank heavily by his wives. He was full of ordinary wine but not drunk. When he was comforting Xiao Xiang'er, the maid suddenly shouted from the corridor behind. "Little prince, little prince. It's time to give birth, call the midwife quickly. Hot water." There was a solemn silence in the main hall. Even Xiao Xiang'er, who was hugging Su Buling's neck and talking drunkenly, suddenly woke up and raised his head to look behind. Su Buling's smiling face froze, and then he became anxious. He quickly put Xiang'er away, stood up, and jumped out of the window. He saw the maid running towards the back house with various objects in the corridor. The slave came towards me, his expression anxious and incoherent, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Before Su Buling had time to ask, the Yingyingyins in the main hall rushed out and ran past him. After a while, more than a dozen people came outside the wing where Lu Hongluan was resting and crowded in the middle of the garden corridor. The midwife and wet nurse who had given birth, as well as the medical girl who had been preparing for many days, all ran into the side room. Through the lights in the room, you could see the figures coming and going inside. In the side room, Lu Hongluan's charming face looked a little sad due to pain. He held Jeju's hand with hazy eyes, not wanting to cry and worry the people outside. Zhongli Jeju calmly comforted him and kept persuading. "It's okay, cry out, cry if you want, don't hold it in. Wu, Ling-er." Su Buling's heart trembled when he heard the slightly sad cry, and his face turned pale. He quickly ran into the room, sat down by the bed, showed a bright and relaxed smile, and held Lu Hongluan's hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Whoa." Lu Hongluan held Su Buling's hand tightly, trying to see Su Buling's face clearly, but tears blurred her eyes and she could only sob indistinctly. Su Buling was extremely nervous, but he didn't dare to show it. He just said softly in his usual joking tone, "Aunt Lu is the most powerful. What's there to be afraid of when giving birth to a child? Xiang'er wants to have a baby but she hasn't yet. Don't call me aunt." Lu Hongluan almost bit her lower lip and endured the pain when she said this. "Okay, Hongluan, Luan is the most powerful." Su Buling's words were incoherent. In fact, he was panicking at this time and didn't know what to say. Although Zhongli Jeju has never given birth to a child, as a doctor with superb medical skills, she must know more than Su Buring. She raised her hand and patted Su Buring's arm. "You go out and stay here. Hongluan is always distracted. It's not a big deal. It will be fine in a while. Wait outside and don't cause trouble." Su Buling must have listened to Jeju at this time. He stood up quickly, kissed Lu Hongluan on the face, and then retreated outside the room, waiting anxiously. When the door was closed, only the crying inside could be heard, and everyone was frightened. Xiao Qi was still rational at this time. Seeing the girls blocking the outside of the room, she raised her hand and said, "Go back and rest, what are you doing standing here?" Seeing this, the girls all retreated outside the yard. Ah! The painful screams kept coming out, which was heart-wrenching, but there was no way to relieve it. Xiao Xiang'er and Lu Hongluan have been best friends for many years. When they heard Hongluan's cry of pain, they felt no more relaxed than Su Buring. They clasped their hands on their waists, their nails almost piercing into the skin, and circled around Su Buring, constantly saying, "What to do, what to do? Su Buling couldn't calm down after hearing Lu Hongluan's cry, but he had no other choice. He was circled by Xiang twice and started to follow the two of them. After such a tense atmosphere, I don't know how long it lasted, a baby's cry suddenly pierced the mid-autumn night sky. Wow! Su Buling trembled suddenly, while Xiao Xiang's body went limp and almost fell to the ground, but Su Buling held her up to prevent him from falling. The girls outside the courtyard wall also started making noises, their chirping voices mixed together. It's happening, it's happening. Just cry. Su Buling's face turned pale, and he hurriedly wanted to go into the house to check, but the door was not open. He did not dare to enter rashly, so he could only stick to the window and listen to the sounds inside. The crying in the house stopped, but Lu Hongluan's feeble sobbing continued. The baby's cry was very loud, covering up the mother's sobbing. "Aunt Lu, it's okay, I'm outside." Su Buletinling was overjoyed and tried to comfort him. Zhongli Jiju was in the room, but she picked up her embroidered shoes and smashed the window. "Don't be so surprised. Can't you just stay here?" Lu Hongluan was a little dizzy, closed her eyes, and did not forget to say, "You damn boy, if I call you aunt again, I won't give birth to you again." "Okay, okay." Su Buletinling quickly shut up and hugged Xiao Xiang and Xiao Qi, who were also listening nearby, his body trembling uncontrollably. A little. The cry of the baby in the room became quieter. The midwife opened the door and said in surprise, "My young prince, congratulations, you are the young master." Su Buletinling couldn't care less and ran into the room quickly and came to the bed. Lu Hongluan's face turned pale, and the sweat on his head had not yet been wiped off. He didn't know how much he had suffered. Su Buletinling was worried for a while, sat down next to the bed, held Lu Hongluan's hand, and said softly, "Hongluan, it's okay, mother and son are safe." Lu Hongluan's cheeks were covered with sweat. After seeing Su Buling, he sobbed twice. His breathing gradually became calmer. He raised his hand and gave it a light slap. "Go away, who wants to see you, doll?" Su Buletinling smiled and quickly stepped aside. Zhongli Jiju held the infant baby in his arms, coaxed him gently, and sat down next to the bed. Su Buling gently supported Lu Hongluan so that she could take a look. Lu Hongluan didn't have much strength, but her eyes were full of expectation. But when she saw the wrinkled and red baby in Jiju's arms, her eyebrows immediately wrinkled a little, feeling aggrieved. Why is it so ugly? It doesn't look like you or me at all." Su Buling hugged Hongluan and was so confused that he almost forgot his last name, so he said casually, "It's a bit ugly, his dash." Before he finished speaking, his ears were twisted half a circle by the angry Jiju. "You know what a hammer is? It's been like this since birth. It'll look better in a few days. Just go out if you don't know how to comfort people." Su Buletinling quickly shut up and begged for mercy, but at this time, he was unwilling to go out. When Lu Hongluan heard what Jiju said, she felt relieved. She raised her hand and tried to hold the baby, then handed it over to the wet nurse to take good care of her. After a while, the girls outside saw that the mother and child were safe, and they all ran in to see the newborn baby. Xiao Qi was afraid of disturbing Hongluan, so she took everyone to the side room. Su Buling was also pushed out, leaving only Zhongli Jiju and a few medical girls waiting to take care of their bodies. The lanterns under the eaves were swaying, and sometimes people could be seen running around the windows. Lu Hongluan's face was still a little pale. She leaned on the soft and comfortable pillow and let Jiju take her pulse. She could vaguely hear the noise next door. "Lao Su, I also want a baby. It looks like fun. This my son is not a toy. If you want to give birth to one later, stop calling me baby. It feels the same as calling me. Let's give it a name. Well, if you are born on the Mid-Autumn Festival and the flowers are blooming and the moon is full, Let's call it Chuang Chuang. When Lu Hongluan heard this, he frowned and said quickly. Shi Xiang you stay here while you go, I've already thought of a name. What's it called? Su Yi, it sounds so nice. And Su, you can also scream. Don't laugh, Aunt Lu and I have been discussing it for a long time. Ha ha ha. There was constant laughter. Lu Hongluan secretly hummed, leaned back on the pillow contentedly, and turned to look at the stroller placed in the corner of the room. The stroller was not new, but had been for some time. There was a wind chime hanging on it. It had been placed in front of the cabin in Suzhou Huohe. After hearing that Lu Hongluan was pregnant, Prince Su's mansion specially sent someone to deliver it. Seeing the stroller where Su Buletinling had been lying on, the smile between Lu Hongluan's brows faded, and gradually became a little sad. After staring at it for a long time, she said quietly, Sister, the little pickled radish has become a mother. After finishing speaking, Lu Hongluan pursed her lips again, looked at the portrait that looked very similar to Princess Su, and murmured with some embarrassment. Sister, your son becomes a father today. Zhongli Jiju was taking his pulse at the side. Hearing this, he couldn't help but covered his mouth and smiled. It's so touching, but, it feels weird. Yeah, Sister Hongluan, I was wrong. Look at the joke again. I can change my name to Zhongli 12 in the future. Manzi has been looking forward to it. Zhongli Jiju coughed lightly, became serious, and pretended to take his pulse seriously, but after holding it in for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle again. Lu Hongluan was quite serious at first, but after a moment, she also started laughing. With tears in my eyes and laughter with mixed emotions. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 860. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. Everyone likes to reunite rather than part, but the war that swept the world was not completely extinguished after all. In Jinling City, Su Buling accompanied Lu Hongluan in the mansion, enjoying the joy of being a father for the first time, and the Ziliang army that defeated the Four Kings had turned north and kicked off the final general offensive on the eastern battlefield. If the world is not peaceful, the country will be difficult to maintain, and if the country is difficult to maintain, the family will be difficult to maintain. Su Buling stayed at home with his wives for a month, until he drank his son's full moon wine, and then he reluctantly led out the war horse, took the war knife, and set out on the road to the north again. September 18, the Yangtze River estuary outside Jinling City. The building ship that followed Su Buling all the way was anchored at the port again. Xiao Xiang Kui Zioan, Ning Yuhi, Ning Qingyi, Zhu Manzi, Zhongli Chuchu, 6 girls stood at the bow of the ship in late September, watching the army on the dock slowly leave. Lu Hongluan, who had just finished her confinement, stood at the window of the second floor of the building ship holding her baby in her arms, looking far away, her eyes full of reluctance. In front of the thousands of personal soldiers, Su Buling rode on the wind-chasing horse, looking back, and did not move for a long time. In the carriage behind him, Yang held a whip and drove the carriage frame. Xiao Qi and Song Yufu, who served as military advisors with the army, as well as the doctor Zhongli Jiju, and the strongest fighter Chen Xining, also looked out the window and raised their hands to say goodbye. Su Buling went north to attack Qi, and the building ship returned to Chang'an along the river. This time, the farewell may be longer than the previous ones. But the girls on the ship didn't look too disappointed, because they knew that this was the last farewell. As long as they finished this battle, they would no longer have to consider war, enemy countries, or even external factors such as the court and the clan for the rest of their lives, and they could live together forever. However, there were still objections on the ship that they couldn't follow Su Buling to the northern expedition. Zhu Manzi hugged his chest and kept muttering. I'm also good at fighting, and I've been to northern Qi and I'm very familiar with northern Qi. Ning Qingyi's face was as cold as ever, and he whispered. You haven't even killed anyone, and you still want to fight. This sentence is not a joke. Zhu Manzi has been in the martial arts world for many years, and he has never killed anyone. He has learned the mountain-shaking skill from his father, the Sword Saint, but he has never used it once. But Zhu Manzi didn't think this was a stain on her success in the martial arts world, and retorted with a frown. You can't think in a flexible way. What do you know about the martial arts world? The martial arts world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. Ning Yuhi shook her head and smiled, without interrupting the conversation between the two girls. She also knows martial arts, but she has to admit that she is too far away from Chen Sining. Chen Sining is a half-step master, and what she lacks is the experience of killing, and what she lacks is the foundation. Together with Qingye and Manzi, she should seriously lay the foundation with Li Hanzheng and Zulu. The same is true for Zhongli Chuchu. Her medical skills are not as good as her master, and her martial arts are the same as Manzi, and she may not be able to beat him. These days, she must be practicing hard, so as not to become a vase with nothing but her beauty. Xiao Xiang'er and Kui Zioan really can't follow, but Su Buling promised to build a baby bridge, so Xiao Xiang'er won't be idle. After returning to Chang'an, she can plan and leave her own masterpiece in history. Kui Zioan is no longer a loner now. She can bear the loneliness of more than a year by playing with Xiao Xiang'er. The most miserable person may be Lu Hongluan. She has just given birth to a son and has to part with her husband and live in Chang'an City where she has lived for more than 10 years. Without Su Buling's company, Lu Hongluan must be reluctant. But this battle must be fought to the end. Lu Hongluan knows that at this moment, she is only looking forward to Su Buling's bright smile and the soft words Auntie Lu when he returns triumphantly. The building ship left the shore and sailed far away towards Chang'an, gradually turning into a lonely sail in the sky. Su Buling turned around and looked at the vast land in the north. After a long silence, the emotion suppressed in his heart turned into one sentence. Success or failure depends on this battle. Soldiers, dismantle the camp. Tiger! 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 The long sword pointed north, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Thousands of soldiers, after Su Buling rode his horse and whipped his whip, headed for the desert north outside the Great Wall, raising dust. The final battle between Northern Qi and Dayu officially kicked off in the autumn of the first year of Jianping. All forces and people in the world are paying attention to this final battle. And outside the chessboard that no one noticed, a small matter that has nothing to do with the overall situation of the world is also quietly going on between heaven and earth. Send red envelopes. Reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the WeChat public account Book Friends Base Camp to draw red envelopes. Autumn has gone and winter has come. Just after October, the first heavy snow fell from the sky and landed on the land of Yuzhu. In the distant east, at the end of the sky, on an isolated island overseas that has not been visited by anyone for several years, heavy snow buried the earth, and blue waves washed over the reefs. There was only the sound of waves between heaven and earth. This deserted island hanging overseas seemed to be on the edge of the world. On the rough sea, a lone boat floats between heaven and earth. A little girl, only 15 or 16 years old, wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod, drifts with the current, fishing for fish under the sea. 2 pieces of iron spears are put together and placed behind the little girl. Her big eyes, full of spirit, stare out of the sea, as if she is thinking about how wide the sea is and how high the sky is. Everyone who is at the seaside will think about this question, but this question obviously has no answer. As the fish float shook in the wind and snow, Xiao Dehua came back to her senses and pulled up the fishing rod with force. The water was churning violently, as if she had caught something big. The boat was dragged around in the sea. Seeing that the fishing rod was about to break, Xiao Dehua didn't want to have no lunch at noon. She stuck the fishing rod on the boat, picked up the iron gun next to her, jumped into the icy cold sea water. Half an hour later, on the beach of Yuechuo Island, Xiao Dehua was wrapped in a dry blanket, carrying a fish bigger than her on her shoulders, and walked towards the entrance of the underground palace. The fish was very big and looked very strange. There were fins on its back and a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was particularly fierce, but its head was pierced by the iron gun, so it couldn't be fierce anymore. Although this kind of fish is very big and fierce, it doesn't taste very good. Only the fins are delicious when cooked. After catching it once, Xiao Dehua didn't want to catch it again, but she had bad luck today, so she had to make do with it. Xiao Dehua looked at the big fish and thought secretly, if I tell Sister Manzi will definitely not believe that there is such a big fish. I have to take a few teeth back in the future. There was no one on the beach, but some traces of human beings could still be seen. There was an obvious crack on a big rock on the beach, which was caused by a collision. There was a rusty iron rod on the ground, which was picked up by Xiao Dehua and inserted at the entrance of the underground palace so that she would not find the way back. Xiao Dehua walked along the memorized route and came to the iron rod tied with a cloth strip. The cloth strip on the iron rod fluttered in the wind, and it was written with calculate good and bad luck, calculate misfortune and fortune, and there were also 8 trigrams. It was a pity that no one came to her to tell fortunes in this place. Xiao Dehua carried the big fish, walked through the deep tunnel, and came deep underground. The corpse of the old eunuch had been dragged out by Xiao Dehua for burial. Because of the last war, the underground palace was discovered by outsiders, and all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside were moved away, leaving behind some messy garbage, which was also cleaned up by Xiao Dehua. The stone wall at the corner of the passage was dug out by Li Hanzheng and others, but the mechanism was not lowered, and the stone wall was raised and could not be seen. Xiao Dehua walked into the center of the underground palace. This place was originally a place for people to live to avoid war, and there were many excavated rooms around. When she came, she picked a room with a good location and installed a small wooden door. Although it is impossible for anyone to disturb this place, how can there be no people in a place where people live? There was a pile of wood in the center of the palace, and a bonfire was burning in the middle. Xiao Dehua had just walked in carrying a big fish, and a white saker falcon with its feet tied called twice vigilantly. After seeing the exaggerated big fish on her shoulder, it quickly lowered its head and cooed softly. Xiao Dehua had been in Mobei for a long time and knew this valuable big eagle. On the way here, she was lucky enough to meet it and caught it. She didn't expect it to go fishing in the sea. She just treated it as a playmate during the hard training here. Are you hungry? Come and eat fish. Xiao Dehua threw the big fish on her shoulder directly in front of the white eagle. The fish's mouth was bigger than the eagle's, which scared the white eagle so much that it spread its wings and flew around, with fear in its eyes. Hee hee. Xiao Dehua smiled sweetly, went back to the house to change into clean clothes, then dragged the big fish to the dark river, skillfully gutted it and took out the meat, and then came to the campfire and started cooking the food in a hanging pot. Training an eagle requires endurance, but the saker falcon next to Xiao Dehua obviously doesn't need to endure. It has been frightened by this fierce behavior and stands in front of it honestly, looking at the fish meat in Xiao Dehua's hand. Xiao Dehua sat cross-legged beside the small chopping board, cut off a piece of meat and threw it into Beiying's mouth. Maybe she was too bored underground. Seeing Beiying eating voraciously, she chatted with him. What's so good about this? You are useless. You have never eaten good food. When I was traveling in Guangzhou, my mother bought me a Zhenping roast chicken. Do you know what roast chicken is? Beiying tilted his head. What are you mumbling? I don't understand human language. Xiao Dehua also felt that the eagle didn't understand, so she grabbed Beiying, pointed at the fire, and then gestured on the eagle's neck with her hand, and then made the action of plucking feathers and roasting them on the fire. Gugu. Beiying understood this time. Xiao Dehua put Ying down contentedly, continued to cut the meat, licked her lips and said, "The roast chicken is so delicious, with crispy skin and tender meat. You can't eat it in this corner of the world for a lifetime. It's a pity that I have only eaten it once, and the water basin mutton in Chang'an City. Do you know what water basin mutton is?" Although Bai Ying didn't understand, he still learned to nod. Xiao Dehua put the cut fish fillets into the boiling water in the hanging pot and smiled sweetly. "This is how the mutton is cooked, the soup is especially delicious. And candied haws?" Bai Ying nodded like pounding garlic. Little Peach Blossom thought the eagle was a bit silly, so she raised her hand and threw a piece of meat over. "You can't eat the candied haws, only I can. When I followed my parents to travel around the world, as soon as my father and Uncle Wu left, I would sit there to help watch the stall, and they would buy me a candied haws afterwards. Every time I pretended to be a fortune teller, I thought that if someone came to tell my fortune, I could get a few coins, and then go buy it myself, but unfortunately, after helping to watch the stall for a long time, only one person came to me for fortune telling." Little Peach Blossom took out her purse, took out the silver ingot from her arms, and shook it in front of the white eagle. "See? This is the first money I earned in my life. I was so happy at that time, thinking of buying a whole pile of candied haws back." When the white eagle saw Little Peach Blossom dangling a silver ingot in front of it, it carefully touched it with its beak. Little Dehua quickly took back the silver ingot, touched the teeth marks on it, and whispered, "Unfortunately, I was a blind person in telling fortunes. I was not sure how to spend the money, so I didn't dare to spend it. At that time, I thought that money can be exchanged for candied haws. The candied haws and silver are the same. Since I can't buy candied haws, when I want to eat it, taking out the silver ingot and biting it doesn't mean you've eaten it." Little Dehua brought the silver ingot to her mouth, bit it, and sighed softly. "It's a pity that this thing has no taste at all, so I stopped biting it in the end. In the deep underground palace, I talk to myself. As the water in the hanging pot boils, there is a little more meaty aroma in the air." Xiao Dehua took out the bowl and chopsticks, presented herself a bowl of fish soup, and took out a piece of dry biscuit. She held the bowl and sat by the wall of the underground palace. She ate the fish soup and the cake while looking at the dense carvings on the stone wall. White Eagle was a little afraid of Little Peach Blossom, but there were no other living creatures in the deep underground palace. Even the animals were scared after staying there for a long time. When he saw Little Peach Blossom, he became silent and quietly touched and came closer. Little Dehua picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, threw it to Bai Ying, and continued. "I was afraid that you would run away, so I tied you up. If you ran away, how boring would it be for me to be here alone? Don't worry, the eagle has a long lifespan. It can live for 70 or 80 years. If you stay here with me for 2 years, I will keep these. After you have learned everything, I will take you out to conquer the world and fight with my big brother. I will be the best in the world. Then, you can eat whatever you want, and I will find you 10 female eagles to keep you company." Having said this, Xiao Dehua blinked her eyes and looked at Bai Ying. "By the way, are you a male or a female?" Bai Ying nodded as if pounding garlic. Little Dehua sighed. She didn't know how to distinguish between male and female, so she continued to eat fish from a small bowl. "If it's a female, I'll find you 10 male eagles as companions. Master asked me to keep an eye on the eldest brother, so I will be the national preceptor. The national preceptor is very powerful. If you want a few eagles, the eldest brother should give them to you." Bai Ying made a coo sound twice. Although he didn't understand it, he acted obediently. After lunch, Xiao Dehua washed the pots and bowls in the underground river and put them in the small cupboard. White Eagle was also full and squatted by the campfire, looking at it suspiciously. Little Dehua took the iron gun and came to the center of the empty palace. She glanced at the place she learned yesterday and carefully observed the scratches on it. Then she closed her eyes and imagined the movement and strength of the scratches. Her body also moved with her imagination. Moving, the tip of the spear swept across the stone tiles on the ground, practicing each move slowly and steadily. There is no sun in the underground palace. To keep time, a homemade water leak is placed in the corner of the underground palace. After a bucket of water is finished, a day has passed. Little Dehua will use an iron gun to carve a horizontal line on the ground, then return to the hut and sleep with the silver ingot in hand. Just like this day after day. The scratches on the ground changed from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. At first, the white eagle was tied up and squatted aside to watch, then he loosened the rope and circled in the underground palace for a bird's eye view. Then he followed Little Peach Blossom and left the underground palace together, searching for fish that he had never eaten before on the vast sea. The islands outside the underground palace changed from snow-covered mountains to spring flowers blooming, from spring flowers blooming to scorching sun, to fallen leaves all over the place, to snow-covered mountains again. Little Dehua lives every day almost mechanically, but she is not boring at all. Occasionally she will take a boat to the market in Liaodong County to buy some clothes, spices, and bring back a few books. There were some books that her master once told her to learn, but what she liked more was the chivalrous stories printed by small workshops. From Sword Master Zulu and the Seven Fairies of Ime to Sword Master Madame Guo Shanrong's decisive battle with Yao Tai Fairy. Whenever she was too tired from practicing martial arts, Little Dehua would sit by the campfire, holding a book, and explain these fascinating stories to Bai Ying. Of course, I will occasionally brag. Do you know that the Sword Master Zulu is his daughter? My sister, Fen He Sword God, who I worshipped as a master, is very powerful. Bai Ying is very smart. He couldn't understand people's words at first, but after hearing more, he started to understand. At first they were afraid of Little Peach Blossom, but gradually they became friends who couldn't understand each other. They would also squat in Little Peach Blossom's arms and seriously feel the emotions of Little Peach Blossom when she told stories. Time passed like this day by day. It seemed very long, but it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. One morning, when the oil and salt in the underground palace were almost gone, Xiao Dehua took the boat again and came to Liaodong County, only to see a temporary notice posted at the gate of the county. A notice to the world. Little Dehua stood in front of the notice and looked at it carefully for a moment. Suddenly she realized that she was taller than the notice board. She raised her hand, calculated carefully for a long time, and then muttered with a hint of realization. It's so fast. I'm already 18 years old. The sound is a bit mature. Little Dehua frowned. She didn't notice it before, but now she felt very uncomfortable. She quickly ran to the market, found a bronze mirror, picked it up and took a look at it. The Little Peach Blossom in the mirror has grown up.